Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome again. Hope everybody had a good night's sleep. I guess I'll call to order this budget meeting. Welcome, everyone. I think I'll go to the next one also. I'll remind you of your responsibility to declare any pecuniary interest you may have on the agenda. I think I know we've had some budget talks already, and I think our intent here today is to go over this operating budget. There's going to be some points where we're going to stop and make some choices. So there's options there, and we'll ask the committee we want some direction from the committee about whether we're cut services or increase services. I know there's been some questions about the capital budget and how we're going to proceed with that. I think I doubt very much we'll do that today, but we will get to that stage again where we will come back here and go over the capital budget and make those selections and ask for votes on them. And then in the end, we're going to have a budget that hopefully everybody just loves in this community. But again, welcome, and I guess I'll turn it over to Kate, who's going to start us off.
All right, so I'm going to try to share with the mayor here. Okay, so we have a presentation here. It follows in the same order as the detailed budgets that you've been provided. And I've got all the lead sheets in here, so it should be fairly easy to follow along if you have your budget packages in the same order that you received them in. Other than that, we'll be sure to identify where we are. So today we're looking at the draft operating budget. The operating budget represents management's estimate of the costs for operating the ongoing operations of the municipality, providing the services that we provide by maintaining the current level of service, and in some case we're adding enhancements where noticed. Typically we try to keep this budget sustainable with ongoing programs. We don't generally include one-time costs. Those often show up in the capital budget, and then we reallocate them truly capital or operating. But what you see here is the ongoing operations, every year sort of expenses of each program. The annual budget preparation began in September. We started with templates, sent them out to management. We've been meeting as a group on a regular basis, going over these several times. What we have here is our draft budget that we've agreed on. The goals for today are really to give staff an opportunity to describe the service areas that they manage, and everyone will do that by presenting their own budgets. We're going to provide more information on anywhere where there's a change in service level. We're going to, at the end of the day, we have left a little bit of time to review our recommended changes to the 2015 capital budget. We may consider some updates to the fees and charges bylaw, specifically within waste. And most importantly, to give council the opportunity to ask questions and give direction, and provide any comments or changes that you would like to make. So this is slightly different than what you've got on your tally sheet, but we'll get to the tally sheet, and which is for the most part the same as what you were provided. The total levy increase as presented is $977,000. However, because there is assessment growth across Saugeen Shores in 2014, and that's estimated to be $218,000, we use that to offset against the levy increase to bring the estimated tax increase as it is presented today to 7.25%. If we combine this with the known county increase of 3.8% and an expected school board increase of 0%, the combined levy increase, or the combined tax levy increase that the average household would experience, assuming no changes in assessment, would be 5.11%. This would result in an increase of $142.05 on an annual basis for the average residential assessment, which is approximately $265,000. So this slide just sort of shows the difference between the levy increase and the estimated tax increase over time. The levy increase is generally higher, so this is sort of what we need to bring in, is generally higher than the actual tax increase experienced by the taxpayers, and that's because we do have growth. So when you have growth year over year, they sort of absorb some of that increase, and so our tax increase is slightly below what the total levy increase would be. So as you can see, right now the green line is our estimated tax increase. As of right now, we're bringing it in at just under 8%. Historically, it's been anywhere from 0, the year that we implemented bag tags, up to it looks like 6% according to this graph. And this slide just gives us an idea of the total tax levy and how it's changed over time. So we've gone from about $6 million to a proposed just under 12 million, I guess 11.5. However, our operating costs have increased at a steeper curve, so that just shows that staff has done a great job of padding that tax levy, identifying other sources of revenue to keep the tax levy down despite increasing costs over time. The next few slides are some information from our BMA consulting study. BMA is a consulting firm that takes financial information, mostly from the financial information returns of municipalities, and combines them and presents it in this comparable way. We take part in it each year, and in the last one there was 96 participating municipalities. So of those 96 participating municipalities, this slide sort of shows who pays the tax in Saugeen Shores, and 90% of our assessment is residential. So that's regular residential. On top of that, there would be multi-residential and then commercial and industrial. And once you throw in multi-residential and farm, we're at about 95% of our tax levy is paid by those assessment types. And it turns out that we are in the top 10 for the 96 municipalities across the province for having such a high percentage in residential. Our relative taxes, so how much would you pay for a house? And they sort of look at comparable properties across all the municipalities and find a comparable assessment value, so that variable is sort of taken out of this. So relative taxes payable on a single family bungalow, Saugeen Shores is $2,325 a year, and that's quite low. You can see that the provincial average of the 96 municipalities surveyed is just over $3,000. These are the sorts of figures that the province is looking at when they're looking at those grant applications and who's successful. They want to see that we are doing what we can to bring in as much as we can on our part before we're looking for alternate funds. So while this is excellent for the taxpayers in Saugeen Shores, it doesn't really bode well for us when we're looking for sources of funds from other places. And so this slide is just to give you an idea of the other municipalities that participated and where everyone falls. And there we are, I've highlighted in red, in the low range. Average household income, this is another stat that they look at when they're looking at these grant applications. And in Southwest Ontario, we're third from the top at $118,000 roughly, and that compares to the Southwest average of approximately $90,000. So again, great for Saugeen Shores residents, not so great when you're looking for grants. And then finally, this slide just sort of combines the information of both. So we look at what the average house residential taxes are, plus the residential water and wastewater to come up with the sort of total burden. And then they look at that as a percentage of household income at 3.4% of the municipalities surveyed. We are within the top 10. The average is 4.8%.
Yeah, I just wonder if sometimes when we show these slides, if we can show what the income tax levels are for municipalities that have an average income per household of $120,000 versus the ones that have 50 and 60,000, and then show the difference in the taxes being paid to the government as another idea on how much grant consideration should be given back to the municipalities. Thank you.
I'm not really an income tax. I don't know enough about income tax that I'd feel comfortable doing that estimate. But based on the current tax brackets and that average household income, I could. So that just gives you some idea of some socioeconomic factors that we're looking at moving into this budget. The next slide just explains some budget pressures that we face. These are sort of non-discretionary changes to our budget that we have to absorb. We've got the reduction in OMPF funding that decreased by 20% this year, or approximately $340,000. Increased legal fees. So we've got Police Service Board, our DC appeal, and the Wind Turbine Coalition that are explained later. There's an additional $80,000 in legal fees. SMART, the transit increase, our share has gone up $32,000 based on the newest estimate. An increase in benefits across the town for mostly driven by increased WSIB, $50,000. And then this budget includes wage increases at roughly $100,000. So some of these wages are through collective agreements and others. We've currently included a 2% increase for non-union staff in this budget. And just to give you an idea of the impact of each of those, a change of $105,000, or to be simple, roughly $100,000 would represent a 1% increase in the tax levy. Some of our proposed discretionary increases that we're going to discuss today, we've got an increase in the transfer to the Fleet Reserve of $20,000, an increase in the transfer to the Bridge Reserve of $120,000, service level increase, so 2 students at the waterfront, 2 increase in maintenance mostly, $15,000, and the conversion of a full-time contract position to permanent full-time at the Business Enterprise Center. There's not a change in expense here really. He will be paid the same and the hours stay the same. However, there is a slight increase in the benefit cost. As an employee, he will be entitled to OMERS and other benefits, as well as the future obligation that accompanies a full-time employee. These slides just list some requests that we've received from the public and from external sources. These have not necessarily been addressed in the current budget, but they are some changes that some people would like to see. To add sidewalk clearing on Summerhill Park Road in Southampton, sidewalk clearing in various locations in Port Elgin, to reinstate leaf pickup services, to reinstate the Christmas tree pickup services, increase level of service on ditches and drainage areas, blue box collection in the downtown core, increase winter garbage collection, weed spraying on athletic fields, winter garbage collection in parks and trails, bike racks in the downtown core, funding opportunities for athletes competing nationally and internationally, trail grooming, snow removal through tourist camps in the winter, video surveillance at the tourist camps, increased Wi-Fi service at the harbor, 50 amp hydro service at the harbor, and we've had, in the last year, we had a couple requests to provide a grant in lieu of development charges and other building fees for certain types of developments. There's currently nothing set aside in the budget for those types of grants. This slide just sort of shows how our operating expenses, total expenses, are broken down. So our total operating costs, before any other sources of revenue, including water and wastewater, are approximately $23 million, and this does not include capital. So 45% of that $23 million, or just over $10 million, is salaries and benefits, and so that would include wages and benefit costs, including OMERS. External transfers includes $142,000 for the Chamber for their tourism contract. We discussed that last night. and the Conservation Authority levy is $340,000. So those are the most significant items in that slice of the pie. Reserve contributions here includes the transfers of the Westario income to the Future Capital Projects Reserve, the transfer to the Fleet Reserve, as well as those from the rate-funded departments. So our estimated transfers to reserves from water and wastewater are included in the 13% for reserve contributions. Materials is your paper. More significantly, our winter control, salt and sand materials are included there. And then contracts. Some of our bigger contracts are paid to Aqua for operating both the water and wastewater locations. Since wages, salaries, and benefits is the largest slice, I've broken that one down further just to give you an idea of where we pay the most wages. Administration is 16%, police 30%, fire is 5%, building and planning 4%, operations, so that includes everything from roads maintenance to the cemetery, 25%. 3% for water and wastewater. It's quite small because most of that is the contract. Community services, parks, waterfront, and harbor is 10%, and facilities maintenance is 7%. Health services includes the Southampton and Port Elgin medical facilities as well as doctor recruitment. There is a contract that we pay out of there, but that's considered contract and not wages and benefits. And then we've broken down the tax levy further by department. 34% is police, 6% fire. Building and planning show at 5%, but I've included the Conservation Authority levy at $340,000 in there, so that makes it seem larger. As you're aware, the building department does not have a burden on the tax levy. This is only departments that would draw from the tax levy, so we don't see water and wastewater here. Operations at 38%. Parks and waterfront at 4%, facilities and pools 7%, and then administration and economic development at 4%. This is a little bit swayed because the entire OMPF grant has been applied to administration, bringing that down, when really those funds are used for all departments to offset the total tax levy across the municipality. Since fire and police, sort of as standalone departments, are such a big pie, I've just included these for information's sake. This is also from the BMA study. For populations under 15,000, sort of what is our cost for those services? They've shown it as a per person, which isn't always the best one, but per $100,000 worth of assessment. As you can see, our fire services are second from the top at $28 per $100,000 compared to an average of $70. So we're quite a bit less expensive than the other municipalities surveyed. And then for fire, we're sort of in the middle. Police. We're sort of in the middle. Per $100,000, $163 or $302 per capita, compared to the average of $197 per $100,000 and $232. And then finally, the last pie chart I've included is sources of revenue. So when we look at reducing the tax levy, we can look at that from two different ways. We can reduce our expenses, which would decrease that entire pie, or we can look to increase our revenues from other sources, which would make the tax levy slice of the pie smaller. So other sources of revenue include investments and fines, user fees, which we looked at in before the new year, licenses, permits, and rents, and grants and donations.
Through you then, Mr. Mayor, to Kate. Kate, could we show user fees, split that out sometime in the future, the ones that are applied to all taxpayers and ones that are applied to only the pure users?
I'm just trying to think of an example of...
Bag tax?
So most user fees are applied to just the pure users, which is the nature of user fees. I'm just trying to think of an example of one that's...
Wouldn't everybody have to have a bag tag?
Not if they don't have garbage.
So there are people in our community that don't ever have any garbage?
They take it directly to the landfill.
They pay for it there, though?
Yep, through a tipping fee, a separate user fee. So it's sort of the... when we classify something as a user fee, it's very much a user pay. So if they've elected to use that service, they've paid for it in some way. It's not levied across the entire municipality.
More thought, thank you.
I have a question about the county. I was reading the article in the Owen Sound Sun-Times about Grey County. You know what's coming, right? Well, is there any, we're talking about the fact that Grey County has chosen to, I think, give the municipalities part of the provincial upload for social services, is that right? And I wondered if there's any talk of that in our county.
Respond to that. I know I have tried to explain it to a number of councillors, but first of all, the upload of services were social services, so they were for Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Pensions, and the amount of uploads was based on your social services budgets. Great counties were almost more than double, so their uploads were way more than ours. But at the time when those uploads were announced, and they also reduced our OMP funding, the discussion at Bruce County was, we will consciously make an effort to keep our rate, our tax rate, as low as possible to make room for the lower tiers to take up that room if they wish to do it. And we did for 2010 and 11, I think it was 1.5% increase and about 1.4. And that the thought process was that Great County, that is a one-time payment that they're making what they put to the reserve. If you build that into your base, into your levy, then that is always there. And that was the rationale. And I think, honestly, Councillor Grace, I think the county's going to try and respond to that in another way to explain that, because it is complicated and just not clear, but they're different circumstances. And I think I did send around a couple to people that the tax rate increases that the county passed since that restructuring. And if you want to do some research, go on to the Ontario Minister of Finance's website and look at OMP funding, so Ontario Municipal Partnership funding, starting back as far as 2005, and you'll see that, yeah. So there was a big difference in the amount of money.
Thank you.
The next slide, I've included an organizational chart for your reference, and I know this is really too small to provide a whole lot of benefit today, but I will send these slides out afterwards so that you'll have this, and I believe you also have this in your orientation package that we looked at earlier in the year. But just to give you an idea of our organizational chart and the number of people and staff in each department. So, the beginning of your budget is really this tally sheet. And the line item at the very top, the tax levy, that percentage change, that's our total estimated tax increase based on the draft budget. This one is showing 7.25%. I believe the copies that you have are at 7.81% or 82%. We did make a minor change this morning, which we'll explain when we get there. For the most part, all of these departments are the same. So what we have here is their net impact on the tax levy. So revenues and expenses combined into each line item for each service area. Some departments, such as, if you look down, emergency planning, the building department, if you were to combine each section of water and wastewater, they come to zero. So they do not have an impact on the tax levy. They're self-funded, and we usually use a transfer to or from reserves to keep them balanced to zero. So when we get to those departments, if we were to look at changes, while it is important to make sure we're being efficient, it's also good to know that any changes made within those departments is not going to have a direct effect on the tax levy, unless it's an allocation from a non-rate funded. New this year, and we'll talk about this, is garbage, landfill, and recycling. If you were to add those three together, it comes to zero. So there's no burden based on this proposed budget on the tax levy from those service areas. So it might be handy if you want to just have this sheet beside you as we go through, just to have an understanding of what the total impact on the tax levy is as we go through each of these service areas. I will keep it up to date as we go, so if we do make some changes, I have the working budget in front of me. I'll be able to tell you what the impact is on that tax increase if we were to remove or add or make any changes to the operating
Mr. Mayor, through you to Kate, just before we head into the individual departments, Kate, I have a couple questions for you. Back in September, September 30th, you prepared a budget, actually presented to Council in November 2014, and it talked about September 30 numbers. We're heading for a bit of a showdown in terms of an operating deficit of 500 or 550,000 a year end, and then if we had a bad snow removal months in November, December, potentially we're going to add another $200,000. So we're heading for about approximately $750,000 operating deficit. We had a good November, December, so that helped. So I'm assuming that number still stood at around 550. Could you just bring us up to date in terms of how well we did or are doing to year end? I'm sure some of the figures are still coming in. That's the first question. And secondly, with supplemental income, could you just, as we head into this, I'm looking at the 7.25, and I'm really struggling, but I'll reserve my comments to the end of the day. But could you explain to my council the benefits? What's the risk involved with budgeting? I know it's a bit of a risk involved with budgeting for supplemental income, and I know over the years we've seen supplemental income year end at some 300, 400, 500 sometimes over the last 10 years, and I'm just wondering what the risk would be. You explained why we would not want to choose to budget in a very difficult budget year, carry some of that money forward into our actual operating budget to help reduce the tax levy this year. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Certainly. Through your worship. To your first question, we did have a nicer, milder winter to December this year than we did in 2013. And since I had used sort of my stub period as 2013 as an example, I do agree that our financial results for 2014 have improved since that report. However, there are still some of those expenses that persist despite the weather, and those would be the legal fees associated with our DC appeal, the extra costs for the Emerald Ash Borer invasion. Those things still exist. However, our supplemental taxes were slightly better than I had estimated that they would be in September. And we have experienced some other improvements throughout the budget. Typically, and this sort of ties into your next question, we don't budget for supplemental tax revenue because it is unknown. And typically that money should represent a surplus at the end of the year, which has historically been transferred to the future capital projects reserve. I'm hesitant to say anything too explicit about our year-end numbers. This being my first year-end at Saugeen Shores, I'm still trying to feel out sort of what the timing is like and how long it takes us to get all those final invoices. However, I do expect that things have improved. I doubt we will have any of those surplus funds to put into the future capital projects reserve. I believe we'll be using the entire supplemental tax revenue to offset our deficit in other departments. However, I don't see us carrying forward a deficit at this time.
Up there, may I request for the last 5 years, those numbers, what the supplemental income would have been at year end for the last 5 years? Would you be able to request that information?
Certainly, I can have that for you by the end of the day.
Numbers.
For sure. And just to address your question about budgeting for supplemental taxes, it isn't unheard of. I know some municipalities that do that. I would caution that it's completely unknown. Other than we are aware of some properties that have not been assessed yet, we're not in the business of doing assessments or taking that job from MPAC. So it'd be very difficult to estimate, first of all, what that revenue would be. Secondly, if you do it once, you can't go back without absorbing that back into your tax levy and having to cover that revenue somewhere.
From a benchmarking standpoint, like for the last 5 years, there has to be, I mean, if we could look at those numbers, it'd be interesting to see what kind of a trend there was, though, with with our supplemental income at year end.
Very much, and I think you could it would be correlated to your building permit activity. So we haven't had a great year in building in the last couple years, so I would expect we'll see our supplemental revenues slow down for a while. Once building permit revenues pick up, you would expect to see within the next 2 to 3 years your supplemental taxes pick up. Sort of follows that, but you could use that as a guide.
I think from staff's point of view, any notion of budgeting based on that type of unknown revenue would be very risky. If at the end of the day council wanted to look at ways to achieve a better bottom line, that the tax stabilization reserve, which is money that we have in the bank already, would be the suggestion as opposed to that type of approach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was sort of related to what Councillor Mai had asked, but with regard to capital. I asked this at our last budget meeting. I'll ask it again. I don't know if I'll get much of a different answer, but it's an important question. Are there any projections at this point with regard to the budget surplus?
Again, I'm hesitant to say. Capital invoices tend to be the ones that lag the most, those large capital invoices, as they come in progress payments as opposed to individual invoices. So I haven't had a chance to sit down with Stuart just yet to look at where we stand with those major roads and engineering. I can say I've looked at the other smaller capital projects throughout the budget. I do expect a small capital surplus in those, but nothing significant. In aggregate, we're talking less than $20,000. Before our next meeting, which I believe is scheduled for near the end of the month, I will have a more thorough year-end report to bring you that explains where we stand, both in capital and operating.
Let me just make one more comment with regard to the question of budgeting for supplemental income. Every year in my own business that I have budgeted for a really great strawberry crop, I always get euchred. I think you have to be very careful about what you're planning to do or what may happen, because there's really no way to predict that. I think that I certainly wouldn't support doing that. But my question, I guess the other question I had was with regard to the tax stabilization reserve, and you mentioned the tax stabilization reserve, but my impression is maybe there is no reserve balance in this document, a new reserve balance not in the document. So is there, but I'm aware, or at least I seem to recall, there was some use of the tax stabilization reserve already. Staff is recommending some use of the reserve. Just at the outset, can we know what is the remaining balance in the tax stabilization reserve after the use that you have recommended in this budget?
The tax stabilization reserve is hoped to be kept at 2% of what the tax levy. That's sort of what the goal balance is. In 2014, it was budgeted to withdraw $25,000, so there's roughly $200,000 in that reserve. There was a budget in 2014 to take $25,000 from that reserve, and then the current budget actually includes another draw from that for the 53rd pay, and that's $95,000. So I could say currently you could estimate roughly that there would be, after the impacts of both of those, about $100,000 left in that reserve to work with. So moving into now, we're going to get into our budgets. The first section that we're going to look at is revenue, governance, corporate, and administration, as well as some of the sub areas that fall underneath there. So the departments and services included in the next few slides would be council, yourselves, clerks, and that also includes the election, animal control, and municipal heritage. Treasury, we've included in that tax revenue and information technology. The CAO is included in administration as well, but also directs doctor recruitment, human resources, promotion and economic development, tourism, and the Business Enterprise Center. As well, we've included the Smart Transit Levy in the next few slides. Each department is sort of presented just a slide that looks at what sort of achievements we had in the year just ended, what we're looking forward to next year, as well as some of what the challenges and hurdles are that do have a budgetary impact as well as an operations impact. So some of the goals that we achieved in operation or administration, obviously the 2014 election was a great success. You're all here today. We have an updated website, and we can look forward to a report actually to council within the next couple months of some of the statistics about our new website. So we're able to tell you how many people are coming, where they're going, what sort of things they're searching, and I'm looking forward to presenting that information to council. We've added an electronic payment option to accounts payable, so vendors and employees are able to accept accounts payable directly to their accounts. This reduces time in accounts payable as well as the bank reconciliation process. And within doctor recruitment, the town recruited 2 full-time physicians, Dr. Gleba and Dr. Bakaziak, who are both at the Dr. Earl Health Center. Some of our goals for 2015 include the implementation of the IT master plan, although this does have quite an impact on our operations. You may recall seeing some of these items in our capital budget. An update to the organizational review, further automation of treasury functions to make us more efficient and easier for people to make payments and communicate with the town. Update the purchasing policy and as well work with our doctor recruiting team to fill the last vacant spot at the Southampton Medical Facility. Some of the challenges we're facing. We are working with an outdated financial information system, and the biggest issue is just with reporting. It has very rigid reporting. I would like to be able to get more data out of the system that I can manipulate, and our current system does not allow for that. As with any organization, there's a challenge with succession planning, making sure you have people preparing for those higher up jobs. Facility operation and space constraints within this administration building. And when we look at accounting, we're now looking at even more PSAB reporting requirements that we need to consider. There's a new tax revenue recognition policy, a brownfield liability that needs to be considered this year, as well as upcoming financial instrument disclosures.
Can we go back to the doctor recruitment area? And my question would be, do we currently have orphaned patients in the municipality that requires the seventh doctor at that clinic? And do we stop if we fill the position, or do we look for one to replace somebody that might retire or leave in the future? Like, how does that dynamic work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the pressing need in terms of the community at the moment is with respect to ER doctors. We continue to struggle to fill ER shifts monthly, and so our recruiter is actively looking at needs for full-time ER physicians. So there is an orphan waiting list. It is not, in terms of scale, significant, because both Dr. Gleba and Bakaziak are taking new patients. So we're working through that process. But just like there is a need for succession planning with town staff, because there's a number of retirements that I'm aware of in the offing, there's a need for succession planning with respect to family physicians as well. So recruitment itself does not stop. Doctors that are retiring, frankly, carry many more patients than the incoming younger doctors wish to. The financial system that exists for physicians in the province indicates, generally speaking, that 1,000 patients is about criteria to have a successful practice, and there are physicians that may be looking at retiring in the future that have significantly more patients than that. The one retiring doctor today might generate two in the future.
Each service area has a lead sheet. The presentation that's up on the screen only includes the lead sheet. You have your detailed budgets behind that, so if we need to reference them, we also have those available to us, but actually what you see on the screen will just be these lead sheets. So basically we've got a column for a proposed budget. the budget that was approved in 2014, and then the most recent year-end actual results that we have are 2013, and that's what's there. Tax revenue is a little bit different. This is sort of our balancing department. So once we take all of the expenses and revenues in all the other service areas, we come up with what that tax levy figure needs to be. So that's sort of a fallout of everything else. Currently, we're looking at a municipal tax increase based on the proposed budget of 7.25%. As I explained before, if you were to combine that with the county and school board, it would be roughly 5.11%. And the impact on the average household. So this is just of that municipal increase. That impact there's nothing in here for the county, but based on the municipal increase alone, we're looking at an additional $89 per household.
Thank you. I noticed on the more detailed sheet that there doesn't appear to be change, or if there is change, it's an extremely minimal amount of change in all of the payments in lieu of taxes from other levels. Does that not have the potential to change? Or is it just stuck in stone for a period of time? What is that period?
Most of them, I'm not even sure what the period are. We've got in there heads and beds and things like that. Most of those are set rates. We typically use our most recent year end as our guide of what the next budget is going to be, so we would have based those on 2013. But no, they don't tend to fluctuate unless you have any additional PIL eligible services added or increases. Perhaps with the increase to the Southampton Medical Center, you may see that PIL increase.
Always gets me on that, Diane, because PILs, there's a perfect example when you look at the provincial park. There's 2,300 acres there. Ontario, and they're paying $24,000. That was developed anywhere else. There's benefits to having the park, and there's drawbacks also.
One area where we have saved a bit is in the write-offs and rebates. As we get further away from a reassessment year, we see our tax write-offs and decrease. So we're looking at those to be less, and then obviously we are looking at another assessment year coming up, and we'll probably see those increase again in the next budgets. For the council service area, there is a slight increase in the total budget, and that is driven mostly by an increase in training for, since this is council's first year in a new term, there is an expectation that we will be spending more on training and those sorts of conferences in the next 12 months.
I have already commented about this to you personally. I was really surprised at the way that the dollars were represented here, because I think it's unfair. Expenses have been attributed to some of us that really are not our expenses. In my own situation, you've got a line there that would suggest that there's $1,600 worth of expenses for me from 2014. That's not true. Mm-hmm. So, and you see a number of the counselors who are no longer at the table showing as zeros, and they did attend conferences. So I guess it would be appropriate, I think, to reflect accurately the reality of the members of council, because it does get picked up by the press, and certainly I was surprised when I saw this, because I certainly didn't have that volume of expenses last year. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment, and I'll let you know that we have changed that in the future. So if there is a future and there will be a future publication of the detailed budget and anything that goes on our website, we had looked at sort of the position. So we were looking at the vice deputy mayor position rather than the person. You can see what your actual historical expenses were a few lines down as a councillor, but in the next version we'll certainly show your position as a vice deputy mayor separately from the previous expenses. And originally we were showing this as several years history, which is why we have some councillors who are no longer or haven't even been councillors in the last 4 years. Their names are showing up, but in future publications we'll clean that up for sure, and I appreciated your comments there. For For the next area of the election, so what we have here is just a transfer to reserve. The goal is to keep those transfers even over the next 4 years, and then when the next election happens, we don't have a huge jump, and that keeps our operating budget sort of on a more stable line over time, as opposed to just having these peaks every 4 years. So 15,500 corresponds to what we budgeted to spend last year, and that should stay relatively stable over the next 3 years. Corporate. So these are sort of expenses and revenues that don't relate to any specific service area and either have a benefit or a cost to the municipality as a whole. The biggest line item here you see is the OMPF funding. That's dropped by 20%. I'll come back to investment income and other interest. Penalty and interest and tax, that's just, that would be correlated to our total taxes outstanding, which are fairly stable year over year. Net transfers to and from reserves, this would include the $95,000 that we're bringing in to offset the 53rd pay, as well as transferring some of that investment income into the future capital projects reserve, which is a historical practice consistent. The other ones are really not significant. The grants and external transfers, that $40,000, that represents our transfer to the Southampton Hospital Foundation that we committed to, and I believe there's 2 more years of that $40,000 payment. Investment income and other interest. One of the things here, and it has decreased, and it was overlooked in your original package, is there was originally a report that we changed to a service level increase. So we've reduced interest on our cash and bank balances by $85,000. This does not represent a decrease in interest revenue so much as a change in the way we're proposing interest is allocated. So interest, currently we have several reserves built up, including water and wastewater, the landfill expansion reserve, building department, our future capital projects reserve. All of that money that's being saved is earning interest, and historically, that interest has been used and put back into the operating fund. So those rate-funded reserves have, in a sense, been subsidizing the tax levy. In this budget, I'm proposing that we allow those reserves to retain the income that they earn to get the benefit of the time value of those investments. It does have an impact on the tax levy. It reduces that subsidy, but it sort of keeps that money with the funds that are earning it, and it allows those reserves to grow faster without our contributions. So that is something for council to consider. And we do have in this a service level change sheet to accompany that. So that just shows that in total we're not reducing the money taking in by $85,000, but it is a change in where that money is going. So it's coming out of the tax levy and it's sort of moving to deferred revenue, which is those reserve balances.
Questions on, does everybody understand clearly what's being proposed here? Okay. You don't have it as a sheet? It's probably not there. It's here right on the front sheet. It's pretty. Yeah.
This particular sheet.
Okay. Oh, that sheet, yeah. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate staff would like direction on this now, but I would suggest maybe it would be wise to wait end of the discussion. Know that there's going to be discussing a number of items here, and at the end, I anticipate council is going to be looking to reduce the tax levy, and we're going to prioritize certain things that might reduce it or might not. This is one thing that would be an easy thing to do to reduce the tax levy. Treasurer's suggestion is a good one with regard to reasoning behind doing this. But I get the question is, at the end, how much? Where are we going to find money, and are we? How much? I think it would be better considered in context with all the other.
That's fine. I think then clearly we're going to be at the end going to be asked a number of questions. It's how you want to deal with it. I think we've discussed it in the general terms. We'll probably have to go back over each one of those and review, understanding really what we're voting on at that time, which is fine. We'll keep a tally here, and as we get near the end of the day, we'll start asking those questions of council. But I'll go to Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Kate, presumably if we allow this interest to compound on the reserves, that in future years there'll be a less of a burden on transferring into the reserves, that it'll pay off. How long do you estimate it would be before we would see an impact in that regard?
That's a tough question to answer. A lot of these reserves aren't, other than the fleet reserve, which has a consistent contribution amount, which we could definitely see an impact on immediately. The other reserves, such as the water and wastewater reserves, the contributions really depend on what's the remaining funds left over of that year's operations and capital that go in. So accruing interest wouldn't reduce those contributions so much as it would just allow the reserve to build up faster than it would if it were just those contributions going in alone.
Or the other question is,
I absolutely agree. Sorry, and with water and wastewater, while we wouldn't see an immediate change in the amounts going into the reserves, it would absolutely have a future impact on our water and wastewater user fee rates as we look at. It's another source of revenue coming into the reserve, which could ultimately have a benefit to what the users are paying.
Yeah, just a comment about. I mean, I'm a huge supporter of transferring funds into reserves. I think it's important to do it. And I think what you're suggesting, Kate, is a good thing. I just question the year. I keep going back to the 7.25 we're going to be discussing at the end of the day, and that's 0.75% tax increase we'd be looking at. The potential to lower that. I do support the intent of it. I'm just wondering. I guess there's always the possibility of phasing it in. We don't have to take the entire $85,000 at the end of the day. If we want to find a third of a percentage point, we could cut that number in half. From 80, we can do. I guess we could make those kinds of decisions today. So rather than take the 84,000, we could take 42,000 at least. So we're agreeing with the intent of what we're trying to do here, which I really think is a good thing. I just question maybe the year in terms of the 7.25, but again, we'll discuss at the end of the day. Okay.
I think the intent now, we will keep a tally of all these questions that staff are going to want direction on, and we'll deal with them at the end of the day. So, and do you have another comment?
I wanted to clarify the discussion around this offsetting tax levy funded transfer reserves in future. That I see as being very unlikely. I mean, the problem with that premise is that the tax levy funded reserves are, depending on how you look at it, heavily underfunded, right? I mean, so like when you look at the various projects, those reserves are intended to replace. Like if you're going to drive up, if you're going to look at just take one cut of that pie, bridge replacement, right? And you said, well, if we were going to fund bridge replacement through the reserves, I mean, we would need a considerable amount more money in there than this is ever going to bring up. So our tax levy funded reserve transfers would have to remain where they are, or grow even further, even with this, right? So I think that it could have an offsetting impact on things that are fixed, like water rates or whatever, where you need a fixed reserve transfer based on the legislation, financial plan. But our reserve transfers limited as it is. I mean, you look at this budget, we've pared back reserve transfers fairly significantly, spread this $85,000 over all the reserves. It's not building the reserves very quickly. So So I think it's unlikely, from my perspective, that doing this is going to, anytime soon or potentially ever, lead to us one day sitting around this table saying we don't need the tax levy funded reserve transfers. We don't need to make as many of them. I think it's, that's not me saying it's a bad idea, only that I'm saying that I wouldn't want council to, at least council should start to anticipate that based on.
You know, I think you make a good point that our reserves are underfunded, and I think that's likely to continue into the foreseeable future. It's just, I mean, it's money that we're just really allocating somewhere else, and I think, so we can, Councillor Huber, or Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
I just want to say also, before I ask two questions, it's the first time in all the years I've been sitting here that the Deputy Mayor has got to at least 10 o'clock before reserve funds have come into his conversation. So way to go, Luke. You made it to 2 minutes after 10. Two questions about the more detailed sheet. Perhaps, Kate, you could explain, there's no transfer here associated with development charges. I know that there's an explanation for why there's no number there. If you could maybe make a comment about that, and then I have a question about the Westario.
Certainly. So the transfer from the DC Reserve Fund, this isn't a transfer to the fund. Development charges collected aren't really budgeted for. They automatically go into the reserve. What this represents is a line that is there in case we were to incur some development-related expenses. So as you can see, we do have the development charges study line item. When we transfer that over from capital, as we do have an update to the DC study coming, we'll see the revenue coming in from the DC Reserve Fund to fund that. So that's what that line item is for.
Thank you. My question was really just to get into the conversation that development charges revenue goes in different directions, and it would make sense, I think, to assume that some of what's there is applicable both to operating and to capital, but it more often shows up on the capital side.
It's very much capital.
Yeah.
Other than the DC studies that it may cover, for the most part, development charges are to cover capital projects.
I noticed with the Westario numbers, and perhaps it's just a case of the reality catching up with the paperwork. When you look at the current year's numbers, you see that we've only, as of the end of October, we only had received about half of what we expected from our Westario investment. I'm sure that that's just a timing issue. However, it is interesting that there's a decline there of about $40,000. Could you maybe just make a comment about that?
Certainly, and I'll ask Larry to correct me if I'm out of whack here, but Westario reduced their interest rate on their interest-bearing investment, so it's dropped down to 4.12%. As a result, we saw a drop in that investment income. However, in 2014, to offset that, they increased their dividend. So our dividend revenue from Westario is actually increased, and the net change for 2014 is going to be zero. However, budgeted for 2015, the dividend income is expected to return back to historical averages. However, that decrease in the investment interest rate will persist, which is why we have the decrease in the budget for that type of revenue.
Kate, would you just run down for us in this department which of these operating income lines, things like OPG and Westario, have historically been transferred directly to capital?
Certainly. So historically, our OPG payment, the $280,000 budget, we're showing zero this year. Historically, that money you would see down in the, you can see their line item transfer to future capital projects reserve. So that revenue would go automatically there. So since we're not getting that transfer payment this year, it's not having an impact on the tax levy. However, it is reducing the amount of money that's available in capital. The Westario investment income is another one that is transferred to the future capital projects reserve. However, the Westario dividend income is held in our operating fund, so we use that to offset the tax levy.
wanted to just make that clear that councils have historically put that money into reserve on the expectation that they were transient funds, and that they could not be counted on necessarily to offset operating because they wouldn't necessarily always come in. OPG is a prime example of that. So it's just sort of setting up a discussion point for the future that the intention was always the fear that this day may come, that we may not have that money, and that you wouldn't, and that the capital fund would be easier to pare back to match the funding level than the operating fund would be. So, this was the day that was being anticipated through that decision making, and I think that we need to keep that in mind and think about our capital spending and that in line that was, that's where the impact is actually, and that's maybe at least what previous councils have envisioned us dealing with when things like this happen. Thank you.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Change the subject slightly. The $40,000 in grant to the new hospital expansion. We passed the bylaw last night on the site plan. Is there a groundbreaking ceremony this spring for the build? Do we know that yet? And do we know that there's sufficient funds, that they've got the sufficient funds they need to progress the building, or is there a likelihood that they might come back and say we have insufficient funds and we need to increase?
I'm not too sure when the groundbreaking ceremony will be. They're I think hopefully going to tender later this year, as I understand, and possibly early next spring where they'll start to build. So at that time, the fundraising. It's really speculation. Although if you talk to the people that are on the committee, they're getting close to their target, and they're still actively raising money. So it's speculation. I would hope to think that this community will raise all of the money, and they won't need to come back to the ratepayer. But if they do, we'll have to deal with that when the time comes. But no. The groundbreaking should be later this year, sorry. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Kate, I think earlier on you said for every $100,000 it's a 1% impact on the levy, so presumably this $85,000 has a 0.85% increase in the upward direction on the levy?
That's correct.
Just so I keep a running tally.
The next one here we have is administration. So we don't have any major changes to the administration budget. However, it does look like it's dropped significantly from last year. And that is because we've taken all of the costs that are associated with information technology and technology that's shared amongst the organization, and we've created a new department, which you'll see in a couple more slides. So there has not been a change in the expenses. They've just been moved somewhere else. To point out the net transfers to reserves in 2013, that just represents year-end transfers that were put through this fund. It's not something that we stopped doing, which is why we're not budgeting for that anymore. And then we've also got a $15,000 increase in legal fees under administration, and that relates to, it's in your package, a coalition of municipalities to look at wind turbine noise levels.
With the Vice Deputy Mayor, and then we'll get to you, Neil.
Thank you. There is reference to, I think, an unexpected little bonus this year, which was the sale of surplus land. I just would like to just raise the question and suggest that in all the years I've been on council, we've talked about the holdings that the municipality has, and we've discussed the potential to sell off some land to have some impact on capital projects and other aspects of the budget. I would hope that sometime in the future, during this term, we have that discussion again and follow through on some things we've been talking about. because there are opportunities there for some revenue generating potential for a number of reasons.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have a list, and that there are still some opportunities out there that we see on the near-term horizon. It's a question of timing and resources to get there, but it is a good opportunity, frankly, to inject some funds into the future capital projects reserve for major projects if we can dispose of stuff that's not fully utilized.
Just in follow up to Vice Deputy Mayor Huber's comments, would we be able to have circulated a list then of our surplus lands? We find that somewhere. I'd take a look at that list that Larry speaks of.
Just to clarify, it's we do have it, Mike, and it's in a binder, and it's in the mayor's office right now. But if you want to look at it anytime, it is a list of about that thick, because it includes everything: 1 foot road allowance, 1 foot reserves, and so you need to sort through it.
Can we? A little bit. A little bit of work involved here, but could it be extracted? I mean, I'm talking about the 8 or 10 potential sell-off properties, if there are that. I mean, I'm not talking about the 1 foot, but could that be prepared? It's a bit of work, I know, but
yeah, I think we could probably ask that to be sorted to say, and I guess to be clear, what is it you want? So it'll be like viable, saleable residential properties,
well,
or
for example, Beaner Park, where there's 8 or 10 acres, and we've got the park over behind the Y Daycare Center for 7.5 acres, and there's other pieces of property around the municipality. Those are the big chunks I'd be interested in looking at.
Sure, I think we can easily do that. And if anybody wants to spend an afternoon going through that binder, you're welcome to it. It's in. Councillor Mayette.
Yeah, Kate, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. Kate, I just picked up on that legal fees associated with the wind turbine noise study. I'm looking at the budget line number 5400, 5410. Is it the 50,000 or the 38,000, or is there any or all of that?
So historically, we've sort of kept the town's general legal fees have always been maintained under administration. So in the previous year, we budgeted 36,000. Normally, we would expect to carry that forward. In addition to that, we've added 15,000 for the wind turbine defense.
15,000 specifically allocated for the wind turbine noise study.
Correct.
Yeah. And I think it's for clarification that there was some condition on how that money would be released. So if you read the motion, I think it'll tell you it's not automatically going to be spent. There's some conditions that need to be met before we would release that money.
Can I just ask the treasurer? I noticed, and sorry, I meant to ask it up front, but occasionally you have notations on your charts with X's and D's and PVs. Is there a little code mechanism, or is that your own little super secret code that?
That's my super secret code. It really doesn't. It doesn't have an impact. That was those are sort of codes and things that I used myself to make sure things balanced. So when I looked at our total wages, I wanted to make sure our total wages balanced. When I looked at internal transfers, I wanted to make sure those came to zero. But yeah, those are my secret codes. I probably should have deleted them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While on the waterfront committee, ad hoc committee, we walked the whole area, and we noted that there were somewhere in the neighborhood of 55 access points. Some of them are on top of each other, and it's things like that where we could pursue the selling of one of those split between two properties. I mean, it might end up being $5,000 or $10,000, but that's money that could then be earmarked for more of the waterfront improvement plan. So in line with that thinking, that would take direction from council to staff to bring forward a plan that says some of those areas should be looked at, and some of the residents should be approached if they find the market value of the property and pay the costs. I mean, when could we look at doing some of those and turning those into opportunities?
I think it's a good idea. I think we should have that discussion around all of that property, not just the waterfront. If you're, I'll leave it to the CAO because I know it'll be time-consuming coming up with a list of that and which viable, and some of it and what the implications are, because it's just not all that clear, but I'll let Larry comment.
I think, as I did note, it is it boils down to a resource issue to some degree on our part. And it's driven predominantly by the clerk's department, who's had other priorities for the last 6 or so months. So I'm going to look at Linda and say we can look at this within the next 6 months from now. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's fair. We can have a look at it. I just want to point out that the access points, you need to have we might be a willing seller, but you need to have a willing buyer that's ready and willing to pay our legal fees to sell it, the cost of the land, the survey of the land, and all those good things. So there's got to be two parts to the conversation.
And one other part, I think in our official plan statements, it says that we just do not, or we discourage or will not sell any land that leads to a waterfront, the river or the lake, that we should always preserve access. And so we can have that discussion, Neil. I mean, just that's part of the whole thing. And I'm not saying...
To clarify, there were some obvious ones that made no sense for us to continue in that line of thinking, and it's just sitting there getting overgrown, and it could easily be cash that we could use to further the waterfront master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Just quick.
First.
Sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, Cheryl. Through you, Mr. Mayor. When we're talking about selling off any properties, is there not a direction that council has taken in the past, or that those monies would be used for capital improvements, that they wouldn't go into necessarily operating budgets? That, if you're going to sell a waterfront access, then the money should be spent on waterfront improvement. That is a policy, is it not?
That's just...
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My question is going back actually to Vice Deputy Mayor Huber's question about the codes. I just wondered, when I was going through the budget, if there's at some point in the future, if we could have a glossary maybe of acronyms that are referred to. I was looking up, there was an acronym that involved the, I think, Municipal Employees Association or something. I went on their website. There was absolutely nothing explaining what that acronym was. I spent about 15 minutes trying to find out what it referred to. It would just save us some time for me getting up to speed on this, and maybe others. I know it's a lot of work, but it would be helpful for the members of the public as well, I think.
That's absolutely no problem. And as a new staff person, I know exactly what you mean. It took me a while to learn them, and then I sort of took them for granted. So
okay,
I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could just come back to this slide then, to do with the $15,000 increase in legal fees for the participation with the coalition municipalities, and I'm not looking to open up a can of worms here, just a question, clarification. My understanding is we're not part of the coalition municipalities. We're not attending meetings. Just a quick explanation. I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but it's a quick explanation why we're not attending those meetings. Or should we be?
I mean, it doesn't preclude any individual member from going to these. We invited, I think we invited, at that time it was Warren Howard to speak here. There's another group, I think it's called, that meets in Bruce County. Yeah, there's nothing, they just haven't historically been committees of council. Okay. So,
is it something, Mr. Mayor, that perhaps at our discussion meeting in a month or so, when we're talking about priorities, that we should discuss at least for 5 minutes whether or not we should be appointing a representative to that coalition or not?
Sure. Go ahead, Mike.
Make the comment to that. The motion that's in there, and Mr. Howard coming here last year was my doing, and just to clarify exactly what this is compared to what you're talking about. This noise coalition is a different thing altogether than to the multi-municipal wind turbine working group. It's not the same thing. This is Warren Howard is leading this charge, and was leading it, although Mr. Howard wasn't reelected. There's some confusion, and I think a little bit of reorganization happening on this. I think there isn't a lot of clarity at this moment as to where this is all heading with the Noise Coalition business. So I would like to see the money remain in there to give us the opportunity to become involved if it does develop into something. But I just want to make it clear that the multi-municipal group that meets over in
Chesley
is different. This is a province-wide initiative led by Warren Howard to try to do something about audible noise and wind turbines and quiet nights and that kind of thing. And there's details in the package on that point. So I just wanted to.
Thank you for that clarification. But it was about the Chester group I was talking about.
Yeah.
And if we just discuss it for 2 minutes, perhaps, in February.
Sure. But I go back to it. If anybody wants, I know they would be welcome if anybody wants to participate there. No, you don't. Well, that's sorry for you. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? Sure. If we got any other questions on this, then we can take a 5 or short break. Go ahead, Neil.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. My question is concerning, I had some chat with Kate about admin postage, and I wonder in this day of PayPal and e-post and everything else that we do, why we can't challenge staff to say that we should at least be trying to reduce these numbers, not have them increasing by that set amount, and that I thought this was an area that we could get some advantage. Again, talking as Councillor Mike Myatt does in small percentage points of change. This to me looks like an opportunity here, and how would we do it, and how could we do it?
Through your worship. So for postage, we do see a bit of a spike in the budget. Last year, there was a 10% increase in postage rates that was not budgeted for, so we're incorporating that increase as well as an additional 2% that was applied in this year. So that brings us up to the $57,000, I believe, that we have budgeted. We do offer e-post to people who would like to receive their tax bills and water bills electronically. While our uptake is one of the better percentages in those municipalities in this area that are taking part, it isn't great. Not everyone loves e-post. It has its own advertising, and it's a bit. I know myself, I haven't signed up for it for that reason. They sort of barrage you with emails. But we are working to get people to look at that. And as we look at future changes to automate other functions in Treasury, this would certainly be one that we'd look at, and we'd welcome strategies. With our current information system, there isn't really an add-on to do that electronic billing ourselves. However, we would look at future modules and software packages that would allow us to take that on ourselves, which I think would be more attractive to people receiving those bills.
Mike, do you want to comment?
Could I just make one comment?
Absolutely.
Thanks. One thing that occurred to me, going back to the comments that were made earlier about sale of land, and I think it was Councillor Myatt to raise the question about where that money would go. I think it's important, at least from my perspective, I think it's important to be really clear that money from the sale of land oughtn't be put into capital spending. It ought to be put into reserves for the acquisition of land for land, because the one thing I don't think council wants to get into is swapping out land and land that will last forever and building a building that will last for 25 years. Land will appreciate in value, and almost everything we build in capital depreciates. So I think that ought to be the policy of council. I made the point in the past, and again, we're going to sell land, it should be put in reserve for the acquisition of land. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We can elaborate on that discussion for sure. Sometime. Go ahead, Diane.
Further to what Councillor Minaj, I think, just said, I would be interested over the next little while to hear more about this idea of savings with automation. You'll notice later on in the budget there's comments about fees and charges that we've changed up some systems with recreation services, but it hasn't necessarily cost us less. So, I look forward to that discussion. I think there's a number of opportunities, but they don't seem to pay off as quickly, I think, as we thought they might. Thank you.
Just to be cynical, I think if you look in the news, can you tell me when IT has ever saved money? Ever. Look at Toronto, look at e-health, look at all of those things that have just led to. Anyways, that's the cynical. I think what we'll do is have a 5-minute break. No, they didn't have our great staff. Let's have a 5-minute break. So I guess we will continue, and the next item then we're moving on to is information technology, service area information technology.
Information technology. So this department is a new service area since 2014 and 13, but there is no additional services, no additional staff, no additional costs. It's just where we're recording it here. And then what we're attempting to do is recording all of our ongoing software maintenance costs in information technology rather than showing those in the individual departments, and then doing an interdepartmental transfer to transfer those costs back out. But this will just help us sort of monitor what those total costs are to the municipality and sort of get into the theme that that there should be integration between the IT corporately yeah, basically that's what we're looking for, is integration and shared costs. As I said, all the costs are the same. They've been moved from the admin and the corporate budgets. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to... Well,
May I digress? I wasn't sure we were finished with admin. I just had one quick question about the $50,000 in legal fees back to admin for a sec. Is that to defend our development charges battle where it's ongoing? That's the first question. Is that what the 50 grand is for under admin? And secondly,
the 50 grand. Okay. Sorry.
Secondly, can the $50,000 is budgeted that will affect our tax levy? Is that fundable through development charges?
And I'll let Larry speak about the DC charge. To be clear, the $50,000 in legal fees that is under admin is for our general legal fees, as well as the $15,000 for the Wind Turbine Coalition. The $50,000 that you're speaking of for the DC appeal actually shows up later in the budget under planning, but we could certainly address that question now.
Maybe address it now anyways. Then.
Mr. Mayor, in fact, the $50,000 that is extra in the planning budget is for the DC appeal, and frankly, I'm down at the motion hearing tomorrow in Toronto for the application for leave to appeal. So it's actually being put before the judges tomorrow in downtown Toronto. And that's the first step of the two-step process. And in fact, if the application for leave to appeal is granted, then there's another round of debate that has to occur at some point later on this year. So that's where it is, and none of these costs are attributable to the DC bylaw itself, so we cannot recover from growth the taxpayers' cost in defending this, unfortunately. It's quite regrettable that we can't do that.
Animal control, there are no significant changes. Municipal heritage, this relates to plaques, and it's managed by our clerk's department. We've left the budget consistent with last year. Town promotion and marketing, this is where we see the $142,000 transfer to the chamber to cover our tourism services.
Just for clarification, this is the allocation of dollars at this point in time. The contract actually expires in, I believe, March, so council will be considering as a separate staff report at some point in the near future the actual terms of the agreement with the chamber for this service. But this is a placeholder for dollars based on their request at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the letter attached from the Chamber of Commerce, the one line that stands out is the board is also, this is the board of the Chamber of Commerce, is also open to having an honest conversation with the town about the best way to proceed and examine what a future partnership might look like. And you're getting to that in terms of talking about the renewal. Could you just give us some idea of what, from your standpoint, they're open to the conversation? I assume we're open to the conversation. How will that conversation proceed? Who will be involved in having that conversation? From this at this moment, how do you perceive that going forward, or are you planning to come at some point soon to let us know how you see that going forward?
I'm going to take the fifth and propose the latter of that and say I will turn my mind to that in the near future. I think that the Chamber provides 4 services to the community, and I think we've got to look at the overall level of service in each area and whether or not there's some efficiencies that could be created through reconfiguring some or all of those services.
Just point of clarification then, Mr. Mayor, please. If we agree with the $142,000 proposed budget for the contract service to the Chamber for Tourism, today or in our deliberations before March, is the purpose of them returning with a Chamber of Commerce staff report?
As I tried to indicate, the dollar request is a placeholder in the budget for that purpose. If Council approves a extension to the Chamber contract that has a different dollar value to it, and I'm thinking less, then we will have some residual funds that we could use for different purposes. So this is a dollar allocation. This is not a commitment to the level of service or an extension of the agreement at this time.
I understand. So my question, I'll repeat my question and hope maybe I'm answering my own question. So if we go through all our deliberations and we agree to the $142,000 placeholder, and we have agreed to it for the whole year, we haven't reduced it, we haven't asked them to do anything else other than meet the terms of their letter that they say they can do the business for $142,000, is that case closed and we can move on?
No, I think to clarify, that's the amount of money that we're setting aside for those services that the Chamber now provides and historically has provided. So I think then the discussion can be, even is it the Chamber, it can be a very broad ranging about how that money is spent. I think that's the intent. So you're committing to continue to spend $148,000 for those things, $42,000, for those things that have historically been provided by the Chamber.
So, thank you. So I see it as a vote of confidence if we move through our budget deliberations and we tell the Chamber of Commerce, we're happy with what you're doing, go ahead and continue to do so. We don't need to see you again. Get on with the job for the year.
Well, the agreement has to be renewed. Yeah. Vice Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Thank you. Just for clarification, and they're small dollar amounts, but I just would appreciate the explanation. The Southampton chairs line, I'm assuming refers to the blue Adirondack Muskoka chairs that were purchased. I thought that that was a total donation commitment. It would appear as though some of that is being attributed to the taxpayer. Am I just not reading the chart properly?
Sorry, I'm just opening that. So you're looking at the current year expenses. So we've got the Southampton chairs, and then at the top we've got the donations towards Southampton chairs. As this is October, that has not been fully reconciled, but it will be fully funded by that program before year end.
I do I realize we're going to have a bigger discussion, hopefully soon, about this tourism idea. Tourism is the economic activity in this community, and yes, there's an amount of money in here for a contract with an adjacent unit that provides decent service, but we're really not, we're really still not obviously doing anything that supports tourism as the big economic activity here. So, as we have the discussion, I hope, somehow we can come around to this economic discussion, but tourism is a big part of the here. So it's just not obvious yet from this.
I think I have to keep in mind, this is a very specific part of tourism. We're going to spend, if you look at a capital budget, I think upwards of $1 million on the waterfront. I think that's certainly a big part of that is for tourism also, washrooms. And so, I don't get hung up in that this isn't just a little bit we provide for tourism. I think our downtown improvements, our spruce to Bruce, all of those things are contributions that we have for. So I would suggest that tourism is a huge part of our budget in different areas.
Comment. It's important to put this in context of ongoing discussions that have been going on for some time about realigning how we provide tourism services and economic development services as a municipality. It comes out of the Business Retention and Expansion Study we did a couple of years ago, and a number of things that have given us recommendations on how we could do this better. The Chamber of Commerce was involved in that, as was our Business Enterprise Center, as were the people in this office. And so there are things we know that we should be doing differently, and all the players at the table recognize this. And the right thing to do, in my view, in 2015 is we have a historic level of service and a manner of providing that service which is in place right now, and we need to fund that, and we need to we need to keep it stable for now, because we don't have anything to replace it with. We have no decisions at this moment, but that is underway at this moment, and the point of discussion is going to be around this chamber contract renewal, not because it has to do with the chamber in particular, but because that's a good opportunity for us to discuss the whole picture and talk about how we realign it to better support what the chamber's doing, or to reconsider some of the things that we're doing. So I would like to see us maintain a stable level of funding as the chamber has requested, and not. I see, and I don't like to point fingers, but I saw what happened yesterday in Kincardine with regard to economic development, and I would not like to see us head in that direction in terms of throwing everything off kilter without a plan, or without knowing what's going to happen, or without knowing how to fix this. We should be conservative in our approach to this, understanding, though, that the change is afoot here, and that we are considering it, and that all the players are on side with that. And I think there needs to be an articulated expectation from this council that those changes have to happen, that we need to see some of the stuff that we have had recommended over and over again start to be implemented, and ask our staff in the tourism office and here in the town office to start to make that happen over the course of the year 2015. So in the 2016 budget, we might be looking at something different. Thank you.
And I really appreciate your comments, Luke, and I think, just again to set some context, I think in generally we have been served very well with this money in the past, and the groups in the community have done a fabulous job. That's not to say that we can't improve on it, and I think that's really just the intent, and that will happen from time to time. There'll be another flavor of the month in 2 or 3 years, and we'll have to look at some other ways of providing these services. But I do want to say that I think we have done, and the people all involved at the Chamber and our business community and town have done a fabulous job. And I think, Councillor Myatt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just building on what you were just saying, actually, I wanted to comment on. I first want to thank Joanne, and particularly, and in the Chamber board. I think Joanne played a pretty important role in developing this report, and it was very thorough. I wanted to thank Joanne for the work she did, and I just wanted to also say that I think that the $140,000 request is, in looking through their numbers, is, in my view, is a very, very, very much so a bare bones budget. I mean, we're talking about $4,000 in marketing costs for the community of Saugeen Shores. There's very, very little dollars in there for wage increases. There's so I think it's a really very much of a bare bones budget, and I just wanted to commend the Chamber. I think if we were ever to try and download some of the services that Chamber and Tourism provide back to the municipality in terms of special events, they run our fireworks displays, our parades, our lots of other activities that come out of that department. So in a sense, they're special events coordinators for the community, and you just don't run that service for cheap. So I think for a $140,000 budget, this isn't a year to add costs to our operating expenses as we're trying to drag down the tax levy. But I sometimes wonder how they operate with those kinds of dollars. But I just want to commend the Chamber for the great job they do for the amount of dollars that are transferred over to that organization. Thank you.
More discussions. All right, so the next service area that we've included under administration is our levy towards the transit smart service. So the increase, and I have included just behind this what our estimated contribution is, as well as those other municipalities, to make up the $87,000 that we've budgeted.
I just want to clarify, and I'm sure some of you have heard about the rate increase that was imposed at SMART. And again, that was a decision of the board because of because of the financial situation they found themselves in at the end of, or close to the end of this year, it was significant deficits. To put that into perspective, in 2013, when we first entered into SMART, the rates were 80 cents per kilometer and a minimum charge, a $2 pickup, and then a minimum charge of $6.80. So in 2013, I think what they did, we recognized there was, with the new members, and there was some capital money that was in the account because of the gas tank that wasn't unspent, so we thought there was an opportunity to reduce the rates at that time. So at that time, they reduced it down to 50 cents a kilometer, and I think they perhaps have gone, when we look at it, gone perhaps too far. We're trying to, we're looking at about a 60% increase from the municipality, and our users also increase. So not to say that that's finalized. We're going to continue to look at that going forward. But one of the ways we do it, we get about $430,000, I think, in gas tax money collectively, all of the communities. How we moderated this prior to that, most of that was going to capital purchases, new budget. This year, we're going to earmark 80% of the gas tax money for operations, and the remaining 20% for capital improvements. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just it might be helpful over the next couple of months to invite, I believe his name is Roger, to come back and do a presentation, because he always does a good job at explaining things. I'm intrigued that this has been moved away from Public Works, because I thought we were going to get Stuart to talk about it again. Perhaps, Mike, you could take a minute, and there is a chart in our package that sort of sets out the partner municipalities. It is kind of interesting when you look at it, because it would appear as though, when you look at just straight numbers, Saugeen Shores has 16% of the actual ridership. Hanover has 32%. But, it's not like the amount that we have that Hanover's paying double that. So, if you could just maybe make a couple comments about how the chart plays into how municipalities contribute to this.
I can comment to that as well, for sure. So basically, the contribution from the municipal partners is based on the revenue that we earn from the provincial gas tax towards the service, which is 30% population and factored 70% ridership. So that's the same sort of allocation that Roger has applied here. So the overall share is based on a 30% weighting on the population and a 70% weighting on the ridership figure to come up with what the overall percentage is. The Southampton Medical Facility. So the total cost here represents the town's obligation to fund the building costs associated with the 1/7 vacancy. So while the doctors that are there cover all of the costs of their salaries and the practice costs, the actual building costs, so the utilities and maintenance, anything that relates to the building, the town is on the hook for 1/7 until that vacancy gets filled.
Can I just get a comment on the Southampton Medical Building Reserve Fund and the $7,000 transfer to the reserve? The current balance in that reserve is $88,941. What is the intention? What is the intended use for the reserve?
If I recall correctly, the intention is major rehabilitation to the building itself. We're also looking at the potential to increase revenue by developing the lower floor at some point in time, but in order to do that, it requires that it be accessible, which requires an elevator, which is a several $100,000 investment.
Thanks, sir.
So as we project forward growth of the community, at what point will we need, at what projected growth in what year will we need another medical center?
I don't think I can answer that, Neil. To be honest, I think because there's so many things that play into it. At the time we built that we were told, we were very short, and we were told this is how doctors wanted to practice, was in a communal setting like the Southampton Clinic. We bought that and then had to do a bunch of renovations to it over the years to satisfy that. But how, now some doctors want to practice like that. Some want want offices of their own. So it's really just speculation to say where it will end up. But I think we discussed it earlier about doctor recruitment. I think we're always going to be on this recruiting stage and need more doctors. It's just speculation. I wish I could give you more answer.
At the time, we considered the lease to Home and Community Sports Services for the Dr. Earl facility. We did a bit of a projection, and there is still expansion space available in the Dr. Earl facility for the short to medium term. And the lease period expires generally around the time where we project the need to use it for physician purposes based on population growth and the ratio of one doc per 1,200 patients, give or take. So we did a bit of that review about a year or 18 months ago, and we did not project a need for a new facility.
Moving on to the Dr. Earl Medical Facility, the net cost here, the burden to the town, represents the debt repayment as well as the transfer to reserves. The lease revenue is meant to offset the other operating costs and associated utilities with that facility. So there's leases here for both the home and community services as well as the doctors that are there.
Is it possible, Kate, to, it seems a bit concerning to me that there's $109,000 of debt repayment, and yet there's a $32,000 transfer into reserves. Why are we transferring into reserves when we could be using that money to pay down the debt? And what is the time frame on the debt? How far along are we on that? How many more years do we have to go?
Sue, you can tell me when that debt expires, or Sue has a list of debentures and when the payments go to. As far as the transfer to reserves, we do have an obligation as part of the base rent that the Home and Community Services pays. As per their lease agreement, that money is going into a reserve for future leasehold improvements, I believe. There is also a small increase in the transfer to reserves as the capital improvements. There was an additional funding from reserves that the town used to offset the cost of the capital improvements that were to the benefit of the town, and so therefore the town has an obligation to repay that reserve, which is why we continue to make those payments.
From this chart that Sue has just given us, it would appear as though we're looking at an end date of 2029, or should I be reading that as 2029 we reach some point, but there's still potential for 10 more years after that? Or
no, 2029 would be the end date to be renegotiated into 2019, so it looks like it was a 20-year debenture.
Okay, thank you.
$15 years opened in 2014. No, it's a 15-year debenture from 2014, which is when it was finalized. What was the other one? So it was the same year as the library. Okay. The next budget here is for the actual doctor recruitment program. So this budget is set as if we had filled all the vacant spots and we were required to meet obligations for any new contracts as well as pay the contract expense. The budget is set to keep the burden on the tax levy stable. So as you can see, year over year, we've gone from 107 to 109, basically the same. And any overages or shortages in the actual expenses will be accounted for in that net transfer to reserves figure. So at the end of 2013, the balance was approximately $99,000 in the doctor recruitment reserve. We budgeted to take $67,000 from that in 2014. However, we did not fill all the vacancies. Therefore, our actual expenses have not achieved budget, and therefore we won't require that $67,000 in 2014, and therefore there is enough in that reserve to fund the $56,000 that is budgeted for in 2015.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the costs that are associated, what's ongoing? So there's obviously recruitment costs that we have created as part of packages that we're going to have to pay back over oncoming years. How much is kind of left in that? How long is this going to go on for?
If we keep recruiting, it will go on in perpetuity.
Depending on the packages we create for the
correct. And
where as demand increases, then
theoretically
we don't have to give as good a package.
And as supply increases, in fact, the number of doctors coming on, out there over the last few years has increased. So we're seeing a bit of a shift there. The other core cost that's in here is the 1/3 of the share of the full-time physician recruiter who's engaged by Bruce Power. So that's included in the contract expenses.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks. Can I just get a little step back to the clinic facilities? I think we build these budgets so that it sort of appears as a self-standing unit. Am I correct in making that assumption? What I'm getting at is the Port Elgin situation. There's an indication of a $14,000 worth of snow removal, but there's no equivalent number for the Southampton clinic. Are we? Is that because we're doing the snow plowing just from Public Works, correct? So it's just kind of an assessment of the value of that. Are we doing that for other facilities as well?
The issue of snow clearing at the Southampton clinic is kind of wrapped into the part of the conversation we had last night with respect to parking. It's quite complex and convoluted. In fact, there is a joint contract that the hospital itself engages for part of it. We, I think, clear a sidewalk manually, but that too is one of the items that we still have yet to work out with them on an operational basis once they get their expanded parking lot in place. So there are differences in how snow clearing is done between Port Elgin and Southampton and on the clinic side.
My question, and I guess I confused it by saying that it wasn't there, but when you see this amount attributed to the budget for the Port Elgin Medical Clinic, are we, because it is our own guys doing the snow plowing, am I correct? At the Port? No, it is a contract that's let to, okay, all right, that answers my question. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, I'm going to pass it over to Phil to go through the fire budget.
You're still not on there. Yep, right.
Each department will hope to bring you an overview of the department and some priorities for 2015. In 2014, we really worked towards moving forward on the master fire plan, and we did the recommendations that didn't have budget impact or were the easier ones to complete. We also rehired a fire prevention officer and reestablished our prevention programs. We worked with the Canadian Coast Guard to establish a water rescue service, and a big event that was well attended and enjoyed was the Fire Fit. We hope to repeat. Some of our goals is to look at our apparatus and find a solution to our aging apparatus, replace the self-containing breathing apparatus, and meet the many pressures of NFPA transition. The province has forced us into every fire department in Ontario into a position where we have to meet new guidelines, and that's going to be challenging for the volunteers. And establish new partnerships and enhance our existing partnerships for emergency preparedness initiatives. We also want to keep the apparatus and the equipment in the best shape, continue providing the highest level of training we can to our volunteer firefighters, and like I said, move forward on our emergency planning plans and complete more initiatives there if we can. The demands of the PNERP, the Provincial Response Plan, continue to grow. We're challenged with them every year, but we are dealing with them. So specific to the fire budget, no changes in staffing are proposed at this time. We have an increase to our a small increase to the part-time wages to reflect the additional training, NFPA qualifications. We have an increase to parts and repairs budget just to offset the aging apparatus and the repairs that are needed and growing. An increase to the equipment replacement budget. A major increase is reflected in volunteer appreciation, and this is not expected to be a continual line item. I think the program could support itself at approximately $2,000 a year. This is a transfer from reserve on the first year, and it's really a catch-up for the past 10 years where we haven't had an event for the firefighters. So a lot of them, a huge group of them over the past 10 years are worthy of provincial medals and federal medals for their long service. We have to catch up all of that from the past 10 years. So this is a huge event, a big hit. But after this year, we can sustain an appreciation program for approximately $2,000. Moving into the health and safety budget,
Well, fire is important. You got to give us a chance to ask some questions. I'm just curious, Phil, can you just describe, I know you've got a line here, 5210, 6,000, Bruce County EMS recovery. I'm assuming that means when you get there first or you provide service that's the sharing of those, is that what that line is all about?
No, when we provide service to other agencies as requested, we do not bill those traditionally. This is a first response or a tiered response agreement that the county offers for stations, not municipalities, but the coverage area of a station where an ambulance. So it's common to 9 other stations in Bruce County, and our Saugeen protection area doesn't have an ambulance staged in it. So they give us a $5,000 grant. Actually receive the payment from the county to offset some of our expenses of training, response, equipment. It really supplements the EMS.
So if we provide service, and I can't think of an example that, let's say, is on the highway or something, and it would have been a provincial responsibility to respond, are you able to get any assistance from the province for those kinds of expenses?
Yeah, the example you gave is very specific to Highway 21, and when we respond to a car accident on provincial, we bill that out at $410 per truck per hour, and we cover that. Now, our average responses are 1 to 2 a year. We don't do a whole lot of that billing.
And that's not a revenue stream we want to improve.
No, it isn't, but it comes back into recoveries, and we do bill that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kate and Phil, then I'm going to keep asking common theme. We have growth prediction numbers that So the community continues to grow. So at some critical point in the future, we're going to reach a new number of residences and businesses where the expectations of the total number of fire units and fire staff are going to, at some critical point, they will have documentation. Phil may have it now, and it may have been shared with previous councils, that you need to increase the level of service to meet the growth, the increase in growth. So it's either going to happen in the next year, or it's happened in the previous few years and that growth has already been dealt with, or it's going to happen in the next 5, 10, 15 years. Do we have a handle on that? Is there a report that we can read? And does Phil or Kate have any insights on this?
If council bears with us, we're going to have a conversation about fire fleet specifically at the end of the day today, where we have looked at needs for rolling stock over the long term. And Phil has some suggestions for you based on the conversation that we had with respect to that issue at our capital budget meeting. And we also have, based on the growth projections for the community, some DC recoverable items for expansions to facilities for fire. And so we have, I think, over the long term accounted for both bricks and mortar and rolling stock for fire services.
Yes, Mayor, and that's a good point, and maybe a point of clarification for a lot of these things. If you're interested in seeing growth projections and seeing how they will affect capital budgets in the future, look at the development charges background studies. They'll give you indications across a whole bunch of these capital fields what the projections are, and they've been done in great detail. I wanted to ask a question about regard to the firefighter appreciation, and your intention then is to offset that with this transfer from the fire retirement reserve, $5,500, which just by me going back to the last budget and look at the reserve balance will effectively eliminate the balance in that reserve. Could anybody just give me an indication what the fire retirement reserve is, where the money comes from? Is it a reserve now that will lapse and disappear, or is there a reason to continue with it?
That's our intention, Deputy Mayor. Charbonneau, it's an extinguishment of that.
That's a good word. Extinguish it. Extinguish reserves.
It was a reserve that was established back in the days of the Port Algon Fire Department, and the firefighters at that time got a parting gift, if you will. And there, in case a whole bunch of them quit in the same year, they all were entitled to a retirement payment, if you will, actually of cash, and that's not the practice anymore, and we're that reserve being established as it is.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Kate, then line item 6210 4435, fire equipment replacement. Can you differentiate? Is there subtleties between capital replacing SCBA's and fire equipment replacement in this line item?
I'll defer that to Phil.
Yes, there is. When we talk about our equipment, there's pooled capital assets, the SCBA, the hose, the things we talk about at capital, but then there's other just equipment, shovels, rakes, chainsaws, smaller stuff. But when we add all the equipment together in the two fire stations, there's over $1.5 million worth of smaller pieces of equipment that age, and we have to remember that they need a replacement. So when we looked at that, it's if you assume a 20-year replacement schedule, it's $70,000 a year just to maintain that equipment, and we've been gradually increasing that replacement line to replace the stuff that doesn't fall into capital. And I'm not suggesting a $70,000 line there, but I am suggesting an increase over the next 3 or 4 years to get us to a sustainable number for the stuff that doesn't fall into the capital items.
Follow-up question then. I'll explore with Phil, or I can ask if I can explore with Phil, or we can all get more detail on shovels and tools that don't last beyond so many years, and we're replacing them at $40,000 a year. It just seems a little a little excessive to my way of thinking.
Yeah,
I need to be educated. Thank you.
Sure, and just again a point of clarification. I don't at any time, if you have a question like that, by all means approach Phil or approach the CIO, and I think they'll get the answer for you. You don't need to do it in this setting, Neil. You're welcome at any time.
Moving on to corporate health and safety. No new programs are proposed here. One of the major differences is we've taken the EAP, and that's an acronym for Employee Assistance Program, and it's very much a mental health first aid program, if you could, and it tries to give the employee the help they need, but also offset possible WSIB claims down the road if need be. And we put it into the health and safety budget from the regular admin one, and it shows up here for the first time. Other than that, no changes to the program as it is. Emergency
EAP business. If you have no claim again for that money in the year 2015, does that then transfer? If you're, is it not spent, or what exactly?
Much like an insurance policy, you're paying whether it's used or not. They're on retainer for their services.
So you're paying an I guess I'm not understanding exactly how it works then. So you're paying an organization to stand up, stay up.
Correct.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah. And we haven't had any surcharges to that flat rate in the past, but it is possible that if we had a very bad year or where the services were needed a lot, we could have a surcharge to it too. But historically, for the last 10 years, we haven't added the $10,000 to $12,000 has covered it every year.
And that's EAP for the whole organization, not just fire service.
Correct.
Cover the police as well?
Corporately, police, fire,
yeah.
and everyone. Emergency preparedness-wise, it does have a net zero balance, but that's due to a grant that was established from Bruce Power last year. Our efforts are continued there. We've changed some of the details just to reflect. I'll remind Council that any unspent funds get transferred to the operations reserve. We spend that on other projects.
I'm sorry. Maybe I stayed out too late last night. Were we supposed to start saying areas where we thought we could make savings as we went through these budgets, or are we going to wait till the end?
Well, I think this morning we said we were going to wait till the end and go through it, but if you've got a suggestion, raise it and we'll make sure that it gets covered, but I think at the end we will go through.
A quick one for me, and I know it's a tough one, but I'm thinking the EAP program is really important. The volunteer appreciation program is really important, and they add up to $20,000. And I think the replacement tools at $40,000 is excessive in my mind, but I haven't got enough information. My suggestion would be that reduce the replacement tools to $20,000 and keep that EAP and that volunteer appreciation program. So there's a $20,000 saving in this budget, in my immediate estimation and look.
Do you want to comment to that, Phil? I think it would be really valuable for us all, I guess, if you're going to describe it as not just shovels and axes, that there will be some of that will be emergency equipment that needs to be replaced.
Absolutely. So previous councils have seen schedules of all of our equipment, and when you lay it out on 6 pages of spreadsheets, the little stuff and the big stuff, it's very, very expensive. And I maybe should not have said shovels and rakes. It's life safety ropes that have a defined life that need to be replaced, that don't fall in the capital program, but they simply need to be replaced for our programs, for our level of service, but also to maintain them in a safe state. I think Council would be more acceptive of this replacement schedule if I could lay out all the equipment in detail. and show how 40,000 isn't even half funding our replacement program as it is right now.
I'm Mr. Mayor, if I can follow up. It's a significant change, right? We've gone from 27,000 in 2013 to a budget of 30,000 in 2014. Significant increase to 2015 to 40,000, and comments being made that it should be $70,000. So at some point, some of this may have to be looked at as capital replacement, long-term capital replacement of equipment, as opposed to annual replacement costs for small pieces of equipment that annually, my snow brush breaks and I need a new snow brush annually. I get that the fire department needs annual equipment replacement costs. It just seems very provocative to put 40,000 in and say it should be 70,000, and in the past it was under 30,000.
That's not unusual, though. I mean, we'll go through here, and we can vote on that at the end, Neil, if you want to cut that back to 20,000 by all means, but I think Larry's got a comment, and then we'll let Phil comment, and we'll get to you, Diane.
I think what Kate and I have encouraged Phil to do is to try and stabilize these types of programs where we can, so that it is a consistent impact to the tax rate, and so we aren't dealing with things like council has this year in terms of the SCBA replacement, where it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. That is a one-shot deal. So from staff's perspective, it stabilizes what the taxpayer is paying for an ongoing program that's necessary and stops those spikes from occurring. We've encouraged Phil to do the inventory of the small equipment, and as he points out, it's over $1 million, and that's a significant number. And so it would be significant if it were all consolidated and put together as a capital request as well. But if we can manage it through the operating budget by incrementally increasing this contribution over time, I think it serves the taxpayers better over the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see this in a way as a bit of catch-up in terms of documenting and indicating on paper. I also understand, and I can be corrected on this, our procurement policy enables certain kinds of purchases up to certain limits for certain reasons. I really do not see the capital budget as being the place where every year we see requests for extremely small expenditures, and I'll use shovels and rakes too. That's not the point of the capital budget. We've got a multi-million-dollar operation. We've got fire trucks in that building that are worth over $1 million, and $40,000 sets up an opportunity that if a piece of equipment gets broken, it gets lost, it gets, for whatever reason, unusable, this enables the fire department to deal with it at the time. I don't have any problem with $40,000 being there, and I think it's great of Phil to not have it show us 70,000. We should have saw the 70,000 first, and then we would have had the discussion to get it down to 40, recognizing the need for it. So this is not an item that is deserving of a cut from us, because we need to facilitate emergency services to respond when they need to respond to their needs. None of us are on the fire truck. Thank you.
I just make a comment about the process that I would like to see us take here today with regard to this, and that is that I have a few ideas that I'll talk about at the end of things we could change. When it comes to specific line item things like that, where there's a lot of stuff in it that we're not really going to really understand talking around here, I would say at the end, one of the things we should do is council should come up with a target that it's looking for, and feed that back to staff and allow them to make changes inside the departments where they see fit to try and meet the target, so that Phil could go back and look at his $40,000 and see how he might adjust that, or other lines in his budget, and all other department heads as well, rather than us. I would be concerned about making a cut to a particular line item like that I don't fully understand the implication, and I don't know that I, this setting will, without going and doing Phil's job, which I don't really want to do because Phil's much better at it. Would be. So I think that would be my just a statement, Mr. Mayor, about a preferred process that I would like to see.
And I think, to me, well, when we get to the end there, I think we'll have that discussion about how we want to decide that. And there's a couple of options, and that's individually or a combination. To say get to a number, and here's some things we don't like, and then staff find some of their preferences. So anyway, I'm not suggesting one way or the other right now, but we'll get to that when we have at the end.
As a final comment to that line, I will say that I'll have to review it heavily in 2016 and bring back a lot of other solutions to that number as we're proposing to fund the capital replacement of SCBA from operating in future years and spread that cost out over 10 to 15 years. So I will have to very much so review those numbers.
All right, so police is next, and I'll pass it over to Dan to speak up. I just passed around an updated police detailed budget, and there is a change in that to the benefits line item over what was originally included in your budget package. There has been, and we had a discussion this morning, there has been an issue between the budget that was provided to you and the budget that was approved to the board, and I will take responsibility for that. I understand that we cannot change the board's budget. What they have passed is what we should be presenting to you, so there was a bit of a miscommunication there, and not to downgrade that, I would be certain that for any final budget or anything, we will double check every line item and ensure that the budget that we're bringing forward is the budget that the board has approved. So there is a small difference in the total expenses, bringing the new total for police services as we've presented here to 3.5. That's a 3.4% increase. I understand from Dan that the number that I put in for benefits is still not the number that the police board had approved, so we will adjust that again. When we get to the final budget, we will certainly have the actual numbers, but I believe at this point we're much closer to that bottom line at the 3.4%. And I do apologize for the miscommunication there. I will be certain to do a better double check in the future.
And that's fine. And I would just make a suggestion, Mr. Mayor, that if the document as it is presented today, as Kate has presented it, meets with council's approval, that we consider sending it back to the board as a suggestion, an overall suggestion to the board as a direction. Require the board's approval to move forward. But I appreciate the intention of what the treasurer is doing here and attempting to strengthen the board's budget. I'm certain the board would appreciate that as well, and would grateful to consider the budget that has been put forward. So I would just say, and just to clarify what we could do and to make that work, and just so that it all works, that the council could, if the council's happy with it, send it back, and the board would consider the document as presented.
No. What's for supper? No, I won't be. Work. A few of the things that I listed on the slides here simply were talking about what the police service is responsible for and what the board governs. I won't read them out to you. Have some discussion on a few things. Some of the things that we're continually working on, and things do change as time goes on. The consistent pressure that we are under to be dealing with drug dealers and drug use within the community causes us to change our tactics quite often, causes us to have some different equipment that I'll get into a little bit later on. Lock it or lose it is something that I talk about quite often in press releases, and it's something that is very easy for the community to help the police help themselves and keep their budget down, where quite simply locking your car can cut down on a lot of occurrences and a lot of thefts. Continued traffic enforcement, hopefully in the reduction of collisions, and we just released our study, and I don't know whether councillors had it forward to them yet or not. Good. That's what the press was on me about. Continuing building relationships with youth. Back when I was in the criminal investigation office in 2002, I maybe did 4 or 5 warrants a year. I thought I was very busy. Our 2 criminal investigators now do 30 plus warrants in 2013 and 2014. It's a lot of work. And we've implemented that digital fingerprint technology which assists us in sending our RCMP. Our goals for 2015 continue the same, continued communication with the public, continue our solid relations with First Nations. I used to have regular meetings with Randall Coggy, and hopefully I'll continue. Equipment and IT are always a challenge for us, and it continues to change as time goes on. We're working right now on in-car computers, which was a grant that one of my officers applied for to get $50,000 in order to have the in-car computers. It keeps officers out on the street a little more opposed to in the office doing reports, and it has a lot to do with officer safety. Continued education on mental health issues. Continue to do training on that in our training. And we also have requests from December that will be having some challenges that will budgetary challenges for us as well.
I haven't actually been inside a cruiser, thank goodness, or really looked at one and studied it, but do we have any onboard cameras?
No.
And I do note that police in general are being asked to consider cameras in their vehicles and cameras on their persons to better help the police and the public as well in the event. I wondered if that's something going forward we should consider. And the second one I wanted to ask is the traffic enforcement to reduce collisions and the motor vehicle accident report that you gave us. I note that you worked with Stuart Doyle to, I think you did, to install 4-way stops at the Market and Waterloo Street intersection. And I'm wondering if there's another opportunity to change the basis to add to the discussion on what we do with intersections and what we do with street lighting and what we do with sidewalks, and the criteria that is used to prioritize which street should be done next from Stuart's point of view, whether we could integrate your concerns and your motor vehicle accident report so that the priority might change on changing a piece of road, increasing a sidewalk, changing it to a 4-way stop, changing it to a 1-way street. If the two of you are more conversant with those items, we might be able to better handle the incidents that you're facing and give Stuart and us some better design on what we should be doing next.
Each year, at the end of the year, I meet with the Public Works and we discuss the collision histories and the causation for them. So Stu and Dave will come over to the office, and we used to have a pin map. Now we have this reporting system where we would look at where the problem areas are. Then we would go back and pull off all of the reports to try to find what the causation was for those accidents. And that was used in future planning designs by Stu. So yes.
Specifically, what I saw was a large percentage of stoplight intersection motor vehicle accidents. It seemed like there was a disproportionately high number of those, and I wondered when I see some near misses myself, and I was involved in one, where the pedestrians are not cleared first, the vehicles are getting advanced greens, and then the stop sign changes to a go, and the pedestrians walk out as somebody's running an amber, and we're getting into some really tight situations, whether there's a different philosophy there that could be incorporated and changed on street lights, and whether that would reduce the number of incidents at those intersections.
Okay. Dealing with your first issue about cameras in the cars, that is something that we are considering writing a warrant or a grant application for to get as well. I believe it helps the interaction of the public, period, with us and us with them. Body-worn cameras is something that, as a police service and a police board, we've done a trial run on those. There are a lot of issues right now around freedom of information, just the privacy information, privacy controls over individuals that really shouldn't be taped or whatever. A lot of IT money that's involved when it comes to storage, because public complaints can be submitted after 6 months, up to 6 months after the incident. So you're required to be storing a lot of video data for 6 months, which again creates a lot of issues when it comes to storage and IT. It also creates a further monetary issue when it comes to the disclosure in court, where if we have video of a vehicle stop or we have video of interaction with a police officer, then someone has to take the time to then turn around and copy that. So between freedom of information issues and just the dollar value for IT, we're kind of sitting back watching at what the rest of Ontario is doing for. But in-car is a lot less of an issue than it would be looking at both.
Dan, just before you go on, you back to that 30 warrants a year, but you did send an email out recently about the reduced hours for the JP in Walkerton, and just to comment, and I point this because I think it's, again, another step for the province is trying to save some money that's eventually going to end up costing us money. So maybe you can just give us a...
I was going to come up a bit later, but I'll do it
okay,
now.
Sure. Well, then I'll wait. That's fine.
That's okay. What they did was, in Walkerton, was they gave us a letter last week or a week and a half ago to indicate that they're not going to, they will no longer do bail hearings in Walkerton, which simply means our court from here actually used to be in Southampton, which was pretty cool. Then they decided there was no court in Southampton at all, and we all had to go to Walkerton, which is 35 or 40 minutes. All of the judiciary, the JP, all of our bail hearings, all of our trials, every legal process has to go through Walkerton. A week and a half ago, we got a letter from one of the that longer be doing bail hearings. We have to now. In Walkerton, we have, and we share, and as part of our budget, a court case manager. So we have to, OPP do not do that for other services don't. So we share with Hanover and West Grey, a court case manager. Do all of those files, swear to all the information, send back all the next court dates to the police service. But also, if we have somebody tonight commits a crime where they have to be held bail hearing, we have to bring them to court tomorrow or to hold them in. And so right now they're saying now we have to go to don't have court case management in Owen Sound. Thornberger of Owen Sound Police Service wasn't aware of it. He doesn't have the staff to be able to extra bodies there either for services, plus the OPP detachments to be bringing bail here. But we really don't know what the implications of it are, and I don't really know what the trigger is, because usually there's something that caused it to happen. My belief is when you saw the jail close in Walkerton, the eventuality was going to be that they want to close the court office.
Yeah, and I think that's where I was going with it. I think we should be very vigilant about watching what we do. Not only, I mean, I think it'll affect our police service, but even if the county owns that building and leases that as a court, and I know they're looking to save money, but it's not fair that they download that onto us. I think that's my in the general comment. So we can go on.
The The other thing to add to that is there was zero consultation with it, so we didn't have any idea it was her. And we meet on Thursday, the area detachment commanders and it has a financial impact on us, but it certainly has one on the county, which will impact us too.
Mr. Mayor, is it only for the non-OPP covered jurisdictions that the bail hearings are not going to be done in Walkerton, or is it all bail hearings are done?
Everybody.
Everybody, okay. So OPP's in the same boat?
Yes. That's why we'll be meeting with detachment commanders as well. Some of the Bruce Peninsula goes to Court already. Quite a majority of it goes to South Bruce Peninsula, which is Marketing Garden. They go to Marketing. And us, West Grey, and Hamilton. But they don't really have county boundaries is because of the geographics of our area. But they do. We'll see how that works out, but I'll be able to report back to the board after my meeting. Some of their challenges over the next little bit, budget constraints. Last year we had a grant terminated from the federal government, but we still have two briefly touch on. Downloading of provincial responsibilities or shifting of responsibilities. A lot of it is mental health. And a lot of it is currently, our facility is undersized, and we're really working at trying to come up with some solutions to fix patient requirements. We continue to have case law come down that increases the complexity of how we have to do it. Cybercrime, and I've talked with the service board and council in the past, cybercrime, internet luring, sex crimes, and pornography on the rise across the province, across Canada, but certainly that requires a lot of extra training, which costs a fair piece of money, but it also requires a lot of equipment. So when it comes to simply downloading kiddie porn and child porn and everything, not off this phone, but off of technology, and there's so many different pieces of technology out there that we have to have the officers updated with their training, updated with the ability to be able to write the warrants to get the information off of these things, and the equipment to dig into it. I think I've told you in the past, I was naive enough a few years back to think sexting was just type in a sexy message to. Apparently, it's progressed way past that, and a lot of sexting really is involving public school aged kids or younger. Once those images start being shared, we're having 16, 17-year-olds read pornography and get charged with pornography. Odd phenomenon that's occurring, but it's still on. And a lot of it has us dealing with drugs and related spin-off crimes. A lot of vehicle entries and a lot of minor thefts are done just as there is a general lack of supports for those that are suffering from mental illness within our Grey County, Bruce County, and our community. Well, a lot of times, once people are not having the supports that they need within the community, you end up dealing with them crimes. Actually, continue to push for more. Budget-wise, I'll just go over a couple of things for you because basically the police service budget is held the line on pretty well everything except a few that I'll go over. A couple things that I'll bring up because we have 6 new councillors here. In our revenue line item for 50/50, we have $65,000 there in our budget. In 1999, we started receiving $30,000 a year through the CPP. Help fund an officer, so we increased our staff back in '99 to do that. So we have been receiving $30,000 a year. And in 2006, we started receiving $35,000 a year under the 1,000 officer. Supposedly, those are both in perpetuity, but again, it's government. So, currently, under our salary line item, we are a police service of 21 officers and 3 full-time civilian staff. We reduced from 20. Having some difficulties, we had some other staffing issues at that time as well, but reduced in staff, and time will tell, and I'll probably bring to you next year what my thoughts are on that after. We're in a contract negotiation year this year, so come to trying to figure out what our it's my best guess at what I see going across the province. I've been doing budgets now, I think, since 2006. I've been doing that. Never been out by more than 0.1% of what things are like. The full-time salaries also includes things like officers' differential pay, acting pay, and extra pay week of about $44,000. In our expenses as well, again, basically I've held the line on every single item. There are a few that come up that are a little bit different. When it comes to our fuel costs, I had 4710, sorry. Yes, we had bumped that up to 52,000 from 47. Now that the reduction in costs are there, we lowered that back down to $47,000. That's something that I did without approval of the board, but I can't imagine the board has any issue with the budget. And over the last 2 years, we have reduced from 9 vehicles within the police down to 6. It doesn't go without its challenges, but what that did do is reduce some of our insurance line item by about $4,900. The budget that was submitted by the service board had a benefit line item and a retiree benefit line item of $654,142 on it. Retirement was $24,307. That's something that, as the police service board approved a 4% budget, the reductions within the insurance and within the fuel bring it down to 3.8. I'll have to bring back to the board some discussion. So it doesn't take much, really, if you think about it. A $5,000 drop lowers our budget by 0.2%. It doesn't take much to affect it on either.
Well, just a question through you to Kate. So basically, Kate, that reduction of $60,000 in benefits, will it or will it not affect the tax levy bottom line, or is that those savings basically being transferred to another account, or is that? Is that a savings?
Yes, so I've just in our operating budget here, I've entered the number as Dan just provided, and that brings the tax levy increase to, it was at 7.25, 7.37. So that is less than what you have in your package, which was originally at 7.81. But currently with the benefit cost that Dan just provided, we're sitting at 7.37.
Did we not hear a number earlier of 7.25?
Yeah, so as I had said at the beginning, the number that I had put in to my adjusted one still didn't have the budget figure or the benefit figure that Dan has in his detailed budget. So I've just updated again, and it brings us to 7.37.
Just some information, just to keep educating us. In your budget, you've got 3955 is parking tag administration, $10,000. And then as you continue along, you'll see a parking ticket cost of $3,000. Could you maybe just give us a little bit of information about if you write a parking ticket, where that revenue goes? If you write any other kind of ticket here, where that revenue goes? Because I always get asked, you're out there writing tickets on the road, and sometimes we see the revenue, sometimes we don't. Could you maybe just give us a little bit of an explanation?
There are two streams that we can deal with on the road. There's municipal bylaw, which is your domain, and there's provincial offenses, which is the province. So when we write a speeding ticket, a stop sign, trespass to property, anything that's a provincial. Some time ago, and I don't remember how many years ago now, we turned over the administration of that type of thing to Grey County. So in Owen Sound office, Grey County officials do all of the administration and all of the processing of the tickets and all of the processing in Walkerton Court. So sometimes once or sometimes twice a year, we'll get a check for about $600 of the amount of tickets that we write. But we don't have to do any of the other part. Provincial offenses, we don't get hardly anything from. Bylaws are money that comes directly back to the town. Where the bylaw officer is. And police service administers that. So third maybe of the time of one of my staff has done. Sometimes people just pay them. Sometimes they don't pay them. So when they don't pay them, we send another note that says notice of impending conviction, which usually they don't then, or if they want to have a trial, then we're prosecutor to go to court. Worth it money-wise. Past pocket. We weren't able to follow up with the proper paperwork to help.
It was more for the benefit of all of us because I remember my first year here, I was under the impression that if you wrote a speeding ticket, we got a pretty good cut of that, but we don't.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions, Chief. Now, do we receive any services from the OPP at all, the supplement when necessary currently?
Yes.
Yeah. Do we get billed for that?
No.
Is there
Basically,
potential for that to be billed in the future?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was kind of the line. Was whether or not there is potential in the future that we may get billed for that?
There's always potential that you could end up getting. What we have in place is a framework agreement that simply, the OPP has their billion-dollar budget that they deal with, but when it comes to major offenses, we all in this room pay a provincial tax to it. Remember what the dollar value is? I seem to think it's $78 positive. So we all actually pay into that pot as well. So when major crime occurs, or the sexual offense, or a homicide, or my class of violent class registry, all of those things are administered by the OPP. When we have a fatality here, we call in a reconstructionist to from the OPP.
Good to know. I was also looking at the dispatch line item. In your opinion, and I don't really know how to is that the best effective use, having Owens after our dispatch, or is there potential for our revenue if we're able to do dispatch here? And for
We have brought it up and talked about it quite a bit. If you were to try to do a county dispatch service, you have a lot of capital expenditure to put out. Backup. And staffing required to cover that.
never do it unless we're
Not just for
municipalities.
police.
Yeah.
There's other opportunities.
You could do it for
as well.
fire, and you could do it for maybe other municipalities. And I have one last question. With regard to police salaries overtime, I think it was $94,000. Is that
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
police overtime costs, salaries? Was that mostly related to court, or is there a need for an additional constable sometime in the future?
Now, last year we had a lot of staffing issues, 2 long-term and 4 or 5. Our overtime and our part-time budgets were covered that money, offset some of the other values that you see. That is always the debate when it comes to looking at staffing, is whether or not hiring another officer. But that debate's always there.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I just make a comment sort of in response to what Councillor Rich just brought up with regard to the framework agreement with the OPP, and to add a little clarification and additional information to what the chief said there. The board is in receipt of communication from the OPP informing us that they intend to renegotiate the framework agreements. There has been no movement since we received that communication. Where some but we don't know what that's going to look like at all. But we do know that there's a fair bit happening in the world of the OPP with regard to assessing their costs and attempting to, from their management standpoint, attempting to better understand what their costs are and to do a better job of assessing costs to municipalities who use their service. And I think we can safely assume that the OPP is also considering that very carefully when it comes to the framework services they're providing, which is why the chief was wise to say that anything is possible in the future, I think, with regard to cost assessment. But it's also important to note, and council should be aware, that Saugeen Shores Police Service provides a great deal of service inside the OPP's jurisdiction, both on Saugeen First Nation and on Highway 21. And so what we have at the moment is a very mutually beneficial quid pro quo arrangement where we provide service to them and they provide service to us, in my view. And that is it's a positive relationship, an excellent relationship between Saugeen Shores Police and the OPP. And I think council should be aware of that, and the board's intent to try to maintain that relationship, because I think it benefits us certainly, and I think it benefits you as well. So I just wanted to add that context, Mr. Mayor.
The other on just the police budget, because I just have to touch on. The board's budget has remained unchanged except for the addition of $15,000 that we're wishing to put into our legal operating, but we would like also to be able to carry that in a reserve account from year to year. Last year we had this in our budget and it got removed. This year our legal is going to be several $1,000s higher than that, even if that money had. So what we're hoping to do is set up a small legal reserve to be able to deal with the complexities now of some of the decisions that we get. Dealing with human resource matters, so internal, SIU, OIPD, contract bargaining, contract language. All of these things tend to, not all of them, but most of them tend to require some legal advice for us to make the proper decisions to not cost us money down. So there's a lot of complexities anymore when it comes to legal, and that's just become a litigious society in Canada. We follow the state. Have something in place to, at some point, the board would make a decision. Sufficient amount there to stop. Truly need to.
Just to add to that, I can tell you that the board anticipates legal expenses in 2015 in excess of what is in that particular line item. Have in the past been able to offset our our legal costs by finding savings in other line items of the general police services budget, and the chief has been very good at doing that. But I think for clarification, as we knew in 2014 when we requested this funding, that our legal fees would likely be what was in the budget, and that turned out to be the case, significantly the case. And I think we are very much anticipating that this, what you see in the police will not be sufficient to cover our legal fees. Hoping to be able to offset that in other ways. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The comment about legal expenses has come up already a number of times. When do we reach the critical mass point that we might consider having an on-staff lawyer as an employee to have the resource available? That's a super lawyer, because there's so many different kinds of concerns, I guess, that would come there. But I'm just curious, are we getting close to that critical mass?
Mr. Mayor, I've done that analysis twice in my career so far, and I can tell you we aren't close yet.
Any other questions? It's 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, actually, 10 after. So thanks. No other questions for Dan. Thanks very much, Dan and Philip. And I think we'll break for lunch. And I don't know, do you want to take 30 minutes or 40 minutes? So let's come back at 1:45. We still have a fair amount of information to go through. So, and then we don't want to rush anybody. So how about we try and come back about 1:45? We're going to start this afternoon with the building department, and Bart, the floor is yours.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. Development services comprise of building standards, bylaw enforcement, planning, and the Conservation Authority. In 2014, the achievements were we had about $32 million in construction value, roughly 278 building permits. We continue to streamline the site plan review process. A new subdivision was Piper's Glen, and we completed Phase 2 of Woodlands and Pegasus Trail subdivisions. In 2015, the goals will be to complete update of our zoning bylaw, the Port Elgin CIP, the new sign bylaw, and development charges study and bylaw update, which will at a time. 2015 challenges will continue. The DC appeal will result in additional legal fees. It is expected that 2015 is to reflect 2014 and new home construction projects. And on a good note, the Southampton Hospital Emergency Laboratory renovation addition is expected to proceed in 2015. A building permit application has been submitted to the town, and the project is approximately $10 million in value. Catch up my.
How much of a building permit fee do we get on a $10 million project?
Well, luckily it's not based on value, it's based on area. So on that project it'll be fairly substantial, but it won't be based on value. Service area, building standards, the highlights, permit fee increase is estimated to be based on user fees charged. We just did the bylaw for that. Wages this year will be slightly higher than usual due to an overlap of retired employees and a new hire. Internal allocations increase as building vehicles are included in fleet service and to allocate other administration overhead. Building fees are to set up to be revenue neutral over time. The budget defect is offset by transfer from building reserve. The building reserve, as it stands right now, is approximately $180,000. So it's going to take a while before we run out of money, but eventually, if we don't pick up our permits, they'll have to.
Wanted to ask, is that balance that you just stated before or after the withdrawal to cover the deficit?
That's before.
So we're looking after this about 130,000 left in the reserve.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Bylaw, revenue decreased to reflect historical actual. Our reserves are unchanged over prior years and no other significant changes for 2015. The highlights in our next screen, planning, are the legal fees have increased in anticipation of additional fees associated with the DC appeal. External transfers represent an estimate grant amount for future addition to the CIP. The proposed change.
Service level change sheet with that, and I think our intent was to deal with these changes at about the end of as we get close to the end, if we want to deal with them then. Okay, so we'll just let it go. So it's a $10,000 increase in the grant program, what we're asking for, and we'll deal with that when we get a little farther on.
Thank you. And then the final thing is the service of the Conservation Authority, which is just a number that's passed to us. We have a little control over it, and here it sits.
My question is with regard to the Lake Huron Center for Coastal Conservation. If somebody could answer for me, is that like the Conservation Authority? Is that an organization that we are mandated by law to finance? So we're voluntary members of that organization. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. I was going to ask about that too, because it's interesting when you get into the Conservation Authority budget, they pay money to Lake Huron Coastal Conservation too. So I was going to ask, what service do they specifically provide to us? And I know that last year they came and did some great talks at the beach, which were very well attended. Hopefully we'll do that again. I'm just, what other role do they play? Because we seem to be paying for their connection to us twice.
That is a good question, and I think, we've historically been members there, and in a little history, I think it was about in the late 90s when the Conservation Authority was downstaffed significantly and their budget was cut significantly, and a lot of these places went out, and forestry was one, and they started this service, and then the Conservation Authority, as part of their mandate, need that expertise is there, so they contract for that they pay for that on some basis, and we can get clarity on that. I think it wouldn't hurt perhaps to have Jeff or somebody from I don't know. We used to have members from the board on the board from this community. I don't know if we still do or not, but it would probably be worthwhile to have Jeff Peach come and explain why we're giving him $5,000. Sure. Yep.
I also wanted to ask, Bart, you mentioned, two things. I wanted to ask for any kind of comment at all about bylaw enforcement, how we're doing, because it costs us more than we realize in revenue, but, I don't think having another bylaw officer wouldn't necessarily improve things. But then I also would appreciate a comment. You say that you're having some success and you're going to continue it to streamline the site plan process. Could you just give us a couple comments about what's happening with that?
So the site plan process I'll start off with. We started off with kind of making it more efficient and being more consistent in the way we deal with applications and the way we deal with presenting ourselves out there in the community. So some of those things are long-term things where people have a better interpretation of how they are being dealt with and how they're going to be dealt with within Saugeen Shores. So they're coming for multiple applications over, say, 2 or 3 years, they'll feel that they're being treated the same way and that there's a very consistent way of business. So that's what we're trying to do.
As a follow-up, one of the challenges that I've always felt is we, of course, we have a chance to see a site plan sometimes in advance because it might be back there on the counter in a binder, but is there some way that perhaps some sort of flag or something could come to all of us? Because often by the time we see a site plan, it's already been through about 5, 6, 7, 8 meetings and whatever, and then for any kind of contribution from us, it's almost the drawings are finished and almost stamped, and then a member of council says something. Is there some way that maybe we could know about one that's in the works a little earlier?
It's something that we acknowledge, from the change of council, from the last council to this council. One of the issues that were brought up. I think it's something we want to address. We're not sure how we're going to get those pieces together yet, but we acknowledge that there's some feedback from council that they want to hear about it earlier. And we're just trying to figure out how to make that actually achievable. Hopefully that'll happen in 2015.
The suggestion that is percolating at the moment is simply an information report attached to a committee agenda when a complete application is received, so there is notice in the public domain that there is something there, and if councillors have an interest, they can follow up with staff after. But that is one method we're contemplating.
And the bylaw officer, I think we've seen he's fairly busy, does a lot on his plate, and we've received more information on concerns regarding property standards in the last 18 months ago to today. And we haven't asked for a service increase on that point yet, and we haven't really received feedback. But there's an direction either.
Councillor Grace?
Mr. Mayor, my question goes back to planning, actually, and the legal fee for the development charge appeal. I'm not sure if this was answered at an earlier meeting, but is there any chance of us, as part of the appeal process, of recovering our legal expenses?
I'll let Mr. Allison answer that question. He's answered it to the previous council. So,
through Mr. Mayor, the costs that we incur in defending our bylaw are not recoverable through the development charges regime. But at this stage of the litigation process and what will transpire tomorrow, if we are victorious, we can, in round 2, we can seek costs from the other party, but they aren't always dollar for dollar.
Any other questions for Bart? I guess we're... Thank you, Bart. Well, I guess our next item... The next then is our Business Enterprise Center, and Jill is here. And thank you and welcome. We've been here all day, so you can enlighten us for this afternoon. Very good. Just want to turn your mic on the... Yep.
Thank you, Bart. So I'll just go through sort of our core programs. Don't want to yell at you. So the Business Enterprise Center provides business support, entrepreneurship. We do that through business consultations. We also have a fairly large educational component to that. Those programs include our Bridges to Better Business event,
business series programs to our Aboriginal, and we do focus. We also do youth programs. In fact, this past year, we've established more youth programs. Summer Company has been in existence. Starter company that is for youth who are not in school. That's fairly new. We just started that program. And then we are about to roll out a high school outreach program. And we intend to go into the high schools this semester. Talk about entrepreneurship as a career choice. Those are some of the things. Some of the achievements as they are related to the budget. The most significant change that happened this past year is that previously, and this is a provincial program in partnership with the municipality, so in previous years we worked on a services rendered agreement where we given a set amount of money here as our core budget, and we would invoice the province. And then if we wanted to do any programs outside of that, the core programs that we do, for example, a business event, or if we wanted to do those kinds of programs, we'd actually have to do a proposal to the province with a budget, and then they'd approve that budget, extend some of the money to us, we'd run the event, and then at the end of the event, we'd get the funding. Now what they've done is they've transfer payment agreement. Now we have a commitment, a 3-year commitment right now with the province. So our budget is set. All of the money, we did a business plan last year for 3 years, April to March each year. And that included all of the programs that we're going to offer and our core program. So now we have a 3-year funding agreement instead of not knowing where you are from each year. That's been the most significant change. And through the youth employment, we were able to hire a youth, which is great. And this year, another achievement is that we've continued to fund it through our goals for 2015, and these are goals that are specifically related to the budget. We've got lots of goals this year, so just a few that relate to finance. And one is always to continue to seek additional. Another is to continue to establish partnership funding through the county. Sort of stable. And to continue to work with our community partners and seek sponsorship. And this works really well when we do programs, beyond Saugeen Shores. Certainly in Saugeen Shores, we already have the Chamber, of course. But in other communities as well, if we work with chambers and VIPs, that really, it helps the whole process, helps generate registration numbers, working with those community partners. So our challenges always are to increase financial. Well, this year, because we've gone to the transfer system, are now required to pay very close attention to our finances. In fact, our office is audited, aside from being audited we are audited from a program. Make sure that the funds that we've been given by the province are actually used. So that takes a lot more effort on our behalf. It used to be, and we still do, go through the treasury. But now we're doing basically 2 books. So that's taken up a lot more time. And then, of course, there's the uncertainty on the longevity of the youth programs. Funding, that would mean losing our part-timers. And then, of course, there's always the uncertainty. We've been lucky or not lucky. Their support, so I that will continue in future years, but I don't. So, here's our budget. Just point out that we do have a service, and that is currently the Business Enterprise Center has. We have a business development coordinator who is also working full-time, but that's fine. And then we have a part-time youth program / our marketing coordinator. So my intent in this year's budget process, move that to full-time. Now that we have established a funding province, needed for a 3-year term. Right thing to do. That position was established.
Go ahead, Mike.
To you, Mr. Mayor. Jill, just wondering, Jill, what the cost implications will be. I mean, it looks favorable this year, and I'm just wondering what the cost implications may be 2016 when it comes to OMERS benefits. And in 3 years' time, it looks good for the next 3 years with some stable funding. I guess nothing's guaranteed. What's the process after the 3-year period? Is it something that the track record has been where in 3 years' time that you've heard from the province that it also looks good in 3 years, or how do we know that? And I guess could there be bigger cost implications of what we're seeing here in 2016 and onward?
So we did a budget 3 years out. I can share with you, it did come to council, obviously. But we put that into our budget. So the municipal to have a partnership program, the province does require that the municipality is a funding partnership, so have that funding. We've put that into our 3-year agreement. It does increase over those 3 years, but primarily it's the same increase, right around $1,500. And we've worked that position into those.
So the $1,500 increase, so I'm clear, even though there'd be significant changes, if you're becoming an employee, there's OMERS benefits, there's matching premiums, it's a cost to the municipality. You're saying that that cost will be absorbed through the plan, to the dollars? With your funding source external.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Jill. A couple of questions, I guess. One is with regard to your line item on the signage and facade. Grant 2015, you're looking for $3,400 for the facade. The facade looks done to me. Yeah. So what do you need $3,400 for?
So that money was already basically allocated in the funds from the province.
Not exactly. So is it not paid for yet? Is that why we're spending $3,400, or is it, why does 2015 have the $3,400 expense? Is it maybe Kate or somebody?
I can speak to that a little bit. So the way, now that there's a 3-year agreement for the Business Enterprise Center, we're really looking at that bottom line number as being the town's contribution. At the end of the year, if they're over or short, we'll get it so that that number stays within the town's contribution with the transfer to reserve. So the fact that the money was actually spent in 2014 just means our transfer to reserve will be less. And by including that detailed line item so that the province knows about it in 2015, it'll come out of that reserve balance basically. But the town's contribution, that bottom line, is really the year-over-year figure that will stay constant.
Right. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, could you regard to the staffing change that you're suggesting, I don't want to get into discussing an identifiable individual, but could you maybe explain to us what the overall or the general benefit to the corporation is in making that change? I understand there's a benefit to the individual, and potentially, I would like to know what the benefit is to the corporation.
So, and we're really looking at this. But it does give us some stability. We're business consultants, and we have to be the best at our game, and so with
Thank you. Do we have any requirements at all if we are creating a full-time position? Post the position, advertise it? Would that play a role in any of this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the policy decision council is being asked is to increase your full-time complement by 1. The administrative function is to determine how that's to be filled.
Any other questions? Just to comment, Jill, and we hope you come back again. Last night at discussion, we had a discussion about our community services are putting on a workshop about how you would host or develop and host a special event and all of the steps that you would need to go through that. And one of the comments was that what are all the steps that you need to go through to start up a business in the community? So starting with all of your regulatory requirements, and we would love, and now don't put a lot of time in it, but at some point during the next year that you can come back and perhaps brief us on that, about what the challenges are and what a new entrepreneur faces about trying to start a new business in our community. And perhaps you could bring back some suggestions about how we could make it a little easier for people to do that also, because I think it's always a learning experience when you understand how difficult it really is to get started in a business and all the things we need to face. So I'll leave that with you whenever you feel comfortable.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay, Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
Perhaps, Kate, you've highlighted something on the sheets in yellow, and I think I understand what you mean by that, but it's one of the few places in this document that there's a yellow highlight. Could you just comment on that?
No problem. So as I was just saying to Luke, if you look at the 2013 year-end balance, it actually came in under budget at that time because it was a one-year agreement. Now that we're looking at a 3-year agreement, each year the extra funds that are within that service area are going to get transferred to a reserve. So that's what I've highlighted in yellow, sort of what that plug transfer to reserve is going to be. And then at the end of the 3-year agreement is when we'll reconcile what our true surplus or deficit is from that program.
Okay. I thought it was all set up well, but my computer here keeps crashing on me, so if I take a minute to reboot, please forgive my the delay. So I'll be presenting Engineering, Public Works, and Transportation Services, which includes the following. Engineering, which we do quite a bit of development review with that, new subdivision site plans, looking over the servicing plans, the grading plans, that type of thing. Also includes quite a bit of road design, contract administration in the field, sort of thing. Public Works Administration, roads maintenance, winter control, traffic control, street lights. I'd like to touch on administration for one moment. We get a massive amount of phone calls. Darlene takes a lot of that in. It can sometimes be a catch-all for if there's nowhere to send the phone call, it generally comes and we try to solve the problem for everybody. So we do take a massive amount of phone calls in, and we're starting to track that, and I have a bit of information on that, and hopefully next year be able to provide some more details on that. So track it year over year. Water, wastewater, we administer the contracts with Ontario Clean Water Agency, which the council members who were here last year, we just did completed a 5-year agreement with them. Water includes treatment and distribution. Wastewater only includes treatment. We maintain the collection system ourselves. Stormwater, a challenge depending where you are in Southampton and Port Elgin, two different towns completely with respect to stormwater, each with their own challenge. Waste management, we split into 3 sections this year with collection, recycling collection, and disposal, which is noted as landfill here, and finally the cemetery. And I'm sure there's quite a few other things that aren't listed on there, but certainly get into those later. So 2014 was a good year. We made some progress on reporting. We made some progress on how we're getting jobs out to the field. So I'll go over this list here quickly. Maintain and provided residents with high-level service during a difficult winter. A lot of the guys out in the plow trucks and such, as you know, they put a lot of hours in last year. And for a week this year it's been bad, but hopefully it holds off a little bit more. So this next stat is kind of new. We received 1,643 service requests last year. So service requests you've seen that a little bit. That's our system that when we get a phone call, we get an email, we get someone calling and asking us to do a service on their behalf. Say it's a street light's out, there's a pothole. We try to track all those so that we know, are we responding fast enough? Are we delivering that level of service? And where are we getting the most complaints or service requests? This year, by far, it was trees, and I'll be able to give a little bit more of a detailed breakdown on that once the year just finished and I just got back. So, quite frankly, I just haven't had time yet. So we will get to that. In 2014, it became mandatory for all municipalities to be included in Ontario One Call. The town of Saugeen Shores became a member of that 2 years prior. We were a little proactive on that. That's been a blessing and a bit of a curse in itself. With now everybody just calls one number and our locates have pretty much tripled. So from before going, we might get the call, we don't get the call, which we didn't like, but we didn't have to have that many dedicated staff to it. And now up to this year, we between January and October, over 2,200 locate requests. Each one of those locate requests requires a field visit, field markings, faxes, emails, and generally a site visit. So it's an incredible amount of time. We had 3 people dedicated to that in the probably 4 to 5 summer months, and we can back down to 1.5 in the winter, just trying to get caught up so we're ready for the next year. So it's become an animal of itself. We've opened phase 3 of the landfill, so most of you, if you go there, you won't see it. It's behind the old active area of the landfill. We've kept our grinder back there, so all incoming waste on the garbage packer is now diverted to phase 3. So it's ground up at the back, put in lifts, and which will help with phase 2, which is a section you guys will see when you drive in to drop the garbage off in the cells. That's phase 2. That'll extend that life, and the other garbage we can grind goes at the back. And it helps our operations so we don't have to dig as many cells as we're moving forward. Any questions as I'm going through, please feel free to ask. Water treatment plant and distribution system, where's that little thing? Had a highest possible rating last year, and those reports are available online, and those reports are available at the front, and I usually bring those reports to council as they become available. Generally in March we get the Schedule 11 and 22s from Aqua, so I'll be bringing those forward to you guys.
Councillor Minaj, I think has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Stuart, can you please comment on the current landfill site predictions? How many years of operability we have remaining?
Sure. I bring a report generally in April of every year with respect to that, so I don't have the numbers for this year. I could provide you with a report from last year. Our annual monitoring reports are due in April and May. April for Port Elgin, I think May for Southampton. And at that point, I do all the calculations for how much waste, how much airspace we've used that previous year, and we'll give the prediction on the life cycle that's remaining in the landfill.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got other landfill dollar values being presented to us today. So at some point, I'd like to know how much Owen Sound trucks its garbage to other sites for, and the whole conversation on whether you can get a new landfill site in Ontario approved, and where our future is. So I don't know if it's appropriate today, but if we're going to talk about $50 lot levies for future landfill considerations, maybe it is appropriate today.
I think, and to be brief, I think we have had some planning about that in the long term, and I think that's part of it, what's going to be included in the budget here, for sure, for financial reasons. But by all means, I think the discussion around that is important, because I always say that is probably your most expensive asset that you have, is that remaining space in the landfill site, more than any other single asset we have. So, and we've done a number of things over the years, purchased land for buffer area. We have a lot of land out there, so I think it's worthwhile having that discussion at some point. And perhaps when you bring that report in May or April about capacity, and we can have it then. Sure. There is, I think in a general term, Stuart's being kind of cagey, but I think to say we probably got around 17, 18 years or so, somewhere in that neighborhood. And I would be real specific about, say, 17 to 18 years of remaining capacity at the current site and at the current rates.
It depends a lot on fill rates and how you use them as an average or projected. We usually define 3 different average life cycles when we bring that to council. So I'll get that report out and get it sent out shortly. Okay.
Go back to the locate request thing just for a second. Is there any potential for cost recovery on locate requests?
We're not able to charge for that, no.
Okay. I expected that would be the answer.
Councillor Mayat.
Through you, Stu. Do we, maybe I missed it in the budget here, but do we track at all non-resident users coming in to use our landfill site? Are they charged? I don't believe they are, but are they charged a surcharge to come in and use our landfill? Are non-residents checked at the weigh scales? Can you explain that quickly to me?
So our C of A, or now it's called ECA, Environmental Compliance, we are not allowed to accept waste that's generated outside of Saugeen shores. So we are not, that by law we cannot do that. We generally don't ID at the gate. So there might be some contraband in there. I can't say not, but we try our best to limit that. Yes.
We have no intentions on checking ID.
I hadn't thought of it, no, to be honest.
I think the general thought was, the bigger packers, it's very clear where that comes from. It's bigger trucks and bigger volumes. Any that you get are going to be householders that are bringing it in the trunk, and is it really worth the effort, I guess? I don't know. You can comment to it. I know at one time you did. I can remember when we had the 2 landfill sites, and Saugeen was expected to go one, but that was just that the attendant pretty well knew everybody in town, and he'd scare you out of there if you went up there. No, you got to go down there.
So although we still rely on that method, I'm sure there's folks that live on the outskirts of Saugeen Shores that it's closer to come here. However, we don't, as I say, check residents or roll numbers. We don't have that. I think we're done. Achievement goals, continue to offer high level of service, examine ways to reduce costs, improve efficiency, implement new health and safety policies. That's something we're doing continually as we have to every 3 years update them and then continually make new ones. Continue to evolve the asset management plan, and this year put a particular focus on level of service. So define what council wants to see in a asset management plan, whether we want our triggers to resurface roads to be 80, 60, 40. That's a decision that council needs to define and we need to make together. Update GIS with 2014 assets. So updating GIS is an annual struggle. We have the staff and we keep up on it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A number of the items on the list, like water, wastewater, they're all revenue neutral situations. Quite a few of them are. A number of items, though, are quite specific to the urban areas. I'm just curious how you respond. Where's the value from this department to the rural part of the community? What services? Because there's not streetlights out there. Winter control we do some areas. We don't do other areas. There aren't sewers in the rural part of the province. A number of these items are very much urban areas. I'm just curious as to how you respond. Where's the value from this department to the rural part?
It's a good question. A lot of our activities are centered in the urban areas. We have a lot more infrastructure there. We have a lot more customers who make those requests. I think you can see the value with the road rehabilitations we did last year, the ditching. We put almost 200 new signs up last year. We have a grader that's completely dedicated there in the summer and the winter months. The calcium work. I mean, the list goes on and on. It might not be the flashy things we put on the PowerPoint presentation, but we generally have 1 or 2 staff members out there all the time.
We were trying. There is a compensation, perhaps, in your assessed value because of rural properties probably aren't as they are in town. So I think that's just a general comment on I know she's much better.
Okay, moving on. Challenges. Deployment of limited staff resources.
I had a question on the bridge transfer fact sheet. I don't know if you're at that point yet, or if you just want to wait on it.
We could skip ahead, or I could finish this.
I finish that, and then we'll
okay.
Go to that. Thanks.
Yep. So very briefly, the challenge is deployment of limited staff resources due to changing additional requirements, meeting the requests of residents in measurable allotted times. Again, with limited staff resources. Completing locates within timeline. Generally, we have 5 working days to complete those. At this point, we're working in day 5 to 6 to get them completed. Changing storm events, frequency, severities, and the impact on infrastructure. So, on to engineering. I think I'll quickly do a quick go over here. So not much has changed in engineering, other than, as the aforementioned bridge reserve transfer. There has been a reduction in the part-time wages. All that's changed there is that we've allocated that into sewer and water to actually show what's being used by those. Mostly that's administration in the summer months. And then the other thing we're looking at would be the transfer, but I think Kate's probably covered that. Get onto the bridge reserve transfer. If you want, I'll do a quick overview of this first, and then move to some questions on it. Okay. So over the last few years, we've had the discussions on this topic more than once. In 2013, okay, I do. Nonetheless, in 2013, we went through a process, whereas we had 3 bridges that were coming to near the end of life, and we eliminated 1 bridge out of the inventory. We've put another bridge on possible rehabilitation, reconstruction in the future if funds permit, and another bridge is kind of in limbo at this point. So, and that being the Cole Bridge on 1314. So, we've made some assumptions to calculate these numbers, and a lot of these reference back to the report that BM Ross did for us in 2013 that was presented to council. So we estimate that you can get an average of 80 years per structure, and that during that 80 years you'll spend approximately 50% of that capital replacement costs on maintenance and major rehabilitations. Interestingly enough, total replacement of all the structures, 23 million. Total life cycle cost, 34 million, which is the capital cost plus the maintenance costs. The Saugeen River Bridge used to be eligible for Connecting Link funding on 10-cent dollars, so 90%. So, if right now the Saugeen Bridge represents 52% of the overall cost due to its size and value. When there was Connecting Link funding, it was only worth about 10%. So when we lost that Connecting Link funding, that bridge reserve all of a sudden went from very small, well, not very small, 190, up to close to $400,000 a year. So that was a huge decision that impacted one specific asset that we have that is obviously very costly. So the below chart that's up there shows what we have. So quite read that very well, but the average cost per asset with Connecting Link funding is 3.5, or sorry, without.
Made an error there in the top of the column, so the without should be done. Yeah. It should be reversed there.
Apologies there. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So good one. So without Connecting Link funding, we're about $3.5 million average cost per asset. The average annual cost divided out is about $435,000. If we remove the Cole Bridge, which we've estimated about $2.2 million, that brings down our average annual cost to $390,000, which is what we should be putting in reserves to replace the bridge every 8 to 10 years. Have that money in there. Go to the right column, which should say with Connecting Link funding. You can see the figures there. I'm not sure it's worth talking about much more of the Connecting Link, because we've been beating that to death over the last 2 years with the province. We're not getting anywhere. We've sent letters. We've had delegations at Good Roads. And
Councillor Menage.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So, the bridge across the Saugeen River used to be 90% owned and operated or rehabilitated by the province, and 10% it was dedicated to us. They recently told us that they're no longer interested in their.
Correct, yes.
So why don't we tell them we're no longer interested in that bridge? I mean, as humorous as it might sound, I don't know how we're expected to. Okay, so my point would be that at some point that bridge will have to be replaced. Know that that's coming when? 40 years out?
It was built in 58, 59, so add 80 years to that.
Good background is last year. Expensive bridge to me. Thought. colorful conversation based, and northern suggested that shortly, and
okay, thank you.
There was, just to keep it in context, there was 70 other municipalities that were affected, 72 other municipalities that were affected by the connecting link. So there was really a concerted effort to raise that issue and with the minister and to date. And I think maybe to add on that, what they did say to us was that they would take that into consideration when we made applications for that other, was MIII or whatever the acronym was. It was another grant, $100 million grant program that they had. But I think Stuart's pointed out that on 4 occasions we've been turned down. So it's a political issue, really. I think that we need to continue to deal with, perhaps even through AMO but again, I go back into the context. The province has a $12.5 billion deficit, and I'm not sure that they're going to be all keen to say, oh, we made a big mistake in here, we're going to take that over again. They don't likely do that. So I think the reality is we need to look at and say, this is now our asset, and we have to start to plan to protect it.
Go ahead. Yeah, so they said they would take it into consideration, and then all things considered, we should. We're not getting anywhere on that front. In regard to bridge replacement, we need to look at a huge number of infrastructure assets to maintain, keep up a huge array of bridges. Figure out how to finance, how we're going to look after them. Deficit that last projection was an annual. A lot of stuff that out there that we ought to be working on. One of them. I think that bridges, and I always believe that bridges are one asset that we have. It's such a long-term asset that it is the prime candidate for debt financing. I disagree with that we should be reserving that money. I think we should be reserving a number of assets. Bridge replacement isn't one of them. What I would like is perhaps the Treasury Department come back to us with a projection, an outlook at what that financing plan would look like. Perhaps the concept of reserving for those 50% maintenance costs. Paying the bridges, balance that cost out to the taxpayer. Values of that are controlled, but I would like to see a plan. How we do it in that. Because I would at least like to know what the picture might be. Back to operating. Then I could settle it in my mind once for all. If I'm a fool, then I'll admit that I'm. But I would like to see, it wouldn't be the first time. I would like to see that compared to it just seems like a real obvious choice. And we absolutely have to take advantage of all the different in our toolkit here if we're ever going to tackle all. Definitely one of them. So is debt financing, and this might be. I'd like us to work on a little more information on how we achieve that mix. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Luke and I have had this discussion every year, and we kind of look at each other and glare because we disagree with this. I disagree with them because, and I don't want to get into it long term, but I mean, when you look at all of our capital assets, I think, really debt financing is like a mortgage. When I look at bridges, every one of those was paid for by another taxpayer, and this generation of taxpayers are certainly benefiting by those and not contributing to the capital replacement costs. that's just an argument. I mean, you can have all these little arguments, side arguments about how you're going to do it, but the bigger challenge is, I think, and Luke raised it, is look at all of these capital assets and how do we best try to come up with a financial plan to maintain them and replace them when they need to be replaced.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No offense to my Saugeen Township country cousins there. Early to goodness, we have numbers that say that the 1314 side road bridge at $2 million plus to replace, and it's imminent. How many people actually, side road is not winter maintained? So there are so many months of the year that there's a raging torrent of water going in underneath that bridge that bring runoff and heavy rainstorms. Bet you dollars to donuts if I could take photographs out there, which I haven't done yet, but I will get there. In July, it's probably almost dried up. That at some point, we could look at options. And I mentioned that last night. I tried to suggest there are people who are willing to sit on an options committee for engineering infrastructure such as bridges. And I mentioned options to Stuart in his office, such as bypassing the bridge with another road. It's not out of the question. Fording the stream, or all river, I don't know what you classify that water that goes underneath it. Is a creek. I mean, there are classifications of water, and we could ford it like they did in the old days. Pour a concrete pad across it. We'd have to find out. And we can use culverts, as already been mentioned. So Stuart's got a suite of options that he has available to him, and people in the community. And I know you had an engineering report from an engineering company that's in the business of building bridges, so, or at least knowledgeable about building bridges. But were they ever asked to look at other options? Thank you.
You know, I think we can have that discussion for sure. I think we're getting way off track here on a specific issue. We want to get back to the budget. We can have that discussion again at the time when we need to have that discussion about the bridge, because it will face us whether you're going to rehab it or replace it or close it. And some of those aren't in the very too distant future. So, and we'll have those discussions. But I think Stuart and our staff are perfectly capable of providing all of those options and are well aware of what the options are on these bridges, because he deals with this every day.
I'm disappointed that the deputy mayor's not here, because I have to give up, because in 7 years he's finally got me leaning more towards his way of thinking. What I wanted to just sort of add to all of this talk about debt financing, gave us a presentation. What was acceptable in terms of where we're at, what is acceptable in the
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, which Saugeen River Bridge are you referring to? The highway bridge?
The province, as part of a download in the late 90s, created connecting links, and our portion of the connecting link, so that meant that was a provincial road that we then went to a share cost of 90/10, and it meant that we had greater flexibility about allowing entrances and that type of thing. Our section in this community starts at the 6th concession and goes to the 10th, maybe 40 or a few meters north of the 10th, and then starts in Southampton at South Street and goes all the way to the Saugeen First Nations Reserve, including the bridge and all of the road and infrastructure in that corridor.
Number we've proposed in the budget is $190,000, which is assuming we still have connecting link funding. So we used a number that's lower, so that number that is in the budget truly does not reflect the replacement costs that would actually be needed to replace the bridges. Works. So, not a lot of preamble on this. Expenditures have only increased by 0.5%. Staff's commitment to those services. Kind of confusing going back and forth. So roads and roadside maintenance. Again, we've seen it. Oh, sorry. I will improve the next time.
It's not really a question for you, though. I'm assuming this maybe is just an accounting mechanism. You've isolated out vacation pay, stat holiday pay. This
Yes, slightly. So the admin full-time wages in this case are fixed full-time employees. However, once we get into the roads maintenance and other roads and engineering, parks and recreation, we've got what we call public works wages. So those wages are really allocated by timesheets. However, when those employees are on vacation or sick, we need a place to record that cost because it's not being charged out to a specific department. So that's where and then you will notice that the benefits line item, and that's just changing the way we allocate the benefits. So the benefits associated with vacation time and sick time, rather than be a reduction in benefits expenses.
Roadside maintenance, again, slight decrease in the budget for last year, which more reflects just a reallocation of wages. Within there, we see loose top maintenance. Last year, we budgeted $25,000 to start a program for gravel rehabilitation in the township. It proved to be sufficient funds once we dealt with the washouts after the spring melt and had quite a bit of damage on the side roads from the lot. That entire budget went to just rehabilitating problem areas. So the hope is with the $75,000, it's a $50,000 and start to rehabilitate some of the gravel roads on an annual basis. That would likely be some base and also addition gravel on top.
I for one, I think because your mic's on, this mic is. That's okay. I'll hold it. I, for one, there we go. I, for one, am really pleased to see the. I don't know whether all the extra 50 is going to survive or not, but I assume, sir, maybe you can clarify for me. I really believe that River Road is kind of there are other gravel roads throughout the township that sort of grading, resurfacing as well. But may I assume that a portion of that new spending could be attributed to starting to rehabilitate River Road?
Without making any commitments at this point, because I don't know what the winter is going to bring on. Certainly, we're hoping a portion of that will go to the River Road. But certainly, the bottom of the second, and there's a couple of
While I'm just on, if I could, when I was out on my campaign trail, could you explain the process around ditch dredging, clearing? I'm not sure which terminology you use, but there was one on Snyder Trail and Snyder Street and Shady Trail in that vicinity. There was one on right on Snyder up at the east end, Saugeen Beach Road, not in front of my house, but down the road. What's the process around identifying which ditches need to be dredged out? Is it on I suggested these three people make the call to Public Works, but do you have a program where you get into ditch dredging and to prevent the, obviously the overflows and so on? But do you have a set program, or is it on a kind of per call-in basis? How does that work?
It's somewhat of both. Certainly, some of the public works staff that have been here a lot of the residents as well know the problem areas. The areas that we tend to get to. There's not very many spots we need to go annually. You always see us somewhere in the vicinity of north. Quite a bit of water running in those ditches. Again, if there's a topping of a ditch, then we'll look at why that happened. Did some work down in the Grove last year. Currently, the best way is report as a service request. We go out and evaluate it and see. Last year was a difficult year to get to them all because of some other issues. We make a list and we watch the areas with a closer eye.
And a phone call, obviously.
Best way.
Right?
Or an email, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Possibly three. There's about $200,000 worth of expenses. And I do have a comment on that. What does that actually take care of?
Well, I think you're likely contract. $1,000 allocated to wage. We all know that might be 60 at the end of the year, it might be 130. Just depends how many resources put to that. If it's higher, then another one will be drawn back. So really, that doesn't affect too much. We are, as you can see, 7,000. Did increase the contract. I think it was in 2014 that we brought the Emerald Ash Borer Management Plan to council. On one of the sections, actual costs incurred annually. Station. Interestingly enough, last year we $1,000. Probably a fluke, but it looks good anyway. So in keeping with that, Emerald Ash, we looked at $67,000 for next year. We still have to accommodate the trees ash borer. But as a note, here we're looking at close to, quite quickly on us, the graphs and all the research says that the infestation starts fairly flatline and then just skyrockets for 3 or 4 years. Next 3 to 4 years, we're looking at it.
That was sort of where I was going with this. Is the sun in your eyes there? The $200,000 is really about basically trimming trees and removing trees. There's no corresponding item that is putting something back in the ground, or not to that level, right?
No, so you're so in the revenue line, revenues are there. So our costs going into the tree replacement. So last year, pulled and installed That program is extremely efficient. Didn't propose to increase it this year, just because we found that volume. Feel we need to put more funds. Propose it as but last year we did not max out the amount of purchase because we're all taken up at all the nurseries. Couldn't get enough trees to stock. That number would have likely. Hopefully this year we can get 300 trees sold. That forms the better part of our tree.
And that's good. 300 trees in the ground is better than no trees in the ground, but it's not good enough because those are trees that we're selling to people to plant. We don't have any that we're just doing on our own. So I'll keep bugging you about it. I did want to ask though. There's a couple of lines in here that are beach maintenance, and they're showing zeros. I'm assuming beach maintenance showing up in a different budget. That it's just a documentation kind of.
It's a different cost center later
yes,
on.
But it's still on this list.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other quick information, the hardtop maintenance contract, sweeping, parking lot painting, road painting, back for calcium. So winter control. This cost section's increased by 17%, and for the most part just due to the reallocation of wages. So again, give us an amount of wages, a block of wages, so if there's more here, there's less somewhere else. So it's not, might be higher in this, but as we see, there was no increase in other areas. Material sanding, salting, we did start a new program this year with pre-wetting all our sand going into the dam domes with a pug mill. So we're experimenting with that this year. We're hoping for, hopefully we'll lower the costs in purchasing some of the trucks by a marginal amount. Hoping it gives us a better product on the road. So if you notice, let me know. What the idea is all the sand and salt before it was mixed this year was sprayed with a brine solution. In the past we did that on board with the trucks that were capable. Now all our sand and salt is a uniform mix that has already been pre-wetted with this brine beet juice mixture. Sprayed on with a pug mill as it went. Something new. Traffic control. Not much change here. Our systems are in fairly good shape with the investments we've made and capital request this year for there. If anybody was wondering, the 5910 at the bottom, the safety services, $19,000 is the payment to ESA for our inspection services. There's full permits, and that covers. I'm pretty sure that covers other departments as well. Streetlights. As you've all noticed, the LED program conversion is ongoing. I think we're about just over a third completed. Most of Southampton's done. Port Elgin's moving slowly with the weather, as you could expect. It's not that much fun being up in the top of the boom truck this time of year, and production seems to slow, but we do not pay them by the hour, so it's we would want them to finish faster. It's not affecting our budget at this point, other than the we won't see the rebate for a month or 2 months. Hoping to get them moving. We have a meeting this week with their managers to see if we can kickstart this winter work.
Have you had any comments at all yet about the new lights? Are they as bright, not as bright? 'Cause I have been hearing from people that they think that they're darker.
Well, with you take that one into account, I think I've heard the whole gamut now. They're too bright, they're perfect, they're way better. It's not my lights the road better. So I've heard a bit of everything. Nothing too strict, nothing that someone's come after us that want to change. It's just more of a comment per se. So we've had to go out and change 2 lights, I think, to a lower wattage just because they put the wrong ones up. But otherwise, we've heard feedback from pretty well.
That's how you get it on just about every issue when you go out. You get it on every side. You'll never. Councillor Minaj.
Well, maybe I should have gone before Diane, because I wanted to tell you, Stuart, and I did tell you, I want to tell the public, I walk the streets a lot in Port Elgin, and I can tell the difference, street over street. They are white, bright, and they add a level of safety when you're walking on the streets, when the sidewalks are not plowed. That's another issue. But it certainly is beneficial. I do note that the truck stopped at my house, outside my house. They were on the phone, on the radio with Stuart, and they said, yeah, we're at the Minaj residence, and he said, don't change the light this year, we'll do it in the spring.
I actually told them to put the brightest one that we have, but they wouldn't do it.
So there we have both sides of the issue there, just right there at the end of that table. Now,
the question, Stu or Kate, the payback. So I see 275,000 budgeted in 2014, and I see this year it's $200,000 for hydro. So that equates. I mean, what is the payback with the capital purchase we put into this project?
Yep, we're looking at 5-year payback. However, we've extended that. I think it was a 10 years payback to future capital reserve over that. This $200,000 doesn't fully reflect the hydro decreases. Next year we'll see the result.
So 10-year payback, is that what you're saying?
To ourselves, yes.
10-year payback, and what's the life expectancy of those fixtures where you ended up replacing them again?
The L70 value, which is defined as how long will the light last by providing 70% of its output, they say is about 20 years.
20 years.
That's probably optimistic, but wastewater, again, as Kate discussed, this is rate funded completely. One note I'd like to make is on the aqua maintenance contracts, which is 5930, 5935. Those increases are based on a 2% contractual increase per year. That's based on the Ontario published CPI. But on top of that, we've asked Aqua to provide us with their best estimate on utility increases as it's going through the roof, so to speak. So that also includes a 25% increase on utilities. At this point, we're considering are probably light. So we might see that. What happens there is if they allot a certain amount of funds every year within the contract to pay for hydro, to pay for gas. If it goes over that, at the end of the year, there's just a reconciliation. So it's a flow through completely. It just makes it easier when they pay the bills that way, but it's 100% flow through. Warm water, I think we spoke a bit about that. Increase budget. There. Water again, same comment would be, the aqua charges again, just represent a 2.6 increase plus the hydro estimate. The increase is also on insurance, not just the insurance. Garbage collection.
Do you want to take a stretch there? We've been about an hour and a half. Everybody wants to take a stretch. I'm sure this is going to generate some conversation, garbage collection. So I'll let you recharge your batteries. Can we get started again? Yep. Garbage. So, great. We could have went home. I don't think they're being. I think some people are happy with that. So this next item should really easy. So we'll get Stuart when he's ready to go forward here on garbage collection.
Lost without it. So I've been asked to speak a little closer here, so I might be louder. So garbage collection, we'll go through the three cost centers, and then I guess we can get to the other part after. So garbage collection, not much change. There's been a decrease in bag tag revenue. So how we usually do that is take the 5-year trend, look at it, not just take the average, but also look at the way it's trending to come up with those numbers. And again, they'll be what they'll be when people buy that particular item. So there was otherwise the benefits went up, just as Kate discussed at the start, to recognize where the benefits are actually allocated. So not much change in garbage collection. You will notice, though, under the complement that we did reduce staff in 2014. We reduced landfill hours in 2014 for disposal, but go on here. So landfill. So this is where we have proposed the new general levy, which is a 50% flat fee per roll number within the municipality, and we do have a sheet on that, so we'll get to that shortly. 50, what did I? Sorry, my fault. I was trying to skip by it real fast so no one noticed, and I made a mistake. E-waste revenue, you notice that's down this year. We are working on, there's about $6,000 worth of outstanding checks to come in yet, so hopefully we'll pick that up before the end of the year. Tipping fees, again, are what, how much control we can have on that. You will notice down in 4910, I just wanted to bring it to the attention, there's a $20,000 item for recycling mattresses. That entire cost is offset within the tipping fees. So every penny that costs to recycle is recovered within the tipping fee. So we have to have the item in there to pay the folks that do the recycling, but we do capture 100% of that. So that, all the notable, other than the levy discussion, I think that's all the notable issues on there, unless there's other questions. And, sir?
Note in there the transfer to the expansion reserve. What is, where is the expansion reserve at right now? Is that all that's, is there, was there anything in the expansion reserve before that, or is that the beginning of that process? I'll just keep vamping until Kate can go.
Yeah, just talk slow.
This is the first transfer into. This is the setting up and initiation of said reserve. Is it? I can't recall. I read this and now I can't remember if there was a comment to this or not. So I'll ask you, Stu, to give me one. Is there some sense, or do you have a strategy going forward with transfers to the landfill expansion reserve as to a set fee or an annual contribution? I just have the sneaking suspicion it's in here and I'm forgetting it, but maybe you could just let us know what your thoughts are on that.
With respect to the transfer to the reserves?
With respect to the transfer to the
so
reserve.
A little history on that reserve. It was started, I think, 3 or 4 years ago when we were expanding into phase 3A and 3B on the far side of the landfill. So we had capital money in there, which was not used. So then we transferred it to reserves so that we had it. And I think we've since used that. So it might just be an old name with just being refurbished at this point. So based on landfill expansions in other municipalities in our area, we have a fairly good idea what we're looking at to possibly expand and or relocate. As Mayor Smith alluded to, we do have 150 acres to the west and of our current landfill. It's a significant cost to even do the engineering. So the idea is that 5 years prior to our landfill being out of service life, which is about 10 or 12 years, we need to have a substantial amount of dollars in the bank. And I think probably the best way to define, we're looking upwards of $4 to $5 million, and that's just engineering, where that's not construction. So it's a massive amount of money. And like we've talked about, it's probably one of our biggest assets. So the idea is that we try to get that seed money in the reserve before we get to that point. Now, if you notice in here, there is some, next year we have another close to $80,000 of repayments that will be finished next year. So I tried to keep it down to that amount, knowing that we would be able to afford to put some greater funds in there once those transfers are eliminated next year. So that would bring that up to another value. So over the 10 years, we might see ourselves getting to 2.53, which would give us some good seed money to start that process. Would it be enough to cover everything? Not likely. But again, as we've spoken, Councillor Minaj earlier, there is other things we need to look at, as there's other options to do with shipping garbage. And, our hope is in 10 years technology, and the acceptance of that technology will be a long way within the provincial government. So hopefully times will change as well.
If I could just finish, Mr. Mayor, I just wondered, you're looking at another additional 80,000 in 2016. So is that about where you're hoping to end up on an annual contribution, $230,000 a year? I just want to get an idea how much money we're thinking about building up and what kind of time frame. The mayor gave us a number which I suspect is very close to accurate, of 18 odd years window. Hopefully we can keep stretching that window. We have been successful with that over the last number of years. But if you're looking at 5 years out from that to make an investment, landfill expansion, you're talking 2030, so maybe in the 2028, 2029 kind of time frame to start with the engineering, right? So we're talking 15 years, just for ballpark it, say 15 years. So $250,000, not going to have, that won't get us close to the kind of dollars you're talking about, is I guess what I'm sort of,
it will be short.
And
the idea was that it would produce at least that starter money, and get us there, and then perhaps closer to we can reevaluate. Yeah. Practically speaking, I don't think there was me putting a $500,000 transfer was going to get too far. So
I think you made the right assumption there. I think it was Neil, and then we would have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to ask Stuart to consider, I don't even know if we have a legal right to do this, but why don't we try a test, get a transport truck, compact up the necessary garbage to fill one, and ship it to the nearest landfill site that will accept it, and find out how much that value is. The intent being that it's cheaper today to ship our garbage and keep our asset for when prices go through the roof, so that we'll pay less a fee now, so that when it's more cost effective to ship it now out of our landfill site, at least a portion, instead of putting the money in reserves. We're actually saving the space in our landfill site over the longer term when everything is going to cost more. So we'll ship it today when it's cheaper. And I'd like to know if we could do a test case, find the landfill site that would accept it, and package one up and get the cost on it and do it, and see how much garbage it takes, landfill, to put into one of those transport trucks, how long does it take to fill one up in our municipality? 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, and do some estimates on it and have some concrete information and data going forward. Thank you.
So yeah, just a quick comment. We cannot transport our waste outside of Saugeen Shores. We're not currently able to with our ECA. So we'd have to have something to do there. We probably could do that as a paper exercise, because there is municipalities in the area that do that, where we could likely get the figures of the tonnage that goes into them, the cost to transport, and the cost to dispose. So this has been brought up at the table before, and it will be something we'll be looking at.
There's many applications to that, because I know when we went to even to close one of the landfill sites, when we closed, we were thinking of mothballing one site at one time and doing that. But when you did that to reopen it, you then went through this whole engineering exercise that you're saying for a new one, and you met all these new standards, and it was going to be cost prohibitive. So what we did at that time, we just tried to drive everything to one landfill site and mothball that sooner. But there are all kinds of hidden costs in there that are worth evaluating. But I think and we can do that. I don't think you need to spend a whole lot of time on it, because I don't think you're going to find any real bargains there. Go ahead.
With respect to Councillor Minaj, we need to protect our own asset as long as we can, but what I worry about is that some other level of government, whether it's the county or the province, will just basically say, we've got capacity, we have to accept other people's garbage. And that worries me more, because we're doing such a great job, that we have capacity, which is a good thing. So I think we need to protect it. I'm just curious to know, though, this $50 across the board fee isn't working for me, but I see the challenge here. Is there a reason why, now you've done garbage collection and landfill here, recycling sitting there by itself, is there recycling, people are paying for that via the levy already, but it's not, we're not getting any revenue? Is there a reason why that's off there by itself? Can we not imagine a per property assessment or fee that is applicable to recycling? There doesn't seem to be revenue for that. Is that a provincial reason why that's all separate?
Well, I guess with Fred not being able to explain some of the ins and outs of how Bazar runs, I know the revenue they get goes back into their operating. Certainly, putting a levy specifically for recycling to offset those costs is another way to look at it. But we still have the issue in disposal, where the bag tags are having a hard time the tipping fees and bag tags are having a hard time keeping up with the operations as they're declining, and we're continually having the incline on the other side. It might be slow, but it's still there. So no, it's another way to look at it for sure.
I wasn't thinking of the revenues from the resale of the materials that are recycled. It's just we're providing the service potentially to everybody in the community, and there is no sort of charge for that, although it is an expense on the levy already.
I thought it was important just to clarify that all of these items, right, garbage collection, landfill, and recycling, all taken together add up to zero, right? Like the whole thing, it's not that clear, unfortunately, in the budget document. But if you stitch it all together, that's what happens, right? So whether the $50 levy offsets recycling, or whether Stu's got it up there, that's good. So whether it offsets recycling or whether it offsets landfill or garbage collection or whatever you want to call it, it's still the half dozen of one, six of another, right? It doesn't really make much difference. The key point that it recognizes is that we have a $375,000 hole in the budget that needs to be filled, and the question is how to fill it. And there's some options that have been identified. The one option is a bag tag increase, which is but a significant bag tag increase, which would be pretty hard to swallow, or a levy like this. And I think that Stu and staff have made a solid argument, at least, as to a philosophical argument as to why that structure makes sense. So, not to say that I like it, but only that it. But I think that I just wanted to clarify that whatever we do, however we fill that gap, whether it be with tax levy, capital levies, or user fees, the gap is there, and these three fields need to be taken together and considered all together, just as they're being done up there, so that for us to make the right decision about how to handle it.
The one item that hasn't been suggested here as a possible solution, and perhaps, Stuart, you can discount it as a viable option. There's always concern or comments that, we could reduce the service. So, for example, over the winter, despite the fact that something we saw was about increased collection over the winter, in the past we've discussed the potential to reduce collection maybe to once every 2 weeks in the winter, but that doesn't really save money. So perhaps, the service reduction level, is there any potential for some improvements in here with reducing service?
Well, I think we need to look at that two ways, because you're right. In one sense, it doesn't save a lot of money to reduce garbage pickup in the winter months because the staff's here, the trucks are rolling. There's certainly work to do. But as we've mentioned before, we are looking at other service delivery options for garbage collection. And in those models, reducing pickups would make a significant difference. So those are some of the options we're going to be looking at in the coming months and reporting back to council to show you here's potential costs for as is, here's where we could make some changes to reduce levels of service to try to cut down on costs. There's somewhat unknowns at this point. I mean, I can make estimates, but we need to go out to the business and start that discussion and start getting some costs looked at.
I know that when I was campaigning, a number of people were concerned about the loss of leaf pickup. Christmas tree isn't such a big deal, because it's a once-a-year thing, but how much did we save on that?
So, as it was explained at budget time last year, it was more a time management issue than it was a monetary issue, where we were having significant difficulty staffing the trucks to do it, and also the organizing of it was. I'm not trying to say this respectfully, but we were having trouble meeting expectations, to say the least. So that was becoming difficult, and it was becoming more than a prescribed 3-day-a-month job, and we needed a way to shed some hours of work so we could key on what we needed to be doing. Convoluted answer, I apologize.
Just that, that the bag tag fee, the reduction or the loss of the leaf pickup, I think it's going to be difficult to sell or get people to accept the $50 levy just because they see that as already being a reduction in services.
Certainly.
On the other hand, if you look at just increasing bag tag fees by $1 a tag for one, and assuming one household is just doing one bag of garbage a week, that's $52. So, if you think of it that way, I guess. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying it kind of evens out, but people think of it in terms of themselves and the effect that it has.
Councillor Minaj?
On the same line of thinking, to me it's like, Stuart, you've got sidewalks that you make decisions on whether to plow, snow plow or not, and all good decision-making processes, I will agree. There are older established areas of the old former town of Maples where there are people who tell me they are bagging 80 to 100 bags of leaves in the fall and then transporting them And I know that my trees that I planted, those trees are municipal trees that the municipality planted. The trees that I planted on my property generate about 6 or 8 bags. There's a big difference between the needs for sidewalks to be plowed everywhere and the leaves to be picked up everywhere. I wonder if we can find a way to help the heavy areas and give them a window of opportunity and say, as long as the snow doesn't fly, if you've got your leaves raked over by this date in these locations, we'll help you out.
Certainly, we can look at enhancing services. I mean, there's a cost to more sidewalk plowing, there's a cost to leaf pickup, and I can come back with some proposals of how to accommodate those services again. There'll be costs associated with them, but there certainly then could be for council's discussion.
It might be worthwhile. I mean, if that's what we're going to do, where I'm going to go with this is very specific groups, and I think then perhaps you might want to look at a user fee, because if you're asking all of the ratepayers that only to provide a service that only very few are benefiting by, I think you're going to have some issues around that. I am sure you're going to have some issues around that.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like the sidewalks in my area of town snowplowed just like everybody else's sidewalks that are in town. I mean...
And I'd like a sidewalk. So then I can ask for it to be plowed. So, I mean, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. We can do this, but and I think Stuart's got an answer for that, but I think we need to be careful about that, where we provide services for one particular group and everybody pays for it. I don't want... it's easy to wait. It is very easy to find ways to be different and think we should be different, and I think we really should be looking at how we build this community as a whole and not look for differences. And maybe I shouldn't have raised that, but I think that will be an issue when we start to do that type of thing.
Maybe you could not raise those issues that way in the future, because maybe the next Walmart should be built out by your residents, Mr. Mayor.
Well, absolutely. That way we would get sewer and water out there.
Am I next? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the $50 proposed across-the-board fee, I'm not going to call it a levy. Is this proposed to be one time for 2015, or is this going to be going forward? It's going to be 75 the year after that, and is this the way that goes?
The fee was proposed to be in perpetuity. Like any fees and charges, that's reviewed by council at the appropriate time. I guess we'd have to look at that in conjunction with the budget options in those years. I can't speak to that. We're really trying everything we can to limit expenses in waste management. We're going to keep, like I said, look at different options again this year. So the hope is that we spend less than more, and that's what we've done. Again, we reduced hours at the landfill last year down to 3 days a week in the winter. We've cut staff, operators of the landfill last year to 2 instead of 3. So we're always looking at the operations to reduce cost so that we don't have to do that. We always want to keep those fees as low as we can.
Stuart, the way this would appear on your landfill sheet is the $50 capital levy is almost the exact same number as the net transfer to reserves. So is that, so are we asking people basically to ante up $50 for the future? So it's not really a current service that they're paying for that.
Well, certainly that's part of it, but I think, if we go back to the water and sewer costing model, is that we see that these water and sewer plants run 12 months a year. No matter if you buy a bag tag or you go on holidays for 3 months, you don't buy any bag tags, you don't pay tipping fees, we still have to staff this landfill, we still have to maintain it, we still have to pay the engineers to come out and do groundwater modeling, we still have to submit things to MOE. It doesn't matter, all that keeps going, just like in sewer and water. So what we try to do is look at a way that was equitable and a model that we've already used, which is sewer and water, almost exactly the same as a user fee system. You pay for what you use, and there's a capital charge on top of that to recognize that there's costs year-round, no matter if you use the product or not. It's available, and it needs to always be available. We don't have a choice. It's not discretionary to have a landfill. We have to have it in some capacity or another to collect waste and dispose of it, whether it's out of country, out of town, within. So we have to. The idea was that we could recognize that that was an asset that, no matter what, it's available to the ratepayer, whether it's a commercial, vacant, and again, when we look at vacant, that speaks to the future needs of it.
I understand and agree with you about that, except your example using sewer and water, it's not, the capital charge there is not directly, the number's not almost the exact same number as a transfer to a reserve. So that's what this is showing. So that's not the same example, because I hear you on it's a year-round operation and all that, but if that reserve wasn't there, I could buy that argument. But the fact that it's almost the exact same amount as an amount we would put in a bank account for the future, I can't follow the argument in the same way. I'm just working out, how I would explain this to people.
I think the intention here is to ask the ratepayers. Stu has explained, everybody benefits by Saugeen Shores having an operating landfill. Everybody, not only in terms of being able to put your garbage somewhere, but the ability to put the fact that the town has a place to put all of its garbage makes every property in the town of Saugeen Shores worth more. It increases the value of the entire municipality. And so what staff is attempting to do here with this $50 charge is to say everybody is going to have to be responsible for the ongoing cost of having a landfill. And part of the cost that Stu's put in the budget, in his view, is that part of that cost is a landfill expansion reserve. That if you don't prepare to spend the money to continue to have a landfill, then you won't. At some point you won't. You'll stop having one. So council can drive down this $50 fee by driving down the landfill expansion reserve. We could drive the landfill expansion reserve to zero. There's a cost to that, and the cost is that in the year 2029, when Stu, a couple more gray hairs will come back to this table and say, I need to have the money to start pre-engineering for a landfill, and we'll have to find the money to do that somewhere, and there won't be the reserve. And in the end, in the final analysis, everybody in the municipality is responsible for that, is on the hook for keeping that landfill operating, and has to be one way or the other. The other option, what could have been presented would have been the additional 2.18% on the tax levy, balance this all out, and so instead of looking at 7.3 at this moment or whatever it is, we'd be looking at in and around 10. And that can still be done too, I suppose. But this is there's no magical way around that. The only option, in my view, this levy is going to be necessary, or a tax increase is going to be necessary. And the only option there is, and it's an option I'm open to considering, by the way, is reducing the landfill expansion reserve transfer. But we must all consider carefully the costs of every dollar we take off of that transfer. At least in 2015, those are our options, and I think we should ask Stu, as he said he's going to anyway, to examine these alternate service delivery methods and things, and to come back to us with options to consider, at least for other ways that we can provide this service. I think we've got to the point now where that's necessary. So I think very supportive, Stu, of you doing that, and wanted to make that statement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll get to the end where we'll have to make that choice on it, but did you have a comment, Don?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I'm just trying to get my head around this. So our bag tag fees have decreased, which means that we have less capital, but yet our tipping fees at the dump itself have raised, have they not?
The fees or the revenue?
The revenue
generated?
coming in.
Have they increased?
Yeah.
They've been on a decline for some time. No, they have not increased. No.
the price of the bag tag has stayed the same? Is it the fact that people are going to the dump and using the tipping, using the dump itself, saving on the bag tags?
I think of what it is a combination of is we should probably diverted more away from the landfill in some way, whether it's recycling or burn barrels, or there'd be a whole combination of those things that people have done to try and, don't say burn barrels, no, I shouldn't say that as fire chief here. Jesus. Other ways. But I think that's what it's probably hard to pinpoint exactly the reason. We just know, well, actually Stuart can, and he will, give us a report about what the fill rates are, so how much has been going in, and I think you can comment to that, Stuart.
I think we have to make sure we take the positive out of this as well, is that how great this municipality's done at diverting waste, where I think this year we're looking at 42-43% waste. And I mean, if you look at the second, third point on my fact sheet, whatever I call it there, you can take it for what it is that when we introduced the bag tag increase of 50 cents, our revenues, our sales dropped 13%. So folks responded to that. You know, we can look at it as a negative in revenue, but I mean, it's been great effect on the landfill. I mean, those of us who've been here seen year over year that we're not losing years, we're actually gaining 0.1 or 0.2 a year because of our projected fill rates are not going up. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure that helps my case, but it is a positive.
Answered your question, but it's a combination of things, Don. I think probably we just know that at that rate, that 250, that our revenues have dropped for whatever reason, and it'll be a combination of things.
Yeah,
and our tipping fees have dropped because there's not as means it's not as much going into the landfill site. $2, right? Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Stuart, can you please remind me again who has done the engineering and opened a new landfill site or expanded an existing landfill site in Ontario recently?
Hanover, Kincardine.
These are all new or expansions?
One of each, actually.
Okay.
So the last 5 years.
They went through, we were told that you're telling us it's $10 million to do the pre-engineering, engineering, and approvals?
I said 5.
5?
Yeah. Yeah,
and it's being accomplished.
It's a very lengthy process, yeah, and I don't think it's getting easier.
Thank you.
And I point out that Stuart sits on the county has a role to play, and I think maybe when you bring that report back in on the landfill site later on, we can describe that. But Stuart sits on the county has a committee what all communities sit on, and look at landfills and come up with best practices, inventory available space for each, and it's worked very well. I think you could probably brief.
Yeah, there's an ad hoc, well, not an ad hoc committee, it's just a subcommittee for the waste management in the county, and we just got a report a few days ago, just before I left in December, with an overview. It's fairly generic, but I can certainly provide that to council for their information. And to be clear, I'm not saying that those neighboring municipalities, that was the cost they had, and that's what we're estimating we'll be at. I'm not commenting on what Hanover, Kincardine paid for theirs. I don't know.
I'm actually going through expansions now. Okay. That was a good time to have a break. Cemeteries?
Cemeteries, the revenue, again, it's annually, it's fairly difficult to do that. We did have a good December, so we made quite a few sales in December. And a good news note, they were on plot sales, not burials. So we did make those. So we did make budget on sales in 2014, not on burial charges. So that's the first time in a while we've made that. Yeah. Otherwise, not much in there to discuss that I can think of.
So, is there anything else for Stuart? Go ahead, Diane.
Just as a point of observation on the nice little debt repayment chart that Sue passed out to us. The one thing that's going to be off the list on March 2015 is the Southampton sewer payment, so that's a good one for you, Stuart.
Community Services, Jane.
Thank you. Everyone's still with me? So what I'm presenting today is really not a tremendous amount of change in the budget, but what I'll attempt to do today is really give you a description of what these budgets are. The list up top is a list of the budgets that I will be discussing, and encourage you to ask any questions throughout. So the first one, we'll talk about some achievements that we did in 2014. There was a number of them. Key fob I put on there because that was a program that we tried for a number of years to get off the ground, and really, I don't want to call it a security program, but it was certainly a program that we got at the harbor that allowed us to monitor, I'll say, people coming, going onto the docks and the washrooms. ActiveNet online booking program, we launched the registration the year before. This year, halfway through the year, we launched the ActiveNet program. Great program, certainly provides some efficiencies in our work. Our challenge right now is finding some comparables when we're going back from our previous software to this software. So it's been a bit of a challenge this year with getting some numbers together, but once we've got a full year under our belts, we anticipate it will run a little bit more smoother. Obviously, we completed the drawings for the Port Elgin Main Beach, and those were presented to you a number of weeks ago. The landscaping and pavilion at Ferry Lake, we completed as well for 2014. We're going to take a break for 2015. You will have noticed that I didn't present that as part of 2015 capital, but there are some other projects that will happen there in the long term, in washroom and trail development. Accessibility assessment has recently completed for the Coliseum, and I'll be bringing a report to Council on the outcomes from that. You're aware of the pool tank repair that was completed. You would have seen that during the tour. We initiated a downtown maintenance program, and I'll call it an ambassador program too, and that was partnered with the BIA, Port Elgin BIA, and the Chamber of Commerce while we both divvied up some funding for that to have 2 students downtown Port Elgin. We used it as a pilot program, and not only did they maintain the gardens, but they also acted as ambassadors for visitors. And we got a considerable amount of positive feedback on that program. And we hired a new facility booking coordinator, so that's been an interesting process too. I think it's the first position we've ever posted where we've had well over 100 people apply for one position, so well over 100. The walkability, I have down plan, but audit's more of a terminology I should be using for that. That's a goal that we're looking at doing in 2015, and really it's an audit of our walking facilities that we have here in Saugeen Shores. Once we go through that, and it's through Canada Walks, we will get a designation, and that designation will assist us with promotion of our community. You may have heard Minto recently was designated, and it was in the media, so something that we certainly want to try in the department as well. We hope to do, and you would have heard a majority of these through capital projects for 2015, some enhancements to our parks, Arlington Shop, trails at Nodwell Park, and shelter area at the tourist camp, continued upgrades to the harbor and to the pool. We certainly want to review in 2015 our fee structure for the tourist camp, and really take a look to make sure that it is, I'll say so it's not so cookie cutter, so that those larger trailers are paying their share of what they should be paying versus some of the smaller trailers. We also want a review of our harbor operations and the promotions there. We've been talking with the county to see how we can come up with a collaboration for Bruce and Grey counties promoting our harbors so that we're not so much working in our silos. They've done some great programs. You may be aware of the motorcycle program that they bring motorcyclists up to Bruce County. Obviously, the passport is very popular. We've been pushing the notion of what can we do with our harbors and how can we work together in developing a program. And we certainly want to continue the rationalization of our tourism. For 2015, there are some challenges, and I think like any department head, we could have sat on this screen for a number of days and continued adding, but I wrote down a few of them for consideration. We regularly get requests and pressures from the public to do more, to increase our staffing levels, and we do what we can with our resources. Another challenge is, and you've heard about this, within 12 months we dealt with low water levels, and now we're having to deal with high water levels. Within 12 months we've gone from both extremes. How are we going to manage that? Declining grant opportunities is always something that we're experiencing with community services, and we are always looking for partnership opportunities or some creative ways to bring in some additional funds. Another challenge that I certainly find is our high turnover rate for seasonal staff and supervisory positions. They're not full-time positions. They're with us for 10 months. So it's a challenge to keep them on. You train them, you give them that knowledge, and then unfortunately they go to full-time positions. So the first one we'll talk about is our community services administration budget. Really not a big change to this. There was an increase to the ActiveNet fees. We don't pay a service charge now, a maintenance charge. We pay for every registration or every booking. There's tacked on a fee for that. And so we're showing that now that we've got a full year under our belts, we have a more realistic amount that should be allocated towards that. We've got 5 full-time employees in administration. I think that was probably everything for community services, but that's really all of the staff that are in this office itself, as well as Kristen too, our facility supervisor. Our town facilities, yeah.
This might be a question better towards Kate, but the line, this is still in the budget you just were referring to, Jane, 6,100 and 6,110, bank charges and ActiveNet transaction fees. How do those fees, it's $37,000 seems like a lot of money in fees. And I'm just curious to know how that relates to revenues actually realized and in comparison to perhaps some other bank charges or service charges we get for other fee payments that come in. Do you have any comment at all? It just seems like a high number.
Through you, Your Worship. As Jane was just saying, it is high. One thing you won't see, and it is in here for previous years, is computer support. So it's 5210 is the last 4 digits. Last year at $12,500. So last year we paid an annual maintenance fee to have Class, which was the name of the software. Now that we've moved to ActiveNet, we no longer have an annual maintenance fee. We're now paying per transaction. So one is just sort of replacing the other in that case. The other collection charges relate to the amount that we pay as a surcharge for accepting credit cards. And this is really the only area where we do accept credit card payments. As you know, we can't pay taxes or your water bill with your credit card simply because the town does not want to incur what those fees are.
Town facilities, just to give you a sense of what this budget includes, it's a number of facilities that's in this budget. Southampton Town Hall, council chambers, as part of our revenue, we receive we receive revenue for the Southampton Town Hall. These council chambers we rent out. The Business Enterprise Center, Bell Tower we incurred last year with the construction of that out at the airport. Chamber office, tour base, and condos are a few of them that we incur in that budget.
What about, Jane, in the facility budget, the facilities reserve? What is the current balance in the facilities reserve? You're looking for a $14,000 transfer to the reserve, and could you just give us a rundown on what you use in the reserve, or what your intended use for the reserve is?
I can certainly respond to that. So the current budget at the end of estimated to be at the end of 2014 is $55,000. The $14,000 in this budget that's being transferred to that reserve offsets that new revenue that we're getting for the tower rental, the $14,000 coming in. So that's certainly something that council may decide that you'd rather just use that revenue to offset operations rather than putting it into a reserve. But because it was new revenue, that's what we proposed. And that is simply for facility improvements and maintenance.
I'm not sure of who might be able to answer this one because it's a bit historical, but where has any idea where money for that in that reserve has come from? That's in that reserve has come from in the past. How we built that reserve? I know that's a tough one. Probably might be. Anyway, it's all right. It's all right.
I could certainly let you know
I'd be
after
interested
this
to
meeting
know
for
if you
sure,
get a
but I
chance at some
don't have
point.
that information handy.
If I could. Our former treasurer is watching by webcast, and I will get a text in a minute. So you can talk. You can talk to Lori.
Right, well, let me know. Let us know, Lori. Let us know. Thank you.
Our next one is library, and just to give you an understanding of how we manage library, we own the buildings, we provide the maintenance on the buildings, the county provides the programming, they provide the library services in those. So really, it's other than doing the maintenance, snow clearing, interior cleaning, that's really the extent of what we do.
To Jane. Jane, when was the last increase we received from Bruce County? Is it a yearly increase, or is it whenever we make a request to Bruce County for an increase for our operations?
It's a yearly increase of 2%. Airport is, yes, I think I heard last night there's 2 members that have been appointed to the Airport Advisory Committee. I'm the member that sits on that as well. I work with them closely. We meet about 4 times a year. We provide them, the municipality provides them with $1,500. In 2013, that was reduced, and they certainly made a plight to indicate that that did not cover their expenses, and we moved it back up to $17,500 last year. And
I'm totally in disagreement with this being part of our budget. We don't have complete information. Certainly there's no indication here of any kind of revenue source at the airport. And if we look at this as, in some ways, a similar kind of service as somebody having a boat at the harbor, the people, or a trailer in the trailer camp, there's no indication here that the people using the service are contributing the right amount of money to take advantage of the service. And I don't believe that I can see the benefits of having a small airport in the community, but I also don't think that the users of the service are paying the appropriate cost for them to have access to a municipal facility like this. So I don't think we should continue to do this because it's not fair to all taxpayers, and it's certainly not fair to the other service areas where we charge thousands of dollars for people to put their boat or their trailer on municipal harbor.
Certainly request that. We can. We have in the past. I think the chair has came and presented his budget during the year, and I think we can request that again. They will have a budget, very detailed budget about where they spend that money, and sure.
Community development may look a little different than to some of you. It is actually our programming budget, and what this represents is one part-time person. It's 1 day a week that they dedicate to programming. Within this budget itself, as much as we put one person to this, I'll just explain how it works. Her week is split up within 4 days, and she also does programming or marketing, for the pool, harbor, tourist camp, and this programming. Our focus has been shifting over the last couple of years, and I did indicate this a bit during our orientation. This individual is also spending a considerable amount of time with the Special Event 101 that I presented last night. We certainly see a shift in where her focus has been and where it will continue to go. As I indicated, she helps out with the promotions of some of our other assets, harbors or tourism programs, and that's been a huge assistance to us. We do some minimal programs as well, and those would be PD days. She does all the sponsorship for the skates and swims. Our health and wellness fair, if you haven't been to that, it's part of the Huron Shores Run now. It's growing and growing every year. I can't believe the size of it now, and that's our portion that we do. We do all of the in the Coliseum, the layout of all of that. Senior games we've been doing for years, and municipal guide, as well as some minimal summer camps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say that this, I'm glad to see this department or this area of consideration start to take shape and have its own budget. And I think it represents sort of a change from some of the historical stuff. The Department of Community Services, I think, is evolving a bit, providing fewer of the sort of the traditional services that you'd get, the yoga classes and whatever else, and that stuff, because the private sector is doing a fine job of doing all that work, and as a community we have lots of it, and moving into this area of community development, and this all ties in to the discussion that we talked about this morning with the Chamber of Commerce and tourism and economic development, and economic development has developed a cachet of negativity over time, and maybe community development can be a new euphemism that we can use to talk about the same thing. But it's all this is representative. I just really wanted to highlight it, I guess, in this statement. This represents the municipality beginning to do what was recommended of us in the business and retention and expansion study, and take on more of an economic development role, and use the resources that we have and some of our existing staff and turn them towards doing some of that work. And the report you presented last night is just one early example of the kind of stuff that you're doing there, and hopefully we can move that further with the discussions with the Chamber. So I just wanted to say, I guess, out loud that I was really pleased to see this realignment, and I think it really highlights the shifting focus in the department, which I'm very happy to see. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so moving on to parks. Really, the highlights from this one is we've got some increase in materials and supplies driven by fuel allocation. So as much as it's showing, fuel has historically been shown in fleet, and we've across some of the budgets that really do fuel. So we've put in an amount there, and to be realistic, until we get through a full year, we're not sure how close we're going to be to that, but it will certainly divvy out, and it won't be a change to the overall fuel, but how it's allocated. This budget actually represents several crews in the parks budget. Those include our passive parks, active parks, our grass cutting, our bench and tree program. Our bench program is a huge program in our department, our washroom crew, and our horticultural crew as well. Obviously, with those come expenditures, and you'll also see that we do have a debenture payment in there coming to the end in 2000 for some work at Cameron Park that was completed. I've also added a line item of $15,000, calling it tree maintenance, because not only is it dealing with parts of the Emerald Ash Borer program, but it's also dealing with trees too. We do have a great working relationship with Saugeen, where annually we meet to decide where our hotspots are for trees. So we have been successful with getting some funding through that, but we certainly see the need to continue that program. I can be honest in saying that the number of trees that we take down, we are not replenishing the degree that we should be. This is certainly a new line item that we would like to see. I did indicate that in 2014 we did a partnership with the BIA and Chamber of Commerce downtown, and that was an ambassador program and a maintenance program, and as I said before, it was the other thing in this budget is a $7,500 grant to the Saugeen. Work closely with the Saugeen Rail Trail. Meet with them on a regular basis. Parks.
Again, I haven't, maybe I missed it. Does beach maintenance, is it on this budget?
It would have been historically, so that's why you still see budget, so I'll go over that when we get to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The $7,500 that we give to the, or we grant to the Saugeen Rail Trail, and I'm very soon going to be joining that. Do they generate any revenue out of that? I know they sell membership
Through
fees.
the memberships, they do. Not so much revenue, but they also work closely with Saugeen. Not a ton of revenue that they generate.
None of that revenue flows back into projects or things like that, or does it? Maybe I'll find this out.
Of this that we give them, it does. It goes through the maintenance of the trails itself, planting of trees. They put it towards RTV, building a shed, and it also such as the washrooms at River Street.
But I'm just thinking, is there any other? There's a subsidy for the Minor Ball Soccer Association. So there's different associations that we support this way.
Correct.
Right. Good.
Just as a point of reference, it's an anniversary year for the rail trail this year too, so I think they'll be doing some big publicity, big fundraising, big plans. So hopefully, as you sit through a couple meetings, maybe they'll come back to us with a request for something else too, because certainly I know it's how many years is it for the rail? 25.
25.
25.
I suspect they'll be here sooner than later. Harbor. This represents, as far as our revenue goes, we have several revenue sources that come in. Obviously, the Port Elgin Harbor through our seasonal slips and our transients. Southampton Harbor, we have commercial recreational boaters and agreements with the club, the Southampton Yacht Club. We also have an agreement with the Chesney Street Docking. Our expenditures obviously cover our wages and benefits, our training and advertising, payment to small craft harbors. We do have, as Kate indicated before, an interdepartmental transfer to our IT report, which is shown here. And there's certainly been some discussions regarding the issue that we aren't at capacity right now. Last night there were 2 reports, multiple groups and organizations. Harbor is no different. Tell you we have approximately 200 and I think it's 40 slips, and we are 20 people on the wait list. Those we're ready to put in the spring. Some have staff that are going down to the boat show or we want to continue those conversations with the County of Bruce so that we're not working in our silos. Are working with other harbors and possibly promoting opportunities for people. We do have some struggles. I recently reached out to the fishing club. I heard that they're struggling with their membership. They're down. How can we work together to increase both of our numbers? We certainly know that we've got an aging demographic, that younger families are finding it difficult. The changing and unpredictable weather patterns certainly have contributed to getting out of boating as well recently. I hear many times the lack of amenities. We don't have a boaters-only washroom. We don't have a laundry facility. These are things room where they can go. 30 amp service is all we provide. Bigger boats, 50 amps. We have inconsistencies with harbor find that skill level for a 10-month position to maintain. Our neighbors to the south, which is Kincardine, their yacht club manages their harbor. Those costs down low. It's realistically out of the way for transients to be a draw. Logistically, it's not close to the downtown core. Opportunities to get them to the downtown core with service. I'm hearing from the north, and we know at the north that those docks up the north are aging. Dining facilities, and as minimal as that sounds, people want to come after being a couple of days to sit down and have a glass of wine. So those are some of the challenges that I'm certainly
Is this the opportunity to start talking about privatization, or is that something we do down in the visioning session later on? Well, I just see that as a cost savings, right? If you're able to privatize an asset like that, have somebody run it, and then lower your staffing costs, I mean, I see that as 0.5% savings straight away. So I don't know. Anyway, I think that's somewhere along the line. If we're trying to increase the amount of usage, a couple weeks ago when we were talking about rate increases, positively affecting the amount of privatization. I just want to bring that out on the table.
Well, I think the discussion needs to be had for sure. And I think it's a great idea to give staff a little warning on it, because there'll be other issues that they can probably bring some background information to us so that we can probably be a little more informed about it. But by all means, I think it's, and I think it's probably unrealistic to think that we could accomplish this for this budget cycle. But by all means, for the next one, I admit. And I'll get to Luke, and then I'll get to you, Luke.
I wanted to make the comment and follow up to what John said with specific regard to this budget. Is there, I look to Jane or Larry, is there resources in this budget available to do the kind of intensive review of this operation that we obviously need? I mean, we need to have a plan, a management strategy. I'm not sure that it's certainly not within the time constraints of the Director of Community Services probably to generate, and I think it would be useful to have some outside assistance anyway. If we are going to right the ship on this thing, no pun intended, we are going to need to have a plan, though. We're going to need to have a good, solid plan to tell us how to do it and what we need to do. And us spitballing stuff is fine, but I'm no great expert on it. I'm not a voter, so I don't really know what harbors need or what amenities they require or how they're best run or good examples. So are the resources here to do to get that done in the year 2015, in your estimation?
That's a really good point, and I think between now and the next iteration of this budget that you see, we'll make sure that they are there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions and a couple of comments. Jane, I'm just wondering, during the downturn with our lake levels, 2011, 12, 13, and now they're on the rise again, did you track at all, gain a sense at all of the numbers of boaters maybe we lost during that period of time for fear they weren't going to be able to get into the harbor? Was there ever a point in time where boats actually had difficulty entering into the harbor because of the lake levels, and did we lose many because of that to other harbors, i.e. Kincardine, Bayfield, Wyerton? Did they have the same problems? Did they have more depth? So did we lose many at that time? That was one of the questions I had. Secondly, at one point this cost center we operated at about $100,000 profit. I see it's down to around $30,000. A lot of work for a $30,000 profit. I'm just wondering, one of the questions I have, maybe leading to the review with strategic planning session, could be talked about, is the Kincardine Harbor, I believe, is run by the Yacht Club. Would that be correct, Jane?
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, in preparation for the session, if it is discussed, we talk about privatization. Can we gain put together a little bit of information, 2 or 3, 4 other harbors, where there are maybe good examples of where harbors have been privatized recently or have been privatized many years ago, and how they're doing. Like the town of Kincardine, for example, at the harbor, it's run by the Yacht Club. Obviously, there must not be a lot of cost to the municipality. Could you put, in preparation for the session, could you put together 2 or 3 examples of what's happening in other harbors, just so that we can gain a sense of, our trend is downward, and we can, come back to where we were 2, 3, 4 years ago.
I have had conversations with Boating Ontario in regards to privatization. They are not aware of any harbors at the time. I have contacted some other harbors within the vicinity, up somewhat more than us, but also struggling as well. I've also had a conversation with our Port Elgin Yacht Club about what may be a potential partnership, how we could maybe work together. Their numbers are low. As an example, they had 2 years ago 60 boats winter stored. Last year they had 42. So they weren't receptive at this point, or let's put it this way, it's something they're going to think about.
Okay.
So we're certainly looking at some opportunities.
Thank you.
Or options.
I appreciate that, and just and I agree with Deputy Mayor Charbonneau's comments about a review, and it does take staff time to do that. But I think there has to be some underlying reasons why our numbers are decreasing, and maybe it's more than one thing. It could be the decreased lake levels we've experienced for a few years. It could be the change in our harbour masters over the years, and having difficulty maintaining a harbour master with some continuity. Could be the lack of facilities, as you mentioned, lack of showers, change rooms. So I think it's a combination of things. We can't really pinpoint one set thing, but numbers are decreasing, and I think it's worthwhile taking a look, as Deputy Mayor Charbonneau suggested. So perhaps at our strategic planning session we can discuss a little further.
Sure. I think we can, for sure, and I think we'll go to Neil and then Dave and then back to Diane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Jane, then, could you do those numbers for me again, Jane? In 2014, we had available 240 slips in the Port Elgin Harbour. Is that correct?
248 available docks.
248?
Yes, sorry. Available docks.
And 202?
2 are filled at this point.
And the 22 on a waiting list?
Yes.
To me, that's in excess of around 90% occupancy rate. Why is that a problem? Why would we have to go out and solicit to try and get it to 100%, and then there'll be upwards pressure of building another $200,000, $300,000 worth of new docks? Like, why aren't we happy with 90% occupancy rate is my question.
I can tell you where we're down is on our dock, we don't have hydro. People want to have hydro, so those slips are sitting. And I think, too, many of us remember when we were full, when many harbors were full. And again, as we heard last night, harbor, it's across the board. We're all experiencing a decline in numbers. That there's going to be eventually an influx. It's going to come around again. And go through this challenging time, this is the impact that we're experiencing.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a comment and then a question. Comment being, as a boat owner and a person whose boat has been on dry land for a number of years, the main reason for people not putting their boats in is declining fish stocks and increasing fuel costs. Now, fuel costs are down the past month or so, but I'm not sure that's sustainable. And the question is, going back to what Vice Deputy Huber said about comparison to the airport and the harbor. We know in intimate detail how much the people pay to put their boats in the harbor. How much do people pay to tie their planes down at the airport? I don't know.
We can get that, though. I think we can expect the chair to provide that information for us. Probably. Okay. Diane?
I'm not sure how this fits into all of this, but if you look at the budget sheets, there's a $75,200 payment to the federal government, which is the lease payment we make for the harbor. We don't own the harbor. It's not ours to privatize. So I know that you said that the negotiations are coming up again this year. The federal government has also announced a massive amount of money, for them anyway, through DFO for small craft harbors. Is there any chance we're going to get a piece of that? And also, they have a real interest in divesting themselves of small craft harbors. Have they ever approached us about that? Because, quite frankly, it's not ours to privatize. And, so I don't know, we either run it or, if it's a private thing, and I think the Kincardine example, I think the yacht club has the lease with the federal government. I don't know so much I don't know for sure, but I don't know how the municipality is still involved. So do you have any comment about that? Have they ever asked us about taking it on as a divestiture project?
It hasn't come up, and probably because of the condition it's in. We have an issue with the sheet piling, or lack of sheet piling. Our cribbing was exposed for a number of years. When it's exposed, it's going to escalate the deterioration of that. They've certainly been up and have been looking at it. I regularly call them, find out where we are on the pecking order. And I continue to do that. And reports, they have been up and they've been doing some so it certainly indicates that we are on their radar. What that means in the near future, I have not had an answer.
Just to comment on a number of years ago that there was some indication that they were definitely wanted to divest themselves of the harbors and in fact the Chantry Island Lighthouse, and there was a number of things that they wanted to divest and turn ownership over to us. And so, I mean, it's just like a move. Again, it's one of those things we speculate. Yeah. It's one of those things that we have no idea. It's completely out of our hands. And
just a couple of comments. I think the divestiture, the divestiture question was posed, and it goes back in 2007, 8, I believe. And when it came down to the $2.53 million to retrofit the docks and fix the cribbing, I think there was a few councillors around the table at the time ran a little scared of that dollar amount, and the feds at that time were not really prepared to pony up the $2 or $3 million to fix the harbour. The other question about privatization, we do have the lease, I believe, with the harbour, and I stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty certain we could sublease it. We'd still be the leaseholders, but we could sublease the harbour, just for a point of clarification.
We do sublease some of it already.
Waterfront. This is the budget I was referring to that we initiated about 2 years ago, just to really give us a good perspective of what we're spending at the waterfront. It's a collaboration between Public Works and Community Services, where we both do work at the harbor or at the waterfronts across Saugeen Shores. The revenue that we get from that is showing in the budget comes from the agreements that we have down there. And those are the station, the Beachside Cafe, the Harbor Light, and that is one that we do sublease, that is on federal land. Jerry's Fries, and the Tourist Camp Association, we are in a contract and agreement with them where they provide us $5,000 annually for the flea market area. Some of the expenses, there's multiple expenses. We do budget for some repair work on the range lights, and we work closely with There's a number of contracts, and if Stu wants to talk about the contracts that he deals with down there. Garbage collection, and again, we're showing the added fuel allocation in this area. What we have shown also is a service enhancement to this for discussion. And it includes 2 additional seasonal students and associated benefit costs and material costs for that. And those fees are associated with really the cleaning of the washroom. Right now, they're cleaned by our washroom crew that also do the washroom facilities across the entire spectrum of Saugeen Shores. So it's on their radar where they come down and they clean it 3 times a day. Although last year, due to the weather, it was not an extremely busy year for the Port Elgin Main Beach, I'll use as an example. We do know what it's like down there during heavy rain. We do know the traffic that uses them. Let's be honest, the formula that we have for stalls equate to the formula for beach. Continuously cleaning, like to increase that service that we provide.
And just a quick question, Jane. With the washroom, we're going to be considering the construction retrofit of a a brand new washroom down on the bottom of Green Street. I don't know whether the project's going ahead or not. I certainly support that project moving ahead. But, with a new facility, I mean, when you take a look at washroom cleaning, is it fair to expect that you know how you see on behind the door of Walmart or McDonald's or restaurant, wherever you see the checklist up by the hour, where washrooms are checked and kept spotless, supposed to be. The washroom cleaning is something, as tourists come into our community and the general public down use our facilities, one of the first things you look for is a nice clean washroom. It's been one of the concerns over the years. We continue to hear. Is it fair to assume that these 2 new students would be dedicated to those 3 or 4 washroom facilities down there? Are there other duties as assigned as part of those job descriptions? The primary role will be washroom cleaning?
Their primary role will be washroom cleaning. It is the first year that we're going to try this if approved. So we'd like to obviously dedicate that, and we're only asking for July and August during our 2 primary busy months, and it would be all the way from Gobles Grove to Southampton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to this area, the waterfront area, I think there's a potential that was started to spin around at the end of last year, and I think ought to be brought back up again with this council to enhance revenue at the waterfront with regard to we have had an increasing, I think, level of interest from food vendors, particularly in Port Elgin's main beach. Our current bylaws restrict or prohibit, I suppose, the ability for the town of Saugeen Shores to let licenses for vendors to locate in that location, which I think is strange and unnecessary. I think it would be prudent, I think, for council to ask staff to come back with some amendments to the bylaws to allow a certain area or the potential for some ideas on how we could on a place where we could allow food vendors to locate on Port Elgin's main beach in particular. That's where I've heard interest anyway. There may be opportunities in Southampton, but I haven't heard anybody looking for that. I could see that as a potential, that wouldn't generate a huge amount of revenue, but could generate a small amount of revenue, and certainly would be an additional enhancement to the waterfront. Jane identified the need for more opportunities for food down there, so I think that would be one way in the short term to address that. So I would like staff to look at that for us, and maybe even potentially, I don't know if it's within their scope to be able to do it that quickly, but it would be nice to see it done before the summer. But that's, if it can't be done, it can't be done. But and the other thing is, I'll say with regard to the students, I guess ask a question, Jane, in a little more specific detail. You said that those washrooms are cleaned 3 times a day, or were cleaned 3 times a day under the current regime. And if we were to add these people, can you give me a number? How many times a day will we be cleaning washrooms? What level of service will we get to on those big use washrooms with the 2 new students?
Well, their primary work would just be those washrooms. Our washroom crew, as I said before, did everything along the trails and everything else, all the other work. Our primary priority will be the main beach, particularly the Port Elgin main beach. It's awfully difficult to say how often they can go in. They can be in there for 15, 20 minutes. 10 minutes later, it's a mess. So
I guess I just wondered I'll cede the floor to my colleague, but I just wondered if I've lost Mike.
I think it's safe to say that there'll be, Mike or Luke. I think it's safe to say that there will be increased.
I had another question, but I've lost.
And my apologies, Deputy Chairman. But
what's that?
But my question was the same question, and if we're going to increase the service level, which I absolutely support doing, if we, with our washroom facility cleaning, I was taken off guard a little bit by the Gobles Grove to Southampton. I was interpreted that we were going to really raise the profile, raise the scope of hourly checks at particularly at the main beach in Port Elgin. So I guess, Jane, my question then is a follow-up. There is a washroom crew, I think, of 3 in Southampton, a washroom crew 3 in Port Elgin, at least it was. And the question is, are those 6 washroom crew will they still be cleaning washrooms as well in addition to these 2 then? So will we have 8 kids cleaning washrooms?
They will be, and the fact that it's a pilot program for us, we need to determine where our hot spots are going to be. We know that the Port Elgin Main Beach is a hot spot, and we also know that if we get a summer like we did 2 years ago, they will be at the Port Elgin Main Beach, a majority of them. It's, I'll say, supply and demand, really.
That's what I thought was going to happen, and when you said goes to Southampton, it kind of...
Well, we've heard that...
You're looking for a number that we're not going to get today. I think it's safe to say that you're going to see an increase in service in cleaning our washrooms.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I ask a question? You're referring to this as 2 added students. Is that because you're going after some provincial funding to help pay their salaries? The reason why I ask is that, technically they're part-time jobs. Is this, are they dedicated, like, nothing against student employment. I benefited from student jobs when I was young too, but is this the kind of, is it that you're going after grants? Is that why you keep calling them student jobs? Is this not something that could just be a part-time job in the community? Because got a whole lot of people that, this is something that might be of interest to somebody else.
Typically, they are seasonal staff students that we hire. Our students are eligible, all of our students are eligible for funding that we can apply for. Granted, some of those funds have been reduced over the course of the years. But typically, they are students, and if we wanted to look at adults, I can tell you I did not budget an adult rate in there. I budgeted a student. Coliseum, there's really no change to it. Obviously, the highlight is that there's been an increase driven by our utility costs, and that's across the board. Our revenue for Coliseum comes from, obviously, the ice rental, the floor rental, annex agreement that we have as well, and rentals in the annex. Our expenditures, we do have a debenture payment that will be completed next year, and that was from a recoating of the roof. That'll be done in 2016.
Just a question. I noticed in a couple of places that sort of like satellite services, I'll call them, like the Coliseum, there's a telephone line there for a building that's basically the people that are in there, our staff that are in there, for the most part, I'm assuming most of them carry cell phones now. Are we doing any kind of assessment of changes in utilities that will make sense over the next little while? It's a small ticket number, but it's just, it's a building that's pretty much, whenever somebody uses a phone in there, I see them on a cell phone.
Yeah, I think we'll always have a phone over there, also from an emergencies perspective as well. Believe it or not, we do use fax too at the Coliseum. That may change, but I can't imagine us ever taking that phone out. We have, and the internet as well.
Did you have a question, Don?
Item 6750, 1200, Coliseum overtime 10,000. What's that?
That's showing. Historically, we haven't shown our overtime. We haven't. It's rolled into our wages, full-time wages. We really want to try and keep track of what our overtime is in our facilities. So we've incorporated a new budget number, which it allows us easier opportunity, opposed to having to dig through our wages right now to find that. It's easier to find. So that's new.
But our workers are paid by the hour, correct? The hour, are they salaried?
Salaried.
Okay, salaried. So is this overtime coming from rentals that come in and out of the buildings, and if so, should that not be incorporated into their costs, not our costs of?
So I can give you an example of where our overtime incurred in 2014, and this was a previous arrangement or a previous policy that was developed for booking, and our home show causes a tremendous amount of Coliseum now. In order for us to get the ice out on time, back to us, I'm just using this as an example, a very short timeline that we need to turn typically our overtime occurs when, also because we are.
So when we're looking at our rentals, and this has been one of the big areas that I have, and I've spoken to you about this, can we get a breakdown of what the hourly cost for each of the buildings is? And because when we're looking at the facility rentals throughout the county, we know that we are a little pricier than other places, and we want to have more people here rather than going to the outlying areas. You know, you build it, they will come. They come, they pay, so more pay is better. Thank you.
Councillor Rich? Okay, you answered? Nothing further, we move to the Plex.
So again, not a tremendous amount of change with the Plex. What this budget represents is our revenue for ice rental, meeting room, main floor, and Rotary Hall. Our staff are currently looking at some alternative opportunities to increase some of the revenues and exposure. Looking at some lacrosse, a lacrosse program, bringing that back, shinny hockey. 15 years ago this New Year's, they had a big New Year's bash on the main floor, so we like to consider doing something again on the main floor. They're also looking at, when I say that, they're looking at all our buildings and anniversary dates and really capitalizing on that and encouraging the community to break with them, and whether it's a Coliseum or it's the pool or it's the Plex. So you'll see a lot of that happening too.
It's not a big item, but just the canteen shop, the rental, is there, I see it's reduced from 6 to 2. Do we lose somebody in the...
No, we didn't lose someone, and we brought that forward to council last year. We entered that out, and we do have a 10. However, they recognize the fact that the $5,000 really wasn't covering their expenditures. Long, hard discussion about service that they provide, and was that something that the municipality wanted to provide? So we reduced their agreement by half, I believe it was, in order to secure them. They're providing a great service in there, something I don't think that the municipality wants to provide.
Is this minor hockey? Or...
No, it's not minor hockey.
Oh, okay. Someone else. Okay, thank you.
Tourist camps. Give you a sense of the operation of tourist camps. We have 149 sites in Southampton, and we've got 292 sites in Port Elgin. We typically open May 1st, and we're open until October 31st. We do have staff in there for a good month before and a good month after to open and close the facilities. Over the years, staff have investigated different options for revenue generating sources. For 2015, our revenues are based on seasonal and transient sites. We charge for second refrigerators, summer boat storage we've instigated, and we also receive funding for the commission of sale of trailers. Expenses, the only really change for expenses is the allocation of the IT and the insurance, because the liability was less, so you'll see it increase in another area. And our utilities continue to increase. Oh.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out where this fits in on the budget. I recall a very brief conversation that happened about the assessed values of trailers and how we were going to assume that into the overall budget and divvy it up across the board. Is that the line on here, 6,400 tourist camp Port Elgin taxes? Would that be the value of the property taxes assessed to the trailer camp?
Yes, that's correct. Thanks. Getting there.
Those taxes separately. In 2015, we're proposing for the first time that tax is built into the overall lease payment that's paid by the camper owners. So there won't be two separate invoices. There will just be the one seasonal invoice.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Under the wages, are we getting a tourist camp manager, new tourist camp manager? It looks like the bulk of these wages are part-time wages.
Our tourist camp manager is not a full-time wage. It is a part-time wage as well. We had a tourist camp manager for the last 2 years, managed the tourist camp, and last year he also managed the harbor. He went to full-time employment. We had 2 assistants that we urged up to provide the services of the manager after Labor Day weekend last year. They've indicated that they'd like to return, and good sense having the 2 of them as a team.
So would one be dedicated to Southampton, one to Port Elgin?
Correct.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, this is such a profitable enterprise for us, and I spoke a lot to folks in the tourist camps in Southampton, and there was a concern about service. I'd like to see that level increased.
Absolutely, and I think through efficiencies there was. We tried it for a year, and we certainly realized that.
Mr. Mayor, Jane, I just wondering, or perhaps Kate, but I just wonder if there's any value in, I mean, I know the capital cost installation for hydrometers is very expensive, and the payback probably be 2, 3, 4 years, I'm not sure. Maybe we'd even have to roll back the site fees a little bit to compensate for hydrometers, but has there been any discussion among staff at all about perhaps installing hydrometers at those 500 plus sites? We have a $110,000 expense in here for utilities. And I'm just wondering if, and I happen to believe our rates are still pretty reasonable for campground fees. And so I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion about that.
That was a previous capital project that we tried to implement and ran into some roadblocks with the Ontario Energy Board with respect to sub-metering. So we are prohibited from, in fact, doing that. Prohibited. I'm being polite.
One of the exercises that we'll continue to do is today is to take a look at our fee structure and how we bill for the trailers and the size of them.
Just to comment on the prohibited. So you're saying that other tourist camps, campgrounds around the province of Ontario have all been grandfathered then?
That's our understanding.
Not taking that real well.
Pool. All right, last one I've got on here is pool. We were shut down for 2 months this year as we did some work to the pool shell and to the piping as well. Looks great, and I've received some positive comments about that. We continue to increase with our numbers, though, in our swimming lessons and our advanced aquatics. One of the interesting things that we do with the pool, and it's a good model to use, is that they do network with all of the other pools within the area. They do apply for funding as a collaboration, and typically we're the leader in that, and it's been really successful with that collaboration. Shanna continues to seek out grants. She got a 2-year grant and will be going after. It comes to a conclusion this year, but she'll be seeking out other grants, and they're primarily to get schools into the pool. Provides busing, equipment as well. The Life Saving Club that embraced Rick Mercer on the weekend. All of that wouldn't be possible without the funding that she applies for. And I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back, not the pool, I'd like to go back to understand the discussion around the airport. Is it Jane's responsibility to bring us a report, or were we thinking we wanted to ask the members of the airport committee to come before us again? And if the latter is true, I would ask that we don't do that until myself and Councillor Rich have had a chance to meet with them. If it's just Jane bringing back a report to us for more analysis, then I have no difficulty with that. Thank you.
I think do you have that information?
I have a draft budget of theirs that I can provide you.
I think, in honesty, though, I mean, if there's going to be generating a lot of questions around that draft budget, you probably should have members of the people that prepared it. So
Probably once the committee has been.
Sure. So I think, in fairness, I think if you're going to get answers to it, I think we should do it. It would be better if we did it at one time, and we can wait till after you talk to the committee and a member of the committee. I assume the chair would come. They traditionally come each year. It's just a timing issue. I guess we don't have a committee at the moment because we haven't struck it, but. So there's your answer. There's your convoluted answer.
Mr. Mayor, I was in the council chambers when they arrived last year, and I don't see the need to bring them back to make educated decision about what we want to do with a $17,000 budget. We either have the information and we can make a decision. It looks to me like there's probably two good decisions we can make. We either agree to the 17,000, or we agree that we want to phase out the airport. I mean, we really have two options. Bringing the committee back for another barbecue grilling session is not something I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
No, but I think there was some questions about what they were paying for tie-down fees and types of information that from other members, I think, prior to this that we were interested in. But that's fine. You can present the budget, Jane, and we can probably get that. You probably bring that at our next budget presentation because it would be time for us to consider the whole thing. Yep.
I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but I'm going to anyways. 14, I think it's 14 straight years that I recall that we've debated whether or not the $15,000 or $16,000 or $17,000 is a suitable number for airport, and they're grilled every year. And quite frankly, I think it's a little bit of waste of time around this table to hash through the airport budget every year. And are we in it or are we out? And if we don't support the airport, let's get rid of the 17.5. But if we're in, I see no value in discussing it every year. I don't get it.
Mike, calm you down. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Mike. I agree wholeheartedly with you. For the amount of money that we're talking about here, we spend in a whole bunch of time discussing it, and I agree with you. But bring it back and at budget time and next budget, and thanks for those comments. So we have okay, yeah, sure, okay. We're going to get a little intro to the next step here.
All right, so we're going to sort of move things just around slightly, just in the essence of time. We're going to talk about fleet. I'm just going to quickly go through the fleet budget. Phil has a presentation, and then we do have a list of decisions that we'd like to get through today. We probably won't get to the capital changes, but we will address those, and you do have a list of them in your detailed capital budgets to consider for our next meeting, and obviously we're open to any questions after this meeting if you have any about those. So we'll get to these items to discuss after Phil's presentation. The fleet budget, we've really tried even more this year to incorporate the entire fleet into the fleet budget. So this includes not only our works department and fire, but also we've brought the landfill in here. As you saw, there's a landfill contribution to the fleet reserve. And I believe every fleet asset is here other than our police department. And 2 golf carts are not included. One item to look at is the fuel line item. We originally had increased this. However, because fuel prices are down and expected to stay down for a while, we've left it consistent. We are slightly over budget in fuel for 2014, so leaving it at the same level, we're hoping we can come in on budget. And then the internal allocations, that's where we actually see the amounts coming back in for fuel. So as we've been going through, we saw the $40,000 in parks, we saw the fuel costs for tourist camps and waterfront. those will be allocations, and then you'll see the credit here. So reducing that cost in parks won't have a net impact on the budget. What we're really looking for when we look at fuel costs is this line item under fleet. Other than that, your fleet transfer to reserve is here, and regular maintenance and the supplies or the salaries for the mechanic. And then I will pass it on to Phil, and he has a presentation regarding the fire fleet.
Thank you, Kate. I'll just quickly mention on the spreadsheet, or on this summary, that the $605,000 transfer to fleet is projected in our current fleet forecast to grow to $685,000 over the next 4 years for that transfer as budgeted right now. For the past 6 years, we've struggled with apparatus replacement, and our focus was on the first frontline apparatus, and we prolonged and pushed out the replacement of 2 very expensive apparatus, the aerial truck and a pumper tanker. And at the last council, as well as the first capital budget meeting this year, I committed to council to find any other cost-saving solutions that we can. Currently in the fleet capital budget is a $425,000 pumper tanker budgeted for this year, and a $1.2 million aerial budgeted for next year. Those are our needs currently to replace an 18 and a 22-year-old truck and keep our level of service currently. But our fleet looks a little bit like that. It's 8 units, and while we're not a huge user of the corporate fleet, we are definitely have the most expensive units, if you will, on a unit per unit basis. So our draw on the capital fleet, if you will, is closer to $4 million for the 8 units. In exploring options to recommend to council, we looked at a lot, and I probably had preconceived notions of suggesting 2 used apparatus instead of 2 new apparatus. But when we further explored those options, it was realized that they were equally expensive, if you will, and they came with a risk of no warranty and outlying repairs that we weren't aware of. So in the essence of time, I'll go through these fairly quickly and then focus on the last one, that is our recommendations. Option A is traditional purchasing. You design a truck and then you have somebody buy it, build it for you, and it's definitely the most expensive. Option B is looking at an already built truck, so you take their expertise and advice and buy something that's already for sale at a reduced price. Option C is looking for used apparatus, and I know I mentioned earlier an apparatus has 20-year shelf life, if you will, service life. If you buy something halfway through, you'd think it was last half the price, but it's not always. They drop off quickly in the last 10 years. And option D is an older used truck, and we explored close to 100 different units that were available out there, Barrie and Meaford to Texas and in between, so that I could bring you numbers that were real and not fictitious in this presentation. The last time we met, council asked me to explore a lease option, and I've included that as well. And then lastly, F that we'll talk about, and it's repurposing of our existing apparatus and reducing. Option A again, I'm sorry that's not coming through very well. It's very, very tiny, but the most expensive, if you will. Option B is much the same, realizing some savings and buying a truck that's already built. Option C is a used truck at about half of its life, but we would only enjoy the service of half of its life, and they're comparable price-wise. Option E is much the same, but it's towards the end of its life, and we'd only enjoy maybe 4 or 5 years of service in that option. And these again are real trucks, if you will. And option F is what I'd like to take a little bit of time and talk about. It is reducing our fleet by 2 units over the next replacement cycle, if you will. 1 unit immediately in 2015, and then another unit in 2017 to 2019. And this is going to take some shuffling around. We'll have to reassign vehicles at both stations. We'll have to do some training on them. We will have to take a pickup truck that I drive now as a command post and put it into the fire hall as a response vehicle. We'll have to do a real shuffling of our resources that we have, a real assignment of the tasks that they can complete, and get our fleet down, which will have some impact on our operating budget for maintaining them, but not in the first year. What the implementation of this looks like is, like I said, a shuffle from one hall to the next, and at the end of the day, at the end of 2019, for say, we will get our fleet down and save over $1 million up to the capital fleet reserve, and then operate, providing the same level of service we currently do with 8 apparatus, with just 6 apparatus, reassigning what those trucks do. I mentioned it just a moment ago. We want to maintain the level of service as our first priority. What I'm proposing is funded with the fleet reserve and the development charges, partially funds a quint apparatus. Again, disposing of 2 apparatus to try to keep our operating costs down. Reassigning, instead of a $1.2 million aerial, we're looking at closer to an $800,000 quint style apparatus that can do both. It'll still be maneuverable for small lanes, but it will provide us some insurance value to the fire underwriter survey.
Okay, can we go back to the slide that says trade-in value of 2 vehicles?
I was going to focus on that. That's one of the recommendations in the next slide. But in this slide, is this the slide?
No, sorry. The one F, the F one?
Yes.
It says trade-in unit 62 and unit 59. Their value is $7,000?
Their value is next to nothing, as you can see, and those are real numbers that we've been offered for them.
Okay, and what were those 2 units again? Sorry.
One was an aerial truck that's over 20 years of age, which as soon as you hit that 20-year mark, another department can't put it into service. The value is close to scrap value, if you will.
Does it have any intrinsic value to support your fleet for a few more years? Would it be not worth keeping it and not getting the $7,000?
No, we don't have room. I can get to the other slides. We don't have room in our fire stations, but also it's costing us far more than $7,000 a year to keep it on the road. And then the other truck is why we're having this discussion. It's the immediate replacement. It's the one that's broken and the pump is not functional on it, and the repair is over $50,000 to repair it.
I'm keeping the 22-year-old aerial truck as a future vintage model for our fire truck museum.
If we had the building built, maybe, but we don't have a building to put it in.
Okay, I don't think we got all of these pieces of paper.
No, you have not seen this proposal yet.
So let me understand, if I imagine Southampton, what you're suggesting would, instead of having 2 trucks and the rescue vehicle and the Zodiac boat in there, there'd be 1 truck, the rescue vehicle, and the Zodiac boat. Is that sort of what I'm should read into this?
The Southampton Fire Hall currently has 3 fire trucks and a support vehicle, a pickup truck. What we're suggesting is 2 fire apparatus, a rescue and a quint that would do the job of 2 trucks.
Okay.
And then a small vehicle.
My initial reaction is I don't want us to lose any apparatus, but having said that, I appreciate your comment about you could maintain service levels. However, given that we have bigger houses being built, we also have, hopefully, and it will continue, some multiple unit structures being built. There's potential for more wooden structures to be built because of changes in the building code that are now enabled greater height with wood in Ontario. And we have, not so much in Southampton, but certainly in Port Elgin, some enhanced commercial activity. Are you sure we can maintain the service level? Meaning, I live, as you know, just down the street from the fire hall. The number of times I see all 3 vehicles on their way out to something, if there weren't 3 there, could we still do it? And I appreciate your opinion, but I just, could we still do it?
I'd ask you not to think of it as 2 or 3 vehicles. I'd ask you to think of it as 6 or 7 vehicles still, and us utilizing the other station more often. So what you might see in Southampton is 2 vehicles instantly at your house, and a third 4 to 5 minutes behind it when needed. And this is actually something we've discussed over the number of years and through the Master Fire Plan process. Is what I'm proposing in these slides is very much downsizing, I think, but I'd rather look at it as right sizing. So historically at Amalgamation, there's 3 fire stations, and we crammed all the vehicles we had into 2 fire stations and filled them right up everywhere a truck would fit, and we've maintained those for years. And now what I'm asking you to consider is maybe, they're very expensive trucks. I'm asking for over an $800,000 capital project to save $1 million, but the return, the savings will come in the next replacement cycles, years and years down the road, and meet our needs to 2027. So yes, currently right now 2 trucks are budgeted at $400,000 and $1.2 million, and that maintains. But I really think we can maintain our same level of service to the citizens, working together with the 2 stations more, with apparatus instead of 8.
And I think it's important, Phil hasn't had the opportunity to say that this Quint vehicle will have capacity that exceeds our existing aerial and pumper. So it's not like the level of service will be reduced. It's just you're going to get more stuff on a smaller truck, and we're going to combine potentially 2 into 1. So it's not that there's a reduced level of service from rolling stock's point of view. And how does the number of vehicles we have compare with the city of Guelph?
We have slightly more fire trucks than the city of Guelph does frontline for the town of Saugeen Shores. Currently, in comparison, Owen Sound is protected by 3 apparatus. We currently have 8. So, yes, what I'm proposing at reducing 2 apparatus, they're better laid out trucks. This shows it a little bit more in the trucks we're proposing to reduce, and we're going to, working with Public Works and a shared apparatus we have there, a water tanker, we're going to keep our water carrying capacity just divided by different trucks, and we're going to keep our aerial function in the proposed plan. And as Larry mentioned, we're going to actually, the aerial slightly larger, and it has slightly more capacity to it, but it is doing the job of an aerial and a pumper and eliminating a $500,000 pumper. And we have to have it a little bit bigger than currently to serve our needs 20 years down the road, as well as to access those development charges monies.
Thanks. I think Councillor Grace has a question, and then we'll go to Councillor Dave Mayette.
This time I get to go first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Phil, I've got a question just about the property insurance rates, because I remember when you were talking about this in the capital discussion, you were talking about the fact that having the aerial and the budget and the pumper would allow our property taxes to stay lower than otherwise. Will this be the same effect?
No, that's been our focus, and I'm sure I put it in this slide is maintain those 2 levels of service. So we want to keep an aerial truck in town. For the Main Street businesses, that reduces their insurance significantly. So we want to keep that service alive, if you will. And the other service that we provide is the Spear Tanker Shuttle to the township residents, and that keeps their insurance much lower. We want to absolutely make sure those 2 programs aren't hurt by that, and this proposed project allows us to do that.
I think specifically you said something about the fact that if we didn't have those in place, our rates would be 20% higher.
Correct.
So this will protect that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayette? Dave? I think I got it right.
Doubly thank. Through you, Phil, you've done a lot of homework, obviously, over the past few weeks since we last spoke about this, and I commend you on that for bringing back options that we can consider. Just with regards to the levels of service,
with this new model that you're proposing with 6 apparatus, would we be able to fight 2 fires at the same time?
Yes. So even though it's 6 apparatus, it's still 4 pumpers of a sort. So 2 of them are going to be pumper tankers instead of just tankers. Just pumpers. We're going to make them do double duty, and yes, we could fight 2 fires at the same time.
Okay, because that has happened.
It has.
Yes.
We don't want to have it happening.
No,
again.
we don't. But it's not out of the realm of plausibility.
And we also consider things like road closures. So last week it would have been difficult to fight a fire in the other area when 21 was closed. So we need to make sure that we have that level of service at both fire stations to be able to back each other up that way. One of the reasons this is discussed now at this operating budget is if considering the trimming of $1 million out of the fleet reserve, we can reduce our transfer to the fleet reserve, which has impact on operating.
Okay, no hands up. Oh, one more hand up. Go ahead, Luke.
That was my question, and it may have been in there and I missed it. I sort of was trying to look at the slides and listen, and I picked it all up. But has anything been worked into the operating budget with regard to the fleet reserve, taking this into account, and what is the impact, or is there any kind of recommended fleet reserve transfer adjustment coming out of Phil's report here? Stage.
So currently in the budget that was presented, the impact of Phil's recommendation has not been reflected. However, my understanding is if we were to go through with this, we could maintain the fleet reserve transfer at what it has been historically, being the $585 per year. That would be a savings of $20,000 this year. And actually, since we are forecasting an additional $20,000 each year, it would actually reduce that by a significant amount over the next.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Yes. Yes, and I want to comment. I think it's really, I like how you look at the whole thing and really, you're thinking outside some ideas and looking for savings and providing a better service, and I admire you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I should mention the firefighters too. It's definitely remarkable that they're supportive of this, that we're not going to have mutinies at 2 fire stations, that we will have some shuffling around, and there'll be a training curve and some other costs for a year. But then they're very supportive of this plan moving forward.
Okay, so I think there is an issue there with capital, but I don't think we're going to have time. We're not have time to deal with anything with capital today, but we have about 9 items that we need to deal with. And Kate is ready as we go, and I'm going to ask you, we've had a lot of discussion on all of them, and we can have some more discussion, but I think this is the time we make some choices, and we'll see how it's going to affect the levy when we're finished. And is that how you want to go ahead?
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. Will there also be the opportunity to suggest, for members of council to suggest other changes?
Yeah, I think what we should, trying to get some order to this, I think we'll do these 9 first, and then we'll take some suggestions. We'll see where the levy is, and we'll take some suggestions about whether you want to change something or savings or add a whole bunch more to it there. I'm all for that. So I guess the first one was the increase in tree maintenance and parks, which was impact $15,000 on the levy, and that was way back very early this morning.
No, I sort of went in reverse order. Okay. So, from this afternoon back to this morning. So
okay, yeah, that's right. Yes, this is the.
So if we look at the parks budget, there was an additional $15,000 that has not been in there in the past to cover tree maintenance and address not only the emerald ash borer, but regular tree maintenance and replanting in parks. A new line item.
What is our liability in terms of damage to property if we don't? Would that be talking about trimming trees?
This is all of our maintenance program for some trimming, but majority of it is taking down. That's a liability. But ensuring that those trees that are taken down try to manage it in our operating budget now. In our operating budget with the expenses.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, what we heard up here, Jane, was that there's 15,000 additional new dollars to plant new trees, which is why we thought this was worthy of some further discussion. So if that was something that we didn't interpret correctly up here, maybe you could just clarify that for us.
It was that and the emerald ash tree program. The emerald ash that we have some issues, minimal.
Could you split between what we need to maintain existing trees versus new tree planting, which I think is a new level of service that we needed some direction on. I think we have to maintain and trim trees that are going to pose a liability issue, but I frankly didn't understand that, and perhaps we could just circle back to this one in a couple minutes.
We won't skip it. We'll just delay it. The next item then is the increase in part-time wages for the waterfront. And I think we had a really good discussion about that, and it had to do with dedication to improve service to the waterfront in the washrooms. And it's $15,000. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd support leaving it in.
Okay. Well, then, if there's no other discussion, we'll ask the question. Is everybody in favor? Please raise your hand. All in favor? Opposed, if any? So the 15,000 stays. Do you want this?
Mayor, if I could just comment on that, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but I really hope that there is that focus being placed on the washroom facilities at our main beach in Port Elgin. Not that they're not covering other services, but I just wanted to go on record by saying I hope that those two extra individuals are spending primarily most of their time there. Thank you.
This is an increase in service. So the next one then is the increase in loose top gravel maintenance on our roads budget, which is posted at 50,000. Any discussion?
I would support in leaving that in. I think it's long overdue that we increased our roads budget with our gravel inventory, and I think it'll allow us to get some things done that perhaps we obviously weren't able to get done over the past several years. So my suggestion would be to leave that in, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dave Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also am in favor of increased maintenance of loose gravel roads. And just the question I didn't get a chance to ask at the time, is this a new methodology we're going to be using to do the gravel roads? Like are we going to use crushed gravel, or are we just going to put another layer on top that the snowplow is going to shove off into the ditch again?
No, it won't be a new methodology.
Maybe I'll have a better idea what you're talking about after I get back from the roads conference in February. Are you going? I'll bring you back some more stuff before the spring. Yeah, some gravel.
Oh, then, if there's no other question, I'll call the question. Who's in favor of leaving the $50,000 in for maintenance? All in favor? Oh. Next one is waste management levy. This will be an interesting one. So that's a $50 per year increase that we're asking. $50 per property increase. To fund $227,000 short.
can understand the reasoning behind it, but it's a big hit. Has a property owner who has a vacant piece of property, I'd be hit by this. I don't generate any garbage. And I understand my connection to the whole process, but it's too big of a hit to sell initially. I would not be in favor of $50, but I see the merit of fee across the levy.
I think so. The option really is, I mean, we need this source of revenue somewhere, I guess, and the option is either this way or the levy or bag tags. Or reduce the reserve transfer. I mean, that's an option. Yep, go. Did you have a comment?
I'm going to support a levy at some level. I think it's going to be necessary to start this process of a levy, at least to start it, because even if we do defer and find reserves to do this, we're eventually going to have to pay the piper. We're eventually going to have to find new revenue to offset this stuff. You just delay, and defer until eventually you're up against the wall, and then you got to pay. So, but $50 in 1 year may be further than I want to go. I would say I could support a $25 levy and a reduction in the transfer to reserve by an amount that I haven't decided on yet. but I would say fund that reduction partially by reducing the reserve expansion and partially by applying it to the tax levy, finding the additional tax levy resources through other. But I guess what I'm saying up front is I could support a $25 and a reduction to the there's a $25. What would $25 off that would cost? $187.5 is what we would raise, and we would have $187.5 left to find. No, on the tax levy would be $200 and some odd.
Sure, go ahead, Diane.
This is a process question. So on a tax bill, if we do this, everybody's tax bill would have whatever their property tax was, and there would be a separate line, like Cardin used to have something there for. It would just be a totally separate line on there, which is so technically it doesn't fit into the percentage increase on whatever. It's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
So just to provide an impact of that change, if we were to cut that levy in half, bringing it to $187.5, and we removed the transfer to the landfill liability completely, since that was less than half of what the previous one was, we end up with an overall cost of $40,000 that has been added to the tax levy.
Did you have a comment, John?
I mean, we're talking from a taxpayer's perspective. It's all the same thing, right? It doesn't matter. It's still a tax.
Oh, for sure. I mean, well,
we're talking about semantics in a lot of ways. If we got to pay for it, we just do. If that's what. Unfortunately, I don't want to, but I think that.
Mike. And sorry, Dave, I skipped you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a hard time with this one also. It just feels a little sort of sneaky to me. We have different forms of taxes that we put across. First, there was the regular property tax that covered most of the services, and then we brought in bag tags, and people kind of accepted that. And they thought, okay, and then bag tags went up in price, and people thought, okay, well now it's getting more expensive, and so they bought less of them. Whether they bought bigger bags or whether they got out burn barrels or whatever they did, and now we're just saying, well, that didn't work to generate the revenues we wanted, so we're going to come in with another tax that you can't really avoid because it's going to be per household. But that goes against the original principle of people who have more valuable households pay a larger percentage of the burden. Presumably a larger household would produce more garbage, I suppose, and use more services. So I'm having a hard time with this one at the rate of $50. If it was reduced by some level, I may be able to get my head around it, but I'm having a hard time with this. Thanks.
Well, I think we've got a suggestion here, and you want to speak to it again? I mean, this isn't final. I think this is going to get us down closer to where we need to be, and we're going to look at the whole levy, and we can revisit all of this. Because, but your suggestion, Luke, if you want to come up with a suggestion, is $25 and a partial.
What I would call it is the way I envision it is a phase-in of this levy over more than a single year, and what by applying part of it to the tax levy in 2015, that allows us to find savings in more than just the waste disposal budget to offset that additional cost. We can look into the broader budget to bring to offset the tax impact of the rest of it. That's my thinking. But the principle in my view is sound. The key thing is to phase in the impact on all residents over a couple of years, and not to apply the whole cost. My view is not to apply the whole cost to the taxpayer in 2015, either on the tax levy or on this, but to find savings in the tax levy to offset the additional cost.
Okay.
But I would say reduce. Like I said, I would support $25 as a phase-in year one approach, and I would like to see a split on the remainder between the reserve transfer and the tax levy.
Okay, so you're talking, say if it's half and half, you're talking $90,000 out of the transfer to reserves. 75. Okay, say 75. Okay, so are we just about clear what we're trying to do here?
That's only a suggestion.
Is that a suggestion? Has anybody else got a suggestion? Sure.
I have a question. Is the levy per household or per property? It's written as per property.
We've got starting. Okay, that's right. Can we move on then? Can I ask the question, is any support? So what we're asking is that phase it in over 2 years, 25 this year, and whatever council decides next year, half of the remainder taken from the transfer to reserve, which is about 74,000, and the remaining 74,000 that we need levy, or it will go on the levy. About 0.75%, yeah.
0.75% tax.
Okay. How's that sit with you? Go ahead.
Now, you being the senior statesman at the table, in my 2 terms on council, we've never done something like this. So, do we have any previous example, other than sewer and water, where this stuff might show up? Do we have? Is this a new road that we're about to go down? Because we've never done this in 7 years of.
Okay. Go ahead, Don.
What would the difference be of just increasing the bag tags to $2.50 or $3 rather than it's a user fee? Come use it, you pay for it, rather than hitting everybody with a $25, $30, $35.
I think. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
I did that math at a different value, so I think we'd have to get to close to $4.50 or $5. It says $5.50 on here, but that was based on another number. We'd have to get to about $4.50 or $5 to raise that type of revenue, just because we've seen that when we raise bag tags, the sales drop off by a considerable amount. So we have to watch that. Just because we put it up that much, we can't be guaranteed the same revenue based on the previous year's sales. And to the point that was brought up, when bag tags were originally introduced, it was to cover the cost of the landfill. However, when we did that, we covered the cost of operations, not the cost of replacing the space that was used when someone put a bag in the landfill. And that's really the question we have in front of us is, are we going to continue to just cover operations just a day-to-day, or do we want to start covering the cost to replace the asset that's being used every day at a reduced rate, which is great, but still being used each and every day? And I guess that's the question in front of us.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the philosophy that he's suggesting, that the same philosophy we've done with water, because there's a benefit to that landfill site to every property being there, and we think they should be contributing something. And it shouldn't be all users, just user fee. That's I think the kind of the benefit. Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
So we can't use development charges, or we can use development charges for a landfill site expansion, because the more people that are coming to the community, the quicker we're going to exhaust the existing landfill site.
Waste management is specifically excluded from development charges.
Okay, so that's a good point. So taxation, 1% taxation increase is different for every household based on assessed value.
Correct.
So that's not a suitable answer either. And user fees alone are not the answer. Bag tags are not the answer, because it's something that we all need, whether we use it or not. So it's starting to sound like Vice Deputy Mayor Huber has intimated to me there in her spiel that this is a first off. I don't think it is. I think that you could probably add the Saugeen River Bridge in the same category. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, again. As we are proposing here, we'll be adding to a reserve that currently doesn't exist to replace the existing landfill?
To clarify, I did find the reserve. There's about $25,000 in it currently.
Okay. So we'd be adding under this formula that Vice Deputy or Deputy Mayor Charbonneau proposed, we'd be adding about $90K to that.
We're saying half of what was there, so about $75,000 is what we're proposing as a transfer to that reserve.
Close to $100,000 as a seed money for this fund, which would be needed 15, 17 years out from now, give or take. Yeah. Okay. Call it a dozen or 15. Would we confirm that we would be leaving the interest in that to compound?
That decision is coming up on the list.
What, is that going to be a blanket for all reserves? Would that be a blanket question for all reserves?
We could certainly break it down to be just the rate-funded reserves versus all capital reserves.
Because I think citizens, would be more apt to be able to swallow this pill if they knew that that money was going to go into a dedicated fund and there was going to be no, I don't want to call it something that's not, but, skimming off of that fund, that it be dedicated so that 12, 14, 16 years from now, when we start breaking ground on either a new site or an adjacent site or reopening an existing site, that money is there and it's growing out of there. I'd be more comfortable with that anyway. Thanks.
My view is the intention should be, and ought to be, that we continue to increase our contributions to that reserve fund in a gradual way. Stu had indicated that he's hoping that $80,000 additionally will come available to add to that in 2016, and we could also continue the phasing of this in another year and grow our contribution to the reserve fund over the next couple of years and give the ratepayer the opportunity to experience the additional increase and slowly through a slow increase to where we need it to be to ensure that we continue to have the service. So it's a little bit of a balance to try to give people a bit of a break, give them a chance to adjust, and also get us where we need to be, just not maybe all in one go.
Go ahead.
So if we don't approve some form of increase, that number
goes to the levy
right there is going to get your years.
Sorry. These aren't easy decisions. Go ahead, Diane. I think we're gonna
I'm starting to
get some.
change my opinion that, maybe it might just be better to just rip the Band-Aid off and just get on with it, in the sense that I think if the argument is presented with the supporting information about what we've been doing with waste management, how fees are there for a certain reason, the length of the landfill. I'm as much as it's a hard pill to swallow. Maybe we should just run with $50. However, perhaps not as part of the budget, but we roll it out at some point with reports to council saying this is what this is specifically for. So it sets up that it's going into a specific place. It's got a specific role in the future, and that's what it's for. So that it doesn't get buried in all of this and just be an extra $50. That it's
going to be included as a line on your tax bill. You are going to know exactly what that is when you read your tax bill. Sorry for interrupting, Diane.
Well, I'm just, I'm kind of now rolling back over to $50.
Dave?
Just a quick question around the mechanics of collecting it. Currently, we pay our tax bills in 4 installments. Would it be $12.50 4 times?
If your tax bill is broken down into 4 equal payments, you're right. It would be broken down with the rest of your tax bill so that they would be even over time.
Okay, again, I'll just remind you that this isn't set in stone. I think this is really just we're trying to narrow us down to get closer to where we're going to be. And we've got a suggestion from the Deputy Mayor that we implemented over 2 years, $25, reduce the transfer to payment, reduce the transfer to reserves by 50%, and the remaining we're going to hopefully find somewhere else. So that's the question I think we can, and again, this does not bind us from changing this again when we get this, a couple of weeks when we get this whole picture, because it's just trying to narrow these choices down for staff. So I'm going to ask the question now. All in favor of that particular proposal that was $25, a reduction to the transfer and reserve by 50%, and the remainder we're going to try and find in savings elsewhere in the budget. All in favor? Sorry. That will be decided. Yeah, that'll be decided by. We'll have the same discussion again next year, Dave. It'll be fees and charges then. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor, this is for the $25 we're voting on.
That's correct. Yes, $25. Again, does everybody understand the question I'm asking? $25, a reduction of 50% to the transfer to reserves, which is, say, and 70-some thousand, and the remainder we'll get somewhere else. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Next one, the increase in transfer to the bridge reserve, which an increase of $120,000. All in favor? No, some suggestions. Go ahead, Neil.
I'm opposed to, I believe that we could delay at least this year in the hope that we could have more discussion at other options and look at the inventory of the bridges and decide. I don't believe we need to fund them by that amount, and I would like to have a longer opportunity to discuss it than we have right now. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rich.
I would tend to agree. I think in the end, we're going to have to try and find some money somewhere.
Okay.
We're already on percentage yet.
What's my
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of this one. I think our bridge infrastructure has been neglected for a long time, and I think it's time we step up to the plate and put some money aside to fix these bridges. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So I would support a small increase to the bridge replacement reserve transfer. I would suggest that the transfer be set at $100,000. That we that we draw the 90 out. I think that there's a good argument to be made to continue to create this reserve and grow it, continue to grow it over time as we can in order to offset bridge maintenance costs, which, as Stu pointed out, are going to be 50% of replacement costs over time. So I'd like to see the reserve continue to grow, but we need money from here, and I think this is a logical place to take it. So I would suggest taking $90,000.
Taking 90,000 out of there, so the transfer would be $30,000 to the reserve.
No, transfer would be $100,000.
Or did I miss? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So, okay, so just so everybody's clear, the question then will be, what will be the transfer then? It will be 100,000, yeah. I'm trying to clear my own mind. So we're suggesting a $100,000 transfer to the bridge reserve. Okay. Okay. Okay, 100? Sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, again, we're not finalizing everything here, so the next that's the question then. Who? So you're just clarifying what you're suggesting there for us, Luke, is reducing this.
I move that the bridge replacement reserve contribution for 2015 be set at $100,000.
Okay. From 120, 190. Sorry. Yeah. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next is a $10,000 community improvement grant. $10,000 community improvement. Downtown. These are grants, but Deputy Mayor.
This was my idea, so I'll speak to it. I think the intention here, I understand I'm fighting an uphill battle getting this one funded, but I'm going to speak to it anyway. Is to add matching dollars to Spruce to Bruce grants to get Saugeen Shores at the table in making decisions with the Spruce to Bruce committee. There have been, I think there has been an issue over the last couple of years because Saugeen Shores hasn't been a funding partner in the Spruce to Bruce program in terms of some, well, there'd be some benefit. Let me put it that way. There would be some benefit to having Saugeen Shores decision makers at the table, and the way to get them at the table is to have some funding there. The concept, and this doesn't just come from me, this has risen up through the DRAC as a request, direct request from the BIA's, Port Elgin BIA and the Southampton, the group that preceded the BIA in Southampton, asking us to begin to provide a grant program and it would be administered through our facade improvement guideline, effectively tack on to Spruce to Bruce's program. My original conception was it would be a bench program where we would buy benches to go with facades, which came out of the Roger Brooks session. Anyway, but that's just my concept and not necessarily one that we have to go with. But my view is that there would be a strong benefit to Saugeen Shores to be an active financial player in this granting process, and that would make it stronger and make it a stronger program, and also fulfill some of the downtown improvement requests that have come from our downtown organizations. So it's a $10,000 hit, a relatively small hit, and I will be voting in favor of funding, and I suppose I ask you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Grace.
My question is, Mr. Mayor, am I correct in remembering that the current facade loan program is funded at $50,000 to be shared? No? It's for people can apply, businesses can apply?
No, I think what we're proposing, we
Because it
had
says to replace the current facade.
we had offered interest-free loans for
up to $50,000.
Yeah, and I forget exactly what the limit was. Was it 15? Do you know?
15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the Spruce to Bruce, well, the budget is, there's another $350,000 that Bruce County puts into that spread out all over the county. Having said that, Saugeen Shores is the biggest contributor to the county levy, so we're paid the biggest share of that. So,
Thank you.
Should I assume that what this is it means that if a business, and this whole facade thing started with us ourselves. Spruce to Bruce wasn't the initial, it came out of community improvement plans here, but if we do this, does that mean that somebody who's applying, they're still going to be applying through Spruce to Bruce, but does it then set up that they're not paying anything, that it's half from Spruce to Bruce, half from us? Or is this just additional funds to what's already available? Like, explain to me how we fit into this.
I don't think that's set. We haven't set the terms of it, but it's just to say that $10,000 is going. I mean, if we approve that, we can have that discussion about how it's going to be meted out. The question is, do you approve of $10,000? So why would we not just have our own program that our own businesses can apply to us? What's the deal with, like, is this, if our funds are already going into the Spruce to Bruce pool, this is just extra money in there? Am I missing something? Do you want to comment? No, I think that's what you're right. Spruce to Bruce has a pool that they have administered, and I think the request is that now that the town wants to add to that, add an additional $10,000. And we will decide sometime in the future, if it's approved, how you apply and how that gets meted out, spec'd out.
I'd rather give $5,000 to the Southampton BIA and $5,000 to the Port Elgin BIA and let them spend it.
Sorry, go ahead.
So to clarify, there's no guarantee that that $10,000 would be dedicated to Saugeen Shores.
Oh, yes.
Yes, okay.
It's the 340 I mentioned. That is spread out throughout the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I'm going to comment, and I prefer, I mean, we put a great deal of money in Spruce to Bruce. I think that this is one way where we can save $10,000, because I think the interest-free loans are a good incentive, and we've put a lot of money into Spruce to Bruce over the years, and probably will continue in the future. The county has done in my mind, a very good job of that after some hiccups along the way, and we've got it. So I would suggest we take it out and continue the interest-free loan. Dave, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to hear from the Downtown Revitalization Committee themselves a better definition of the need, because we're hearing that there's other programs that they can apply to for facade improvements. And if that one's insufficient and they can define a gap, then I'd like to hear that, because I'm not getting that sense.
Okay. So any other discussion? The question? Go ahead, Luke.
Just make the comment about the loan program. There has been no uptake on the loan program. That's part of the reason why why this proposal has come forward. We haven't had any traction at all with the loan program. I think one way or the other, whatever happens here, loan program ought to probably be phased out in that there isn't any interest in it. So there's that, and there is a need. There's an identified need for downtown improvement. It's not only well identified, and when we hear it over and over again, we've heard it just in recent weeks from through seminars that have gone on and through our own community improvement plans. We have the Southampton downtown improvement, and Saugeen Shores has passed 2 facade improvement studies. Facade improvement plans, and 2 CIPs, and both community improvement plans allow us to issue these grants. There has been momentum and decision making from previous councils granted to head in this direction, and it give us the legal framework at least to do it, recognizing a need. And I think there is a need, and it's economic development, Bruce County has recognized it as well, which is why they spend $300,000 on it. And what we're suggesting is the town of Saugeen Shores ought to be a player as well in developing its downtowns, and that there are ways for us to do that, to provide, yes, a certain amount of benefit to private business, but also a great deal of benefit, in my view, to the general public. I think there are programs we can institute that would do both, and I'd like this opportunity to explore it, and I think it would have an economic benefit, and we have heard downtown improvement does indeed have an economic benefit, and it's an area we ought to focus on.
I think you've done a good job. I think you've done a good job. I think we'll ask the question.
Thank you. He's heard enough.
So, the question is, who is in favor of allowing the $10,000 grant to stay in the budget? All in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. So the next item is the Business Enterprise employee conversion from full-time to some part-time to full-time, or contract to full-time, and it's a 0% increase in this year's budget. I'm going to ask the question right now. All in favor? Opposed? Sorry? What the question was? It was, do you remember Jill has at the Business Enterprise Center has a contract worker? Okay. You're okay, sorry, I'm sorry. So you're still comfortable with that? Okay, that's a yes then. The next one is the $85,000 interest allocation. So maybe you can go ahead.
Very brief, Mr. Mayor. I think in 2015 it ought to be applied to the tax levy.
I agree.
Anybody else? The $85,000 interest that we gain on our reserve funds has been going to the levy, and we're suggesting, or the proposal was, we take that not to the levy, but that goes back into those particular interest-bearing reserve funds. So the question now is, okay, any more comments on it, or does anybody want any more clarification about what we're? Luke, sure.
Just to make it real clear, Mr. Mayor, I move that the $85,000 in interest from the reserve funds be applied to the tax levy. And Councilor Huber second.
So is there any other comments on it then? Or questions, Dave? That's correct, yeah. Yeah, I'll clarify it if there's any more comments.
Mr. Mayor, that would be for this current year, and then in the next consecutive years we can decide to pull it in or pull it out as we need it.
I would suggest that the staff bring it back to us again at next budget. So the question then is, who is in favor of, I shouldn't put it in a negative, continuing the present practice of interest going to the levy from our reserve funds? Okay, is that clear? All in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Well, this will be an easy one. Yes. This will be an easy one. Who's in favor of reducing the fire fleet reductions by $20,000 a year? You want to go?
I think the question is, contribution to the fleet reserve should be maintained at the current levels. We'll deal with a capital question about apparatus as part of the capital budget. But I think the question that could be answered today from council is the current budget proposes a $20,000 increase to the fleet reserve. I think the staff are suggesting we have a way to flatline that, which would save $20,000.
Good.
Mayor, I move that the fleet reserve for 2015 be set at 2014 levels.
Okay. Questions? All in favor? That's scary. So that, I believe, we need to go back to the tree maintenance. The tree maintenance, the $15,000 there. And we can, sorry, go ahead.
If I can channel my inner deputy mayor, and to quote somebody that's not me, I think as a community we would want to be known by the canopy that we keep. That's my little tree humor joke. $15,000 is a very small price to pay to create so much benefit to this community. So we got to take care of trees. If we have to cut some down, we have to start putting them back in the ground. So this is one that we need to be obvious about trees in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments to it? Does anybody want any clarification? Go ahead, Councillor Madison.
So for every tree we cut down, we'll replace it with a tree, or is this just in parks?
This is just in our parks, and I think some of it will be taking down trees that are need to come down and replacing some where we can, up to a limit of $15,000.
Could Jane just clarify
Do you want
one more time?
This was also a reaction to community services for the Emerald Ash Forest, but also replace trees as we're historically we've been taking them out. We haven't replaced them.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Minaj.
So I need help. The tree organization that was there that said they wanted to get out of the business but couldn't get out of the business because so many people were donating money so that they could plant trees in the community. Is that Saugeen?
We do have a group in town that's Saugeen. I don't know if that was a problem with them or not. I don't think and it's not related to this.
No. But all through the parks, we have had trees coming into the parks donated by this group.
It still exists.
It still exists, and they're
very active.
They said they're very active, and they cannot. They're almost at the point where they don't know how to get out of the business because there's so many people want to donate money for trees because they think it's a good thing, and they're putting them in, we're putting them in all of our parks. So and roadways. So I'm just confused as to our need to separately finance new tree plantations in our parks when there's already a community organization that's knocking our doors down trying to give us beautiful trees.
Okay.
So we do work with that program, as I said. Trees from them. Sorry, can you hear me now? We do work with that organization, as I indicated before, and we do get trees from them, and we have put trees within our parks and along our trails. Our default in our program is that we haven't been maintaining to date. We know that we're getting this funding will certainly assist with management of the program. We'll work as much as we can with Saugeen to continue planting trees and using their funding as opposed to bringing that off the tax levy.
Okay, clear. So then I guess the question is, unless there's any more discussion, you were looking there, Mike. All in favor of the $15,000 remaining in the budget? Okay, that stays. So that is the end of our, and I think maybe Kate can probably give us, have you got a number there where we're at now?
Yes, there absolutely will be. We have some time after this, but just based on the changes that we've made here, so basically everything has stayed in. We've taken out, we've added back the $85,000 in allocated interest, brought down the reserves, and then we applied the $25,000, assuming that would be half of the $375, and left in $75,000 as a transfer to reserves. So making that change in waste management did take us currently from revenue neutral in aggregate to now there's a burden on the tax levy of $115,000 in waste management as a result of those changes. But that was offset by some of these other changes, so we're currently sitting at a 6.6% increase.
Mr. Mayor? Couple suggestions.
Now we're going to take some suggestions. Is that where you're going, Mike?
Suggestions, yep. And I would like to make mention of the $15,000. It's a small amount, but it adds up. The revenue from the tower revenue from the airport that's earmarked towards reserve, I believe, of $15,000. I would recommend that be redirected to offset our tax levy. And secondly, I heard earlier in the day that our tax stabilization reserve is at 200. Perhaps with some changes with the budget, there's 100,000 available. I would also move that $50,000 be transferred from the tax stabilization reserve to help offset or lower our tax levy.
Okay, I think we'll take the first question on the $14,000 that we have transferring, going to reserves. All in favor of taking that to the levy? Okay, so does everybody understand that? It's currently going into reserves. we will put it into operations or levy so that it will reduce the levy. It's going into a future capital reserve. So tower rental at the airport is 14,000. No, it's the one at the airport.
One at the airport.
Okay. Is everybody clear on what we're doing there? This will bring the levy down 1.14%.
Understand.
We're getting there, Mike. That's the way to do it. All in favor then? Opposed? So I think, and I like, Mike, if you don't mind, I like your suggestion about the transfer or the, yeah, I think why don't we see what everybody else has to say and, okay. So I know there's going to be some more suggestions and I suspect there'll be some here. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of suggestions. This is an operating item that goes to capital. I'm going to bring it up here. I hope that this is all right, but it's the reserve transfer from the tourist camp. $40,000 being transferred into reserve from the tourist camp, and it's being transferred back out on the capital side to fund a project. So effectively what I'm talking about is defunding a capital project, but it's affecting the operating budget. So I'm going to raise it here, and I guess if you don't want to deal with it, then we'll talk about it in capital. But I would like to remove the $40,000 transfer, increase the income by that $40,000, the tourist camp revenue by that $40,000, and apply that to the tax levy. It's in the operating budget. There's a $40,000 transfer to expand the building. Maybe it's better to talk about it in capital. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Because maybe it's in the operating budget, but it's a reserve transfer. But maybe
If it's a okay, yeah. Do you want to? Is that how you want to do it? You want to? How would you prefer?
The question really becomes, do you want to do that capital at the tourist camp? By taking it out of here and moving it to the tax levy has zero impact on the tax. Increase the amount that the tourist camp subsidizes, but in effect decrease your capital. That being said, if you have more capital, I guess, yeah, back to that. The question is, do you want to do that capital at the tourist camp?
The net effect is it increases the revenue to the tax base from the tourist camp by the equal amount, and therefore reduces the tax levy. I'll talk about it during capital, because I think probably I'm leading this in the wrong direction here if we do this. So
that's fine.
I apologize for that. But
have you got other suggestions, Mike?
Yeah, the other item I had, and this goes to the overall wage increase at the beginning of the discussion. Kate mentioned that she had worked in a 2% wage increase for non-union employees. Our outside laborers in 2015 are getting 1.75. I would suggest that the non-union wage increase be set at 1.75, and that it be phased in 0.75% January 1st and 1% as of July 1st, and that will add $14,000 to the tax levy. So $20,000 to the tax levy. So effectively setting the non-union wage increase at the same level as all of our other employees are getting, and phasing it in, which is also a fairly common practice in the town of Saugeen Shores.
If I could just comment, so the phase-in sort of basically sets the increase at 1.25% for next year. The year we're currently in, that's true.
I'm clear on the tourist camp, Deputy Mayor Charbonneau. We're not proposing that the fees be raised an additional $80 to earn the $40,000. We're not opening up our fees and charges bylaw. We're not amending that bylaw. We're finding it from reserves. Are we? Are we looking at? We talked about $40,000 in extra in revenue. We're trying to find. We're not talking about raising fees an extra $80.
That wasn't.
No, but I think he's withdrawn that idea, Mike. So I think he's withdrawn that suggestion, and we'll deal with it at capital. Is that fine? I'll go down here, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the proposal by Deputy Mayor Charbonneau on the wage increase structure for non-unionized staff, can somebody tell me what's the history, say, in the past 3 years? Have they foregone wage increases to meet budgets in the past? Or are they in line with the unionized staff?
my understanding is that in general, we try to mirror what the unionized wage increase has been, and it's in general gone into effect as of January 1st.
Okay, so we're not doing a catch-up game here with the 2% proposed.
No, we're not behind.
Okay, that's all I have to ask.
I guess this suggestion is that we set the wages at non-union is.
All non-union wage, I'll repeat it, Mr. Mayor, that we set the non-union wage increase at 1.75%, which is down from 2%, and that we phase it in 0.75% as of January 1st, 2015, and the additional 1% as of July 1st, 2015.
Okay, everybody clear on that?
Clarification. Typically, council deals with a staff report and does this in a different manner. I think what you're proposing is that the funding for that in the budget. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just so that it's clear, you are not establishing the non-union wage at this point in time. You're establishing the funding envelope for which they will be funded from.
Yeah. So.
And there's a $20,000 savings to the operating budget as a result. There will be a separate conversation on setting.
But the net effect of the funding reduction we're talking about would require us to make that decision.
Clear. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. One other suggestion. Did you have? Is that the last of your suggestions?
I have lots of suggestions.
I'm sure you do.
I have one. I do have one more.
Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
And that is to do with council's budget. The council budget, the actuals for 2014 were quite a lot lower than the budget projections. We're anticipating an increase. I have a fairly high level of confidence that if we were to freeze council's budget at the 2014 level, that we could absorb it in the council budget over the course of the year. And I think that I like the for a number of reasons, due to certain things that I'm going to have to be doing over the course of 2015, I like the symmetry that council freezing its own budget has and the message it sends to the organization. So I would propose that council's budget, its overall budget, be frozen at the 2014 levels.
Okay.
Clarification, if I could. Sure. I think the preliminary indication staff have in terms of the training and conference desires of council would make achieving last year's numbers very difficult. So there's the potential that you'd be overspent slightly, as based on what we know today. Just putting that out there.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that, and I think it will require restraint from council. Budget restraint often does, but I think we can exercise that restraint and hopefully come in at the number.
Okay, so Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
Is the deputy mayor? Are you talking specifically about the expense categories, or are you dealing with honorariums too?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm suggesting the entire budget be frozen at the 2014 levels, and that be achieved however we can achieve.
Okay. I apologize. I was having a little conversation. What was your suggestion, Dan?
Just that all I'm talking about is freezing the entire funding window, and that it be achieved however we can.
I thought I missed something. So, okay. We'll start with Councillor Grayson and then you.
Were the honorariums increased in this year's budget from last? Like, would we be receiving the same salary as last year?
Historically, how we have done that is when we set the wages for the non-union workers, that council gets that increase also.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that will come as a separate report. We're just talking about the funding for that, the global funding for that. Okay, Vice Deputy Mayor Huber.
I don't support what the deputy mayor is saying. I think we have a wonderful opportunity right now with a very obvious energy on council that the idea of restraint is a good idea, but I don't want anybody at this table to not feel that they can't take advantage during their first year on council to go out there and hear things and learn things and meet people. And the honorarium situation is, we've done the studies over the last couple of years, we're not highly paid council members in any way in comparison to any other municipality that's about our size, and it's not worth it. And I would want everybody at the table to feel that, you know, if they want to do something within reason, they should be able to go to a conference without thinking that, oh my gosh, I need to cut back.
Well, I think our policy is clear about how many we can go to. So I think the question is, you know, where you end up going. And I don't, you know, to be honest, I think we're getting really late here, and it's not a great big item on it. It's not a great big. It's $10,000. Let's not spend a whole lot of time. In fact, I think what I would like to do now, I know there's probably lots more suggestions. We're going to need to meet again. I would say let's leave the rest of this suggestions for operating until that time, and we'll deal with operating and capital that day. So it'll give you, I mean, we've had a lot of information, some really good discussions today, and I think let's kind of digest that and get ready for the next go at this. And if you've got some other suggestions to get to the levy down or up, bring them back then. Don?
So, Mr. Mayor, with the reductions we've taken, where are we at right now?
We're currently at an increase of 6.28%.
Mr. Mayor, with the transfer to bridge reserve alone was $90,000, which was almost 1%, 0.85, I think. So we haven't made further changes than that.
By reducing the capital levy and waste management, as well as cutting that in half, we actually increase the burden on the tax levy.
Right. So, how's that sound? I'm sure everybody's getting tired and want to get out of here. And okay. So at our next meeting, we will we'll take another look at this suggestions for operating. I think staff can bring this back together, what we've suggested, which there isn't a lot of changes, but by all means put your thinking cap on. And just before we go, I want to really thank everybody. We've been here a long day and a lot of discussion, and I think there's been a really good learning experience for us all. And I want to thank all the staff members for being here, because I know this is a lot of work. And enjoy your evening. We're not coming back tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor, just process approximately, is it next week, the following week? When are we taking another look at this?
I think Linda can speak to that. I think going forward with this, we're getting, in all honesty, we're getting pretty close to where we're going to end up, and I think probably another evening meeting or so will get us there. So, okay, you happy with that? Everybody happy with that? Then I guess we need a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. Thank you.